Chapter 27:17. The battle between the two was extremely terrifying. However, the thousand poisoned saint had underestimated Yen Feiyu. Yen Feiyu's sword light soared into the sky and blocked all the poisonous insects. She even blocked the seven-star centipede. Not only that, but the cyan sword in his hand was also extremely sharp and strange. A few sword lights almost hurt the thousand poisons' holy sun. "You're courting death." The thousand poisoned saint was furious. He roared into the sky, and his power soared into the sky. He took out a pitch-black jar and poured his energy into it. Instantly, a terrifying aura filled the entire sky. "Oh no, this guy is using his trump card." The three powerhouses behind Yen Feiyu frowned. One of them sneered. "How dare he use his trump card in front of our young miss? He really doesn't know what's good for him." The black jar emitted a monstrous cold aura. It turned into a black light and flew over. Everywhere it passed, the sky collapsed. Everyone quickly retreated. This was an extremely poisonous item. It was even more terrifying than the Poison King. Just a trace of its aura would cause one's vitality to wither and turn into white bones. Yen Feiyu shouted and spat out a pair of golden scissors. The golden scissors enlarged and turned into two dragons. They rushed out and cut the entire sky in half. The black fog in front of them also broke apart in an instant. It couldn't withstand it at all. Dragon scissors! Wasn't this Yen Nanshan's treasure? It was actually with him. Saint, retreat quickly. The powerhouses of the thousand poison sect cried out in alarm when they saw this scene. This was because the dragon scissors was a powerful weapon. The thousand poison saint's pupils shrank. He hurriedly used the black jar to block in front of him. With a clang, the dragon scissors and the gray jar collided with each other, making an earth-shattering sound. The thousand poison saint spat out blood and flew backward. "Damn it, let's go." In the next moment, he turned into rolling black fog and wrapped the powerhouses of the thousand poison sect. He quickly left. The other party was very strong and had many trump cards. If they continued fighting, it would be difficult for him to gain an advantage. More importantly, the other party was Yen Nanshan's sister. If he really hurt her, Yen Nantian would probably kill him. Therefore, the thousand poison saint didn't dare to stay here. Seeing the other party escape, Yen Feiyu snorted coldly. He really overestimated himself. She ignored him and turned to look at the fire maple tree below. "My line is my line." Suddenly Yen Feiyu frowned. She discovered that there was a white figure rapidly shuttling back and forth between the fire phoenix trees below. Although the speed was very fast, she still saw that it was a monkey. A snow-white little monkey. Spirit monkey? The corners of Yen Feiyu's lips curled up as her eyes lit up. She was really lucky to be able to obtain a spiritual beast from this guardian's lair. Come to think of it, it should be a mutated species of heaven and earth. Thinking of this, she waved her jade-like hands, forming an inescapable net that grabbed downwards. Would-ye, it was not some native spirit monkey below, but a little snow-white monkey. Seeing that someone was trying to capture it, it swiftly traversed through space and vanished from the spot. When it appeared again, it dodged the fierce palm. It floated in the sky, bared its teeth, and spat at Yen Feiyu. From the looks of it, he was furious. What incredible speed! What a strange movement technique! The three experts of the Yen family were shocked. Yen Feiyu was also interested. As expected of the guardian's lair, the spiritual beast inside was indeed powerful. If she could obtain it and nurture it, it would definitely become a powerful demon king. As she spoke, she waved her jade-like hands again and grabbed downwards. Her jade-like hands overlapped and covered the sky. The little snow-white monkey kept dodging. It was so angry that it scratched its ears and cheeks. In the next moment, its body swayed and it charged towards Yen Feiyu. Seeing this, Yen Feiyu smiled. She thought that the other party had surrendered. "Come, little darling, come to me." She took out a spiritual fruit. "Spit!" She was slapped on the head. The furry little paw slapped her face. Yen Feiyu was dizzy and felt that the spiritual power in her body had frozen. Taking advantage of the few seconds of dizziness, the little snow-white monkey was so angry that it used its little paw to ruthlessly stomp on Yan Feiyu's handsome face. In the next moment, it turned into a bolt of white lightning and fled 1,000 miles away. Ah, damn beast, I'm going to kill you! 3 seconds later, Yan Feiyu recovered and screamed in anger. A damned monkey actually dared to stomp on my face? Moreover, it even knocked me out. She couldn't bear it. She was high and mighty. Even the myriad poison sage had to run away when he saw her, let alone a little monkey. Catch it! I'm going to tear it into pieces. Yan Feiyu snorted coldly. The 3 experts of the Yan family rushed over. The 3 of them used their king domains and covered the sky and earth. They wanted to surround and kill the little snow-white monkey. Pun pun pun! However, in the next moment, the 3 of them were also slapped in the face and felt dizzy. The king domains disappeared. The little snow-white monkey appeared in another direction and made a face and spat at them. Damn it, what kind of monkey is this? Why is it so strange? It can make us dizzy. It's too fast. It's definitely a mutant. The 3 of them recovered and exclaimed in surprise. Yan Feiyu's gaze was gloomy. She wiped the footprints on her face and was shocked. Although she was angry, she changed her mind. Don't kill it. Capture it. It's definitely a terrifying mutant. I have to make good use of it. Indeed, the other party could even knock it out. If she could be tamed, she would be able to catch her enemies off guard and easily kill them. In the next moment, she opened her mouth again and spat out the dragon's scissors. The golden scissors expanded in the air and turned into 2 dragons. They circled quickly and charged toward the little snow-white monkey. Little White changed its position. However, this time, the dragon's scissors quickly followed. Woogie woogie, the little snow-white monkey panicked because it couldn't dodge. The 2 dragons also pierced through the void and got closer and closer to it. They were about to surround it. Seeing this, Yan Feiyu smiled. Great, I finally got it. The dragon scissors was a powerful weapon that her brother had given her. It was a half-step saint artifact and was very powerful. Even the saints and saintesses couldn't resist it, let alone a little monkey. Clang! An earth-shattering sound rang out. Light danced in the sky and the dragon scissors were sent flying. What? Seeing this, the 3 experts from the Yan family were stunned. Yan Feiyu was even more stunned. What's going on? Her dragon scissors were sent flying? That little monkey is already so terrifying? No, who is it? Her face turned gloomy. In front of her, beside the little snow-white monkey, a figure appeared. It was a black-robed young man with a handsome face. In front of him was a flaming pagoda that was burning fiercely. Chapter 27:18. Who are you? How dare you snatch what I want? Yan Feiyu stared at the black-robed young man and said coldly, Cripple your hands and kneel down before me. Then I can let you go. At the front, when Lin Xian heard these words, he frowned. Who was this guy? How arrogant! How dare someone talk to him in such a tone? Was he looking for death? Judging from the little white monkey's words, this guy was chasing after Little White? Lin Xian could not take it anymore. He asked coldly, You attacked Little White? Could it be that this is your monkey? Yan Feiyu said with a frown. I don't care about Little White or Little Black. Since I want it, it's mine. If you know what's good for you, hand it over. Otherwise, you'll end up in a terrible state. Let me ask you. Did you attack it? Lin Xian asked again. His voice was cold, and he was emitting a murderous aura. So what if I attacked it? It's just a little beast. If you want to kill me, you can kill me. What can you do to me? Yan Feiyu snorted coldly as if she did not care about anyone in the world. Humph! Lin Xian's face darkened. He had to teach this guy a lesson since he dared to treat Little White in such a manner. With a sway of his body, he turned into a flash of light and disappeared into the void. How dare you attack me? You're looking for death. Yan Feiyu sneered and waved the sword in her hand. It turned into a curtain of swords and flew out. She did not mind killing the guy since he did not know his place. Even the sage of myriad poison was no match for her. A stranger would definitely be killed by her sword. Boom! Boom! The sword radiance in the sky hit the guy and made a deafening sound. However, Yan Feiyu was shocked. Her sword radiance was shattered. The guy was not injured at all. He charged over like a god of war. Slap! In the next moment, she was hit on the cheek and flew out while vomiting blood. Her beautiful face had been beaten until it was deformed. Boom! Yan Feiyu's body flew backward and crashed into a mountain in the distance. What? Miss! The 3 experts from the Yan family were stunned when they saw this. The other party actually injured their young miss? How was this possible? 2 of them turned into rainbows and charged into the distance, while the others stared fixedly at Lin Xian. Kid, who are you? You dare to lay your hands on my young miss? You're dead meat. Hurry up and kneel down. Otherwise, I'll let you know what it means to wish you were dead. What arrogance! Why don't you try and make a move? Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back. He was courting death. This elder was enraged. No matter what, he was still a late-stage 8-star Supreme Almighty. His strength was incomparably powerful. He had never been looked down upon like this before. With a cold snort, the old man struck out with his palm. His palm turned into an endless wave that rushed over, wanting to smash Lin Xian into pieces. Wherever it passed, the void shattered, and terrifying waves appeared in the surroundings in an instant. Humph! In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian coldly snorted and brandished his heaven-battling divine fist. A single punch exploded in all directions. The old man from the Yan clan also spat out blood and flew backwards. Half of his body exploded into a bloody mist. Damn it! Why is he so powerful? The old man was scared out of his wits. He quickly retreated with his head and regrouped in the distance. However, his face was unusually ugly. Lin Xian was too powerful. He was severely injured with a single punch. If Lin Xian had struck his head, he would have been killed. In the distance, Yan Feiyu and the other 2 experts also saw this scene. They were stunned in the void, and their faces were gloomy. Damn it! Who exactly is this kid? Could it be that he was a peerless genius? He must be. Yan Feiyu snorted coldly. So what if he's a supreme genius? Since he dared to injure me, I'll let my brother kill him. Yan Feiyu's figure flashed, and she appeared in the sky. She looked down at Lin Xian with a face full of pride. Kid, kneel down and kowtow to me as an apology. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He had never seen such a fearless person. Do you think that I don't dare to kill you? His entire body emitted a monstrous killing intent. Yan Feiyu snorted coldly. Do you know who I am? I'm Yan Nanshan's sister. If you dare to touch me, my brother South Emperor will definitely not let you off. So what if you're strong? My brother can kill you with a single glance. South Emperor? Hearing this, Lin Xian was also stunned. He did not expect that the other party was from the Yan family. Although Lin Xian had never seen this South Emperor before, he had heard many rumors about him. It was said that he was a top genius of the South Mountain. He had obtained the inheritance of a great emperor, and was given the title of South Emperor. Just like him, he was one of the top 5 geniuses of the true spirit world. However, Lin Xian did not expect to meet his sister instead of him. However, looking at the other party's sister, she was very arrogant. She reckoned that he often used his brother's name to do evil deeds. If it were other saints, they might be afraid. However, she met him. He was the Central Emperor, an existence on the same level as South Emperor. Why would he care about the other party's sister? South Emperor's sister, no wonder you're so arrogant. You usually use your brother's name to bully others. Unfortunately, it's useless against me. Even if your brother comes, he can't scare me away. So, if you have the ability, then show it. If you don't, then hurry up and get lost. While speaking, Lin Xian whistled lightly. Dozens of figures came from afar, quickly flying over. You want to compete with my elder brother for the peak? You're overestimating yourself. You think you can contend against us just because you called for help? Yan Feiyu's expression was disdainful. She did not think that there was anyone in this world who could contend against her brother. So what if the other party had more people? Would they really dare to touch her? In the distance, those figures quickly flew over. They saw the fire wind trees below, and cried out in surprise. There are so many fire maple trees. We're rich! Palace Master, we're really rich! These people were naturally Immortal Palace's martial artists. The few leading them were Peacock, Hui Dao, and Ghost Calendar's top 3 geniuses. The ones following them were also young martial artists. These were all people who came with Lin Xian to train. The other Immortal Palace experts were led by other protectors and elders. Get lost! This is what I want. If anyone dares to touch it, my Yan family will destroy him. Not only will we destroy him, but we will also destroy his entire family. You can try! Yan Feiyu shouted, her voice spreading in all directions. In the distance, Peacock and the others frowned when they heard this. Immortal Palace's martial artists snorted coldly. Who is this? So arrogant? Damn it, you dare to be arrogant in front of our palace master? Do you want to die? Who are you? How dare you speak in such a tone? Huido also snorted coldly. I'm South Emperor's sister. Hurry up and kneel down and kowtow. Yan Nanshan's sister? That's South Emperor. They're from the Yan family. Immortal Palace's martial artists discussed animatedly. How is it? Are you scared? If you know you're scared, then kneel down and kowtow. I'm in a good mood, so I can spare your lives. Chapter 27:19. Because Immortal Palace's martial artists all sneered. Oh my, is this girl an idiot? She actually wants us to kowtow? She really doesn't know what's good for her. Who does she think she is? Does she really think she's a great emperor? What's there to be arrogant about being South Emperor's sister? That's right, she's not South Emperor. Even if South Emperor came personally, he wouldn't dare to say such big words in front of our palace master. Palace master? Damn it, who exactly are you? When Yan family's experts heard this, their eyelids twitched wildly. A name appeared in their minds. Humph, listen well. Huidao stood out. Our palace master is naturally the Central Emperor. Do you think you have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of our palace master? Central Emperor. Lin Xian. Immortal Palace. It's really them. Yan family's elders cried out in alarm. Their faces became incomparably ugly. Yan Feiyu's face was also full of shock. She didn't expect the other party to be the Central Emperor. A peerless genius on the same level as her brother. Young miss, let's go quickly. Yan family's 3 experts transmitted their voices, wanting to leave. There was no helping it. Lin Xian's reputation was too strong. He wasn't any weaker than South Emperor. Moreover, not long ago, he had just defeated the #1 genius. It could be said that he was like the sun in the sky. Provoking him now was an extremely unwise choice. Yan Feiyu was also stunned. However, she soon sneered. So you're the Central Emperor. You think you're worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as my brother? You're not worthy of being the Central Emperor at all, and you're even less worthy of my brother's name. Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy. The Immortal Palace's martial artists behind him also exploded. Is this girl an idiot? Yes, she actually dares to talk about our palace master like that. Little girl, I think you should kneel down and kowtow to apologize. Even if it's true, do you think we don't dare to touch you? Is your brother South Emperor that awesome? Let him fight with the #1 genius first. Let's see if he can beat the #1 genius before shouting at our palace master. That's right, I reckon your brother isn't even as good as the #1 genius. Immortal Palace's people sneered again and again. Yan Feiyu was mad. Ah, bastards, you bastards! Who said my brother isn't as good as the #1 genius? My brother is the strongest. Even a Saint Physique can't beat my brother. You're just bragging. How can a saintly physique not be able to defeat your brother? Have they fought before? How dare you say that? What if one day your brother is defeated by a saintly being? Wouldn't that be like slapping your own face? All right, if you have anything to say, let your brother say it himself. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of us. Peacock, Hui Dao, and the others sneered. Yan Feiyu was so angry that her entire body was trembling. As Yan Nanshan's younger sister, she was the little princess of the Yan clan. In the southern mountains, no one dared to go against her. He didn't expect to be provoked and looked down upon in such a way during his trip to Qiling Mountains. She couldn't stand it. Damn it, I'm going to kill you! She roared and activated the Jiao Dragon scissors. 2 Jiao Dragons roared and charged forward. A terrifying power shook the surroundings. Damn it, this weapon actually has holy aura. That's a half-saint artifact, right? She actually has a half-saint artifact. Immortal Palace's people cried out in alarm. Peacock and the others sneered. Their temple master had just obtained a half-saint artifact recently. That guy was no match for him. As expected, Lin Xian activated the 9-story pagoda and released a sea of fire that filled the sky. It turned into fire kylons that roared in all directions. He fought with the 2 Jiao dragons. At the same time, he took the initiative to attack. He struck out with his palm, which turned into a huge palm that covered the sky and slammed onto the Jiao dragon's scissors. Hum! A trembling sound was heard. The void in the 9 heavens and 10 earths shattered, and the mountains within 10,000 miles cracked. The Jiao dragon's scissors were knocked to the ground. Damn it, his physique is so strong! Yan Feiyu was terrified. The Yan clan's experts roared. Not good, miss, retreat. He has the 9 Yang divine body. The 9 Yang divine body was extremely powerful and terrifying. They might not be able to block it. Only Yan Nantian himself would be able to stop it. Damn it, 12 heavenly swords. I'll fight it out with you. Yan Feiyu screamed crazily when she saw that. The sword in her hand emitted a resplendent light, which turned into 12 sword lights that connected the heavens and the earth. The 12 sword lights slashed down mercilessly like 12 bolts of divine lightning, carrying a terrifying murderous aura. It had to be said that Yan Feiyu was very impressive. Not only was she Yan Nanshan's sister, but her strength had also reached the level of a top saintess. It could be said that her power was boundless. With this power alone, she could definitely dominate an area. Unfortunately, she met Lin Xian. 12 heavenly swords descended from the sky. The expressions of the Immortal Palace's cultivators changed. They were facing a great enemy. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He waved his palm, which turned into a huge palm print and grabbed forward. I don't care what saintess or divine body you have. How dare you grab my 12 heavenly swords with your bare hands? You're dead meat! Yan Feiyu screamed crazily. Her 12 heavenly swords were a top heaven divine ability. It was extremely terrifying. Together with the sword in her hand, she could kill a saint. Even a top-notch saint would not be able to contend with him. She had to deal with it with her full strength. Although the other party was a Middle Emperor, he actually dared to grab her heavenly sword Shi with his bare hands. This made her feel that the other party was too arrogant. She swore that she would definitely cut off the other party's arm. However, in the next moment, she was stunned. Because her 12 heavenly sword lights were quickly dimming, as if they were about to disappear. Damn it, this was impossible! How could he break it in an instant? Not to mention her, the 3 Yan family's experts were also stunned. Even if the other party was a Middle Emperor, he should not be so powerful. What kind of technique was this? With a light wave, the 12 heavenly swords disappeared without a trace? How could they know that Lin Xian was an expert in the sword Dao? His attainments in sword techniques were extremely terrifying. Yan Feiyu displaying her sword techniques in front of him was simply displaying her slight skill in front of an expert. The 12 heavenly swords were unparalleled in the eyes of others, but in Lin Xian's eyes, it was full of loopholes. He saw through the flaws of the 12 heavenly swords at a glance. Therefore, when he attacked, it was naturally a one-hit kill. In an instant, the 12 heavenly swords disappeared without a trace. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, looked at the other party, and said indifferently, "What other techniques do you have? Show them to me. Other than your brother, what other abilities do you have to be proud of? Just you wait, my brother won't let you off." Yan Feiyu screamed. Lin Xian sneered. "It seems that you don't have any other abilities. You're just a piece of trash who relies on your brother. Get lost. A person like you won't cooperate with me." With that, Lin Xian took a step forward. A sharp aura erupted from his body, turning into a tornado that charged forward. In an instant, Yan Feiyu was sent flying. She flew a few thousand meters backward and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. All the bones in her body were shattered. "Ah!" she screamed crazily. "I'll kill you! I'll definitely kill you!" Noisy! Lin Xian's face darkened, and the aura on his body suddenly erupted. Feeling this aura, the 3 Yan family's experts trembled. They were like a small boat rolling in a storm. Now, they finally knew how powerful the other party was. Chapter 27:20. Leave quickly. If Lin Fan wanted to kill them, they would not be able to stop him. Therefore, they quickly turned into 3 streams of light and escaped with Yan Feiyu. "You want to leave just like that? Do you really think that you can come and go as you please after provoking me?" Lin Xian's voice was cold. Countless sword chi circled the area, forming a cage that enveloped Yan Feiyu and the others. "Damn it, what are you trying to do? My brother will not let you off if you dare to attack us. The Yan family will not let you off!" Yan Feiyu screamed crazily. Her eyes were filled with fear. The other party's methods were too powerful. She couldn't resist at all in front of him. "Your dragon scissors are not bad. Keep it." Lin Xian's eyes lit up as he looked at the golden dragon. The dragon scissors surrounded Yan Feiyu to protect her. Yan Feiyu was furious when she heard what Lin Fan said. Lin Fan dared to have designs on her treasure. How could she tolerate that? The 3 Yan family experts' eyelids twitched. They quickly said, "The dragon scissors is South Emperor's treasure. He is only lending it to Miss temporarily." Although they did not say it explicitly, their intentions were clear. "This is South Emperor's item. Do you dare to take it?" Lin Xian snorted coldly. Who cared about the North or the South Arch? If it was not for South Emperor, do you think the 4 of you would still be alive? I just want some interest, and you are so unwilling. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? The sword chi on Lin Xian's body grew sharper and sharper. The 3 elders of the Yan family began to tremble. Their faces were filled with terror because they did not doubt that if the other party really wanted to kill them, they could do it with a single glance. Yan Feiyu was the same. Although she had the dragon scissors to protect her, her face was still pale. She swore that when she returned, she would tell her brother and ask him to destroy Lin Fan. "Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for doing it myself." Lin Xian executed the yin-yang 8 steps and instantly appeared beside the other party. "Damn it!" The 3 elders of the Yan family roared, but their bodies seemed to be frozen. Tens of thousands of streaks of sword chi surrounded them, causing them to not dare to move at all. As long as they moved, they would probably be cut into pieces. Yan Feiyu also shrieked. She was no longer as arrogant as before. At this moment, her entire body was trembling. "If you dare to kill me, my brother won't let you off." "Humph, I wouldn't be afraid even if your brother were here." Lin Xian snorted coldly as a golden light appeared in his eyes. Yan Feiyu was attacked by the illusion. In the next moment, she stopped resisting and her expression became extremely respectful. "Greetings, master." She knelt on one knee. "Erase the imprint of the flood dragon scissors and give it to me." Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. "Yes, master." Yan Feiyu was in a daze as she moved quickly. The 3 experts from the Yan family were shocked when they saw this. What kind of method was this? Their miss was actually being controlled by someone. This was too heaven-defying. Other than the terrifying sword Dao and 9 yang divine body, the other party actually had such a terrifying eye technique. They had never seen such an eye technique before. This meant that the other party did not use all of his trump cards when he was fighting with the number one prodigy. Oh heavens, this Central Emperor was really too terrifying. They were extremely terrified. On the other hand, Yan Feiyu quickly erased the imprint of the Flood Dragon's scissors. The Flood Dragon's scissors swayed rapidly on her body and turned into a palm-sized golden scissors that floated in the air. Lin Xian took the Flood Dragon's scissors and formed a few seals before keeping it. Whoosh! He waved his hand. Scram! A gust of wind blew Yan Feiyu and the three experts from the Yan family away, and they instantly disappeared into the sky. The temple master was too cool. Yes, he was my idol. In the distance, the martial artists from Immortal Palace cheered excitedly. Huidao Peacock and the others were also shocked. Yan Feiyu was a top saint, and they might not be able to defeat her. However, such a terrifying existence was like a puppet in front of Lin Xian. She could only be manipulated by him. This made their faces full of shock. Lin Xian said that they should take action and collect the fire maple trees below. Of course, they should not take all of them. They should leave a dozen of them here for the future generations. Indeed, this was the rule of the true spirit world. Even if they encountered treasures, they would not kill them all and take all of them. They would leave some behind. For example, they would leave the roots or take 90% and leave 10% behind. After all, treasures were good, but they could not be destroyed. They had to be left for the future generations. The people from Immortal Palace naturally knew about these rules. They moved quickly, and the little white monkey also joined the plundering army. Lin Xian stood in the air and narrowed his eyes. This Flood Dragon scissors was not what he wanted. He felt that this Flood Dragon scissors was very suitable for the Dark Red Divine Dragon. The Dark Red Divine Dragon had been desperately trying to break the formation in the past few years. He naturally had to find something to comfort him. Soon, most of the Fire Wind fruits were plucked. Of course, some were left behind. Not only that, Lin Xian took about a third of the Fire Phoenix trees. They were preparing to transplant them outside. This way, even if they did not come to this nest in the future, they could still enjoy the Fire Phoenix fruits in Immortal Palace. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand and led the people from Immortal Palace away quickly. After flying for about half a day, dozens of lights appeared in the distance. Big brother Lin Xian. It turned out that Xinjingqiu had come. Qiu or Lin Xian and Xinjingqiu met up and set off together. Big brother Lin Xian, go ahead quickly. There seems to be a big treasure there. Oh, really? Lin Xian was surprised. Yes, big sister Qingqing has already arrived. She was the one who told me. She said that there were 9 bone palaces arranged in a supreme formation. There must be something good inside. 8 bone palaces. Lin Xian was surprised. It seemed that the background was not small. Yes, many holy lands have already arrived. All right. Let's go take a look. Lin Xian and the others flew ahead. There was indeed a phenomenon in front of them. In the vast mountains, 9 bone palaces appeared out of nowhere, emitting a mysterious aura. These bone palaces were extremely terrifying. They were completely made of white bones. The bones were crystal clear and incomparably resplendent. Clearly, they were not ordinary bones, but the corpses of peerless demon kings. The bones were huge, much bigger than humans. Some were more than 10 meters long, and some were dozens of meters long. The bone palaces emitted a cold aura that made people tremble. At this moment, countless people gathered outside the 9 bone palaces. They were all martial artists from the Holy Lands. Among them, there were 2 terrifying figures. They stood in one direction, making people look up to them. One was naturally Yi Seiji Wudao. He stood there with the Yi family. The surrounding people did not dare to get close. The other was a young monk who looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. He had delicate features. Chapter 27-21. That was because he was the saint of the Western Desert's Thousand Buddha Temple. He was also known as the top prodigy of Western Buddha. Apart from Eastern Sage and Western Buddha, the other saints and prodigies were also here. No Flower, Gu Santong, the Prince of Great Xia, and the others were also here. Murong Qingqing was also here. Her beauty was unparalleled, and she was standing on a lotus. However, there were a few dazzling prodigies who did not come. The South Emperor did not come. The Alcade Saint did not come. Of course, the mysterious North Demon did not come either. However, the people of the Demon King Palace were here. Hui Tiandu stood there with the experts of the Demon King Palace. Yen Ryu, who was beside him, did not appear. I wonder if she came this time? It's so lively. Looks like everyone is here. A voice came from the sky, followed by countless figures descending. The cultivators of the sacred grounds and sects who had arrived first all turned their heads to look. In the next moment, they exclaimed, Lin Xian! The Central Emperor is here! The Central Emperor is here! Of course, there were many supporters of Lin Xian among them. At this moment, they were cheering excitedly. Yu Wudao, No Flower, Gu Santong, the Prince of Great Xia, and the others nodded and greeted them. Lin Xian also responded. Brother Xian. Murong Qingqing smiled. Lin Xian brought people near Murong Qingqing. Sister Qingqing, we're here. How is it? Have you cracked the array here? Xinjingqiu asked. Murong Qingqing, on the other hand, shook her head. No, these 9 bone palaces were extremely frightening. Just the aura they were emitting was already overwhelming. Moreover, we think that the 9 palaces form an extremely terrifying array. I'm afraid it's not that easy to break. Murong Qingqing's expression turned a bit serious as she spoke. Brother Lin, your array skills are high. See if there's a chance to crack it. If there's a chance, tell us and we'll support you. Gu Santong and No Flower also spoke. They naturally knew that Lin Xian was also an array master. The other saints and saintesses also looked over. Okay, let me see. Lin Xian nodded, a golden glow appearing in his eyes. At the same time, he raised his finger, and balls of sword chi flew up. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When these sword chis flew near the bone palaces, they were destroyed by the nether spirit aura on the bone palaces. Lin Xian frowned and quickly tried to deduce. About 3 days later, he opened his eyes. He had a simple idea that required everyone's cooperation. Just give us the order, and we'll definitely do our best. The surrounding experts echoed in agreement. Leaf Doudenier nodded, and off in the distance, West Buddha said, Amitba. All right, then I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Xian began to voice his thoughts. Thus, these people began to attack with all their might according to Lin Xian's plan. Thunder rumbled as countless bolts of lightning fell from the sky. Shockwaves surged as the 9 white-bone devil palaces violently shook. Great, it's really effective. When these experts saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. As expected of the Central Emperor, his attainments in formations were so strong. Indeed, most of their formation masters were outside, trying their best to crack the nest of 10,000 dragons. There were very few formation masters who came in. They didn't expect Lin Xian's attainments in formations to be no weaker than those top formation masters outside. However, these 9 white bone palaces far exceeded everyone's imagination. In an instant, the 9 white bone palaces emitted incomparable light, sucking in all the figures in the sky. Not good, everyone be careful. Big Brother Lin Xian. Big Brother Xian. Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu also cried out in alarm. Lin Xian waved his hand, wanting to pull the 2 of them over. However, he only caught Xinjingqiu. Murong Qingqing and the people of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground were sucked away by another white bone palace. On Lin Xian's side, he also felt a powerful force enveloping him. He waved his sword light, but he couldn't destroy it. This shocked him. At the same time, he felt the aura of a sage. This white bone palace was indeed not simple. He reckoned that this guardian's nest was also at the sage level. He opened the dragon sword domain and enveloped the people around him. 10,000 auras surrounded him. Soon, they realized that the mysterious power around them had disappeared. And they had completely entered the white bone palace. No way, This white bone palace was actually so big. It must have formed its own world. The cultivators from the sacred ground and the great sects who followed them and were also discussing animatedly. What should we do, Lord Central Emperor? Many people came to Lin Xian's side to seek help. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he looked around. Let's go forward and take a look. He led the group and quickly rushed forward. The surrounding people followed behind. Of course, there were also many people who sneered and their eyes flickered. From the looks of it, they were up to no good. However, now was not the time to make a move. What a strong smell of blood! After flying for a while, the surrounding people frowned. The smell of blood in front of them was too strong. It was like a monstrous sea of blood. Lin Xian also frowned. Xin Jingqiu grabbed Lin Xian's arm. Big brother Lin Xian, are there monsters? Don't worry, it's fine. Lin Xian comforted her. A golden light appeared in his eyes, and he saw a blood pool in the sky in front of him. The monstrous blood fiendish aura came from the blood pool. The blood pool was too big. It was like a lake. Gradually, the flying cultivators also discovered the blood pool. They all gathered around it, each of them shining with boundless light as they activated their domains. What terrifying blood! Whose blood was this? Could it be the Guardian's blood? It was too scary to not know. Look at the blood. There are broken armor and weapons in it. Everyone exclaimed. Sure enough, there were broken weapons in the blood pool. Among them, a few cultivators were jealous because their weapons were broken. However, they thought that it should be an extremely terrifying existence. It would be great to be able to get 1 or 2 fragments. 2 of them attacked. One of them directly grabbed at the blood pool. As for the other person, he took out a whip and swept it toward Xu Feng. The person who entered the blood pool with his bare hands immediately turned into white bones. His flesh and blood disappeared. Not only that, his entire body also quickly melted, and finally turned into a pool of blood and merged into the blood pool. The other person screamed crazily. The whip in his hand had also completely melted and broken. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and threw away the whip, saving his life. However, he did not dare to go forward anymore. The surrounding people were also terrified. The 2 who attacked just now were peerless powerhouses, but they could not even withstand the power of the blood pool. If the others attacked, they would be completely finished. What kind of blood was this? It was too terrifying. Was it from an invincible king? Or a terrifying demon king? It might not be from one person. Didn't you see that person turn into a pool of blood just now? It was very likely formed by the blood of countless powerhouses gathered together. This place is too terrifying. Let's go. Many people's scalps went numb, and they prepared to leave. Big brother Lin Xian, let's go too. Xin Jingqiu also asked. Chapter 27-22. With the help of the heavenly secret divine eyes and his powerful soul power, he finally saw through the blood sea and saw the situation inside. This is? He was shocked because he found that there was a heart in the blood pool. No, to be exact, it was something like a heart. It was beating rhythmically, and every time it beat, it would make the blood sea surge. Lin Xian found that the heart had powerful energy. This was an endless treasure trove for him. Not only for the 9 yang divine body, but also for the dragon sword soul. Now that he saw it, how could he give it up? In the next moment, he snorted coldly and jumped into the blood pool. What? When the surrounding people saw this, they screamed in fear. Xin Jingqiu also exclaimed. Don't worry, Qiu, I'm fine. This thing can train my body. Lin Xian said. He asked Xin Jingqiu and the rest of the people from Immortal Palace to wait outside. He was going to cultivate here. Okay. Xin Jingqiu stood at the side with Whitey in her arms. Her big black eyes looked around. In the next moment, light flowed on her body and she began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Seeing this, the surrounding people were even more shocked. God, she can absorb the spiritual energy. Is she not afraid of the murderous aura? It was rumored that Saint Girl Xixia also had a special bloodline. Maybe she had a way to ignore the murderous aura. I have to absorb more spiritual energy to improve my strength and catch up with Brother Lin Xian as soon as possible. Xin Jingqiu quickly activated her mysterious bloodline. The others were hesitant. A few late-stage 8-star powerhouses put on their armor and were ready to go down to fish. After entering the blood pool, the light on their bodies made a sizzling sound, which gave them a fright. However, they found that it was okay. They could withstand it. Seeing this, the other powerhouses took action. The blood pool was very big. Even if hundreds of people went in, it would not be crowded. However, those who were below the late-stage 8-star were in trouble. They did not have the strength to enter at all. They could only wander around. Many people went to other places to search. This Lin Xian was too terrifying. Even a late-stage 8-star powerhouse would have a hard time resisting his attacks even if they wore battle armor. Yet, he was able to resist it with just his physique alone. Moreover, he was doing it with ease. As expected of the 9 young divine body, it was indeed terrifying. Among them, a few looked at Lin Xian with unfriendly expressions. They walked up to him. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were shocked. What was the meaning of this? Someone wanted to make a move on Lin Xian? It couldn't be. Ever since the number 1 prodigy, there was still someone who dared to touch Lin Xian. Did they not want to live anymore? Someone exclaimed. What do you know? No matter how strong the number 1 genius is, he's still only a member of the younger generation. Look at the people who are fighting this time. Are there any members of the younger generation? This was clearly an expert of the older generation. Furthermore, there were 3 of them. It was obvious that they wanted to kill the other party. Fuck, so shameless. If you have the ability, then fight our god Lin Xian one-on-one. That's right, are you bullying our Immortal Palace because we don't have anyone? Immortal Palace's people also became anxious. Don't make a move. You guys can search for your own opportunities. Don't worry about me. Lin Xian shook his head and did not let Immortal Palace's people make a move. It was just 3 peerless powerhouses. Even if they joined forces, they could not kill him. Kid, you're very confident. However, we're not ordinary peerless powerhouses. The 3 of them walked up. 1 was an old man, and 2 were middle-aged. The old man had a peak 8-star cultivation base, while the 2 middle-aged men were late-stage 8-star cultivators. When the 3 of them joined forces, they were extremely powerful. They had already surpassed the top saints. After all, no matter how strong one was, he could not compare to these powerhouses working together. The 3 of us would like to experience the power of the 9 yang divine body. The old man sneered. You want to spar with me? Sure, but if you lose, you'll die. Lin Xian's eyes emitted a piercing light. Waves of sword chi rushed out of the blood pool, causing the surrounding blood sea to surge and splash in all directions. The surrounding people were so frightened that they retreated frantically. A drop of the blood pool could penetrate an ordinary powerhouse. They did not dare to go up at all. Attack! Seeing this scene, the 3 of them also roared angrily. The old man waved his hand, and a flying sword behind him shot out, turning into a long rainbow. The other 2 middle-aged men also attacked. Terrifying auras surged from their bodies. A long saber and a long spear instantly rose into the air, firmly locking onto Lin Xian. Not only that, but the 3 of them also covered the entire blood pool with their king domains. Terrifying auras swept across heaven and earth, completely enveloping Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, the 3 powerhouses sneered. No matter how strong the other party was, so what? He was only a prodigy of the younger generation. He was nothing compared to the older generation. Moreover, this time, the 3 of them joined forces. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. Facing the attacks of the 3, his body bloomed with billions of rays of light, and waves of sword chi rushed out. With a boom, he struck out with his palm. The terrifying palm turned into a golden crow, covering the sky and earth, and charged over with a scorching aura. That palm was too terrifying. It made people think that an immemorial golden crow had been resurrected. The 3 king domains were instantly pierced through. The flames that filled the sky ignited the surrounding spirit chi, forming a monstrous fire. Bang! 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 He waved his palm and slapped the 3 people's weapons, sending them flying. The 3 figures were also forced back. The chi and blood in their bodies churned, and their bodies were dyed black. Damn it! A golden crow? How did he know such a cultivation technique? Don't worry, I have the water of 3 The old man's face was gloomy. He opened his mouth and spat out a blue pearl. The pearl turned into waves and surrounded them, dissipating the scorching energy. The water of 3 enveloped the 3 of them, and the 3 of them attacked again. Kid, let's see how you're going to hurt us this time. The 3 of them sneered again and charged over with their weapons. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and his eyes were filled with disdain. He continued to wave his palm, but the golden crow disappeared and was replaced by majestic mountains. The void trembled and quickly collapsed. 3 mountains appeared, each of them piercing into the clouds. Oh my God, is this a divine power? Why do I feel that Lin Xian has directly pulled out 3 mountains? Yes, it's too realistic. Even the stones and trees on it are lifelike. What divine power is this? The surrounding people were shocked. The pupils of the 3 peerless powerhouses also constricted. It was too terrifying. The other party could summon golden crows and huge mountains with just a wave of his hand. Each of them was extremely realistic. How did they evolve? Was there such a terrifying divine power in the world? They didn't know. However, they didn't have time to think too much. The 3 mountains descended from the sky with an extremely terrifying aura. Before they arrived, they were already out of breath. Damn it! Block it for me! The 3 of them quickly attacked the 3 mountains. Bang! 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 The sky shook and the earth shook. The 3 of them vomited blood and flew backward. One of them was directly crushed into a bloody mist by the mountain, and his body split open. Ah! The late-stage 8-star peerless powerhouse screamed and wanted to retreat. Chapter 27-23. All the blood in his broken body had been sucked away. Originally, he could still recover from this injury, but in this blood pool, he was killed. Only a pile of white bones floated in the sea of blood. Damn it! There was something wrong with the blood pool. Seeing this scene, the other 2 were so scared that their scalps went numb. Retreat! They did not dare to fight anymore. If they were injured, they would probably be swallowed by the sea of blood. The 2 quickly retreated. Lin Xian sneered. Want to leave? Stay here for me. He waved his hand and the dragon scissors that he had just obtained flew out. The dragon scissors expanded in the wind and turned into 2 dragons that coiled around the 2. Lin Xian snorted and broke through the sea of blood, appearing beside the 2. In his palms, 2 balls of sword light flashed and slapped on the heads of the 2. Boom! Boom! The 2 peerless experts were killed. Their bodies exploded and turned into a bloody mist. The 2 souls wanted to escape. However, soul fire. The heavenly secret divine eyes opened and completely destroyed the souls of the 2. In an instant, the 3 peerless experts were killed. Dead, were they all dead? The surrounding people were shocked. In the blood pool, the other experts were even more terrified. This method was too powerful. The 3 older experts were no match for the other party even if they joined forces. Could it be that only an invincible king could suppress the other party? Perhaps, no one below the invincible king level was a match for the other party. Someone sighed, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Xian snorted. If you want to fight me, you have to be prepared to be killed. At this point, he ignored the others and went all out. The dragon sword spirit domain behind him flickered and enveloped him. It formed a dragon head, opened its bloody mouth, and began to crazily devour the sea of blood. Was this brat still human? He dared to absorb so fiercely. Wasn't he afraid of being devoured by the murderous aura in the sea of blood? The surrounding people were stunned. The experts in the blood pool were even more terrified. They were carefully absorbing the energy in the blood pool bit by bit, but the other party was directly devouring it. Comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. Lin Xian was surrounded by sword light, so no one could see what was going on inside. At this moment, the nine yang divine body was fully activated. Countless mysterious runes flickered, allowing the baleful aura of the blood sea to attack and temper his body. Not only that, but there was also a dragon-shaped sword shadow in front of him. It transformed into a swimming dragon and crazily absorbed the surrounding sea of blood. Most of the blood sea's energy was channeled into the great dragon sword soul. The great dragon sword soul kept roaring. Clearly, the energy in the blood sea had revived the great dragon sword soul. It was very excited, and in the end, it took the initiative to absorb it. Dragon roars resounded in the blood pool, scaring everyone into a state of panic. Damn, why do I feel like he's a dragon? Don't talk nonsense, this is the guardian nest of the nest of 10,000 dragons, don't talk nonsense. If a dragon really jumps out, we will be finished. But what was with that dragon roar? I don't know. This brat must have obtained some special inheritance. No one dared to talk too much. The other powerhouses had bitter looks on their faces because the blood in the pool was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This caused the corners of their mouths to twitch. Damn it, someone took out a huge cauldron and began to forcefully absorb the blood. Bang! However, after absorbing more than half of it, the huge cauldron suddenly exploded into pieces with a bang. The blood that filled the sky fell again. The powerhouse who attacked was also sent flying and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. The expressions of the others changed. Not good, the energy of the blood was too terrifying. Ordinary weapons couldn't withstand it at all. Even a heaven-grade weapon would have to be careful. It wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. Damn it, what did that brat use to forcefully absorb it? It should be a half-step saint artifact in his hand. It was very likely. Wasn't the number one prodigy's half-step saint artifact snatched away by him? Not only that, but I heard that Yan Nanshan's sister was also beaten up by him and had a half-step saint artifact snatched away. What, there was such a thing? Are you saying that South Emperor's sister was also beaten up by him? Heavens! These people were horrified. This was big news. South Emperor was not inferior to Lin Xian. She was South Emperor's biological sister, and it was said that South Emperor doted on her very much. She was also the little princess of the Yan family. How could such a person be beaten up? This Lin Xian of Zhonghuang didn't give any face at all. These people discussed. Lin Xian heard these words and didn't explain anything at all. He was just absorbing with all his might. He could feel that the power of the dragon sword soul was becoming stronger bit by bit. Moreover, not only the dragon sword soul, but his divine body and even himself were also absorbing the energy in the blood pool now. His cultivation was still at the mid-stage of 7-star. It seemed that it was about time for a breakthrough. However, his absorption speed was much slower than the dragon sword soul. After all, no matter how powerful the art of longevity was, it had to evolve the murderous aura inside. Otherwise, his nature would definitely be affected and he would definitely go crazy. However, Lin Xian wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Even if it was slow, he wouldn't give up. Just like that, he quickly absorbed and improved his cultivation, the power of the 9 yang divine body, and the recovery of the dragon sword soul. After 3 days and 3 nights, more than half of the blood pool was gone. This scene directly shocked the surrounding people. Their eyeballs were about to pop out. When the others saw that they couldn't collect the blood pool, they also desperately cultivated in the blood pool. However, on the 4th day, there was a change. Bang! 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 A violent vibration occurred in the blood pool. It was getting stronger and stronger. Accompanying it was an angry roar. The roar was very vague. It sounded like a human and a beast at the same time. It was an angry roar that shook the surrounding people. Many people vomited blood and their faces turned pale. It was too terrifying. Who was it and who was it? These people were terrified. The people in the blood pool looked as if they were struck by lightning. Each of them shone brightly and roared crazily. Lin Xian also opened his eyes and frowned. It was that heart. A golden light appeared in his eyes as he stared at the blood pool. As expected, the heart was beating much more violently than before. Could it be that he had absorbed too much blood and angered the heart? However, it was fine if it was angry. According to Lin Xian's original plan, he wanted to directly snatch the heart. That was because the energy of the heart was too strong. Naturally, he wouldn't let it go. With a cold snort, Lin Xian raised his hand and waved his arm. At this moment, his physique was so strong that it was even more terrifying than a heaven-grade treasure. Therefore, this was equivalent to a heavenly sword slashing down. Boom! The blood pool was cut in half, and a huge crack appeared. The blood water that filled the sky was split apart. The warriors in the blood pool exclaimed and dodged one after another. Chapter 27-24. The heart was as big as a millstone, and it was covered with mysterious blood-red patterns. As it pulsed, it carried boundless power. What kind of heart was that? How could there be such a big heart? It belonged to a peerless monster king. Heavens, who was the one who formed this pool of blood? How could it nurture such a terrifying thing? Could it be that the previous roar came from the heart? These people were shocked. Many of them flew into the air, not daring to stay any longer. Because this blood pool was too strange, too evil. However, there were still some powerful martial artists who continued to stay. Many of them even began to have designs on the blood-red heart. The heart of 10,000 blood. They did not expect to encounter the heart of 10,000 blood here. It seemed that they were really lucky. A loud voice sounded, and everyone's scalp went numb. They looked up. A figure stepped into the air and appeared in the sky in an instant. The heart of 10,000 blood. What was that? Someone frowned. Someone else snorted. Humph, if you want to snatch the heart, you'll have to ask us first. A peak 8-star powerhouse snorted coldly. There was a cold light in his eyes. This was a powerhouse from the moon-worshipping cult. A full moon rose behind him, exuding a terrifying aura. Buzz the mysterious powerhouse came from above and sneered. 2 rays of sharp light shot out from his eyes, which turned into 2 sharp swords and stabbed downward. Boom! The moon-worshipping cult powerhouse felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His body was penetrated. The full moon behind him shattered into pieces and exploded with a loud bang. Oh no! The moon-worshipping cult powerhouse quickly retreated, trying to escape. In the sky, the mysterious powerhouse slapped down with a palm. It turned into a white tiger with endless power and directly enveloped the powerhouse. With a boom, the moon-worshipping cult powerhouse was shattered into pieces. He was killed by the white tiger. Dead? A peak 8-star expert was killed with a single move. Oh my god, who was this person? Could it be that he was also a top genius with a title? They were extremely shocked. Lin Xian also frowned as he looked forward. No, the other party was not from the younger generation. He was an invincible king. Everyone, retreat! Some powerhouses exclaimed. The others were horrified. An invincible king, God! This person who looked to be in his 30s turned out to be an invincible king. They could not believe it. However, after seeing the other party's means, these people did not dare to have any doubts. They frantically retreated, not daring to get close at all. The people of Immortal Palace and Purple Dawn Holy Land also protected Shinjingqiu and quickly retreated. Shinjingqiu's jade-like face was extremely solemn. Facing Invincible King, she naturally felt the pressure. The snow-white little monkey in her arms also had big eyes. King. Big brother Lin Xian will be fine, right? Shinjingqiu was nervous. The immortal of the God King. Peacock said. Don't worry, the palace master has a lot of trump cards. An invincible king wouldn't be able to kill him. In the blood pool, the experts from the other holy lands and sects fled one after another, leaving only Lin Xian behind. Seeing this, the invincible king above sneered, extremely satisfied. But soon he frowned. This was because he realized that there was still one person who hadn't left. "You're courting death," he sneered and flicked his finger. Immediately, a silver flame turned into a stream of light and rushed down. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists all exclaimed. The people of Immortal Palace were also extremely nervous. The others screamed. One had to know that the other party had killed a peak 8-star Almighty with a casual attack. That method could be said to be incomparably terrifying. Now, he actually attacked Lin Xian. It's over. Lin Xian is too arrogant. He's actually so arrogant in the face of an invincible king. That's right. If I were him, I would definitely retreat. No matter how strong he was only from the younger generation. Against an invincible king, he was probably not enough. These people discussed animatedly. Of course, there were also many people who sneered. Great, let the invincible king kill this kid. If an invincible king attacked, this kid would definitely die. Who asked this brat to continue acting cool? Now, he was out of luck, offending an unrivaled king. As they spoke, the silver-white flame still came down, wanting to pierce through Lin Xian. Buzz boom! Lin Xian raised his hand and turned into a golden crow. He rushed over and collided with the silver flame. The flames jumped and splashed in all directions. The silver flame was quickly extinguished by the golden crow. What? He blocked it. Oh God, has the Central Emperor become so terrifying? He can actually compete with an invincible king. Those people were shocked. Xin Jingqiu and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Above, the invincible king frowned. Blocked? The other party actually blocked his attack? Who is this? Could it be an invincible king? Silver light flickered in his eyes as he looked down, wanting to see everything clearly. No. It's not the aura of an invincible king. He snorted coldly and waved his hand. A gust of wind blew up, forming two huge wind blades that directly cut open the blood pool below. It was a young man. He frowned. Kid, who are you? Who are you? Lin Xian also stood up and asked with a frown. Although the other party was an invincible king, he didn't have much fear. After all, he had many trump cards. Moreover, a long time ago, he had also killed an invincible king, so he wasn't afraid of the other party. If the other party dared to disturb his cultivation or snatch something he wanted, he would still attack the other party. Seeing the other party's attitude, which was neither servile nor overbearing, the invincible king frowned. Who didn't have to be respectful when they saw him? Even the weak ones had to kneel down to him. However, this young man in front of him was so calm. This was unbelievable. He frowned. He seemed to have heard the people around him call him Central Emperor. Could it be that this kid was the Central Emperor of Central State who had recently received 5 titles? Lin Xian? You're the kid who received a title in Central State. That's right. I am. Who are you? I'm the White Wolf King. Kid, let me give you a piece of advice. The younger generation is still the younger generation. They can't be compared to me at all. Just now, it was just a casual attack from me. You must have used all your strength to block it. Not bad, it's indeed rare for the younger generation to reach your level. No wonder you can receive the title of Central Emperor. However, against me, you have no chance of winning. Leave obediently. This pool of blood is mine. As soon as these words were said, the surrounding people were shocked. He had actually received the recognition of an invincible king. This was a supreme glory. That's right, Invincible King was an existence that stood at the peak of the continent. In the era where saints didn't appear, they were the kings. These people were incomparably envious. Of course, there were also some who gritted their teeth. Damn it, this kid was so lucky that even an invincible king didn't kill him. Damn it, this was too hateful. These people were very depressed. Lin Xian had a strange expression after hearing this. Chapter 27-25. Moreover, from the other party's words, the other party seemed to know the origin of this heart, and also wanted it. He narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "You can retreat, but wait until I take this heart first before leaving." What? This guy actually dared to provoke an invincible king? The surrounding people were all stunned. Everyone could see that this invincible king wanted the heart at the bottom of the blood pool. However, Lin Xian actually dared to have designs on the blood-colored heart. What did he want to do? Wanted to compete with an invincible king? He didn't want to live anymore. What was this kid thinking? He didn't know. Although he was the Central Emperor, a king of the younger generation, against a true invincible king, he was probably not enough. Could it be that this kid had some super trump card? These people were puzzled, but those enemies were extremely excited. Haha, this kid was too arrogant. He actually dared to go against the invincible king. Great, I'm so excited. He originally thought that the invincible king wouldn't make a move against him, but he didn't expect this kid to court death. Just watch, the invincible king would definitely not let him go. How powerful was the invincible king? He was a peak existence. How could he allow others to challenge him? This kid was too arrogant. Did he think that he was invincible after obtaining the title of the Central Emperor? In fact, he was still far from it. Discussions and sneers sounded one after another. The people of the Immortal Palace also became nervous. Shinjingqiu hugged the snow-white little monkey tightly. "No way, big brother Lin Xian, please don't force it." The snow-white little monkey was hugged until he couldn't breathe. He could only roll his eyes. In the sky, the white wolf King Qin Chen's face darkened, and a hint of anger appeared in his eyes. The other party actually dared to snatch something from him? This made him feel a little unreal. How many years had it been? No one had ever dared to say such words to him. Who didn't kneel down respectfully and offer up the things he liked? Now, a young junior actually threatened to snatch the thing that he had set his eyes on. He was really in a hurry to die. "Kid, do you know? Among the younger generation, you are the first person who dares to speak to me like this. Don't think that you can look down on the world just because you obtained the title of Central Emperor. That's something for you young people. It's not suitable for us." Confidence was a good thing, but if one was overconfident, one would become an idiot. "Even if you kneel down and beg me now, I won't spare you." Confidence was a good thing. Overdoing it would make one an idiot. The same applies to you as well. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. "Where did you get the confidence to think that you can beat me? Just because you're an invincible king? Just because you're an elder?" "My title of Central Emperor was earned through fighting, and it's still applicable to you." Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, and carried a biting cold aura that spread in all directions. Hearing this, the surrounding people felt their scalps tingle. They had goosebumps all over their bodies. Fuck! He really dared to go against the invincible king. Moreover, his attitude was so unyielding. No one dared to believe it. The White Wolf King's expression was even colder. He had said so much just to make the other party kneel down and obediently accept his punishment. But the other party didn't seem to care at all, and even seemed to want to fight with him. Was this kid's brain flooded with water? "You don't know what's good for you. Looks like the title of Central Emperor has already made you dizzy. Alright, I'll teach you a lesson today and let you know the power of an invincible king." At this point, his eyes became incomparably cold, and his body emitted an incomparably terrifying killing intent. In the next moment, he raised his palm and slapped forward. An incomparably horrifying power gushed out in all directions, instantly engulfing Lin Xian. The White Wolf King was an invincible king. His strength was terrifying, and the moment he attacked, his strength far exceeded that of a peerless mighty figure. Even a peerless mighty figure at the peak of the 8-star realm couldn't be compared to him. Boom! Get lost! Lin Xian raised his hand and threw out 3 mountains. They shook heaven and earth and collided with the palm floating over in the sky. He didn't immediately activate the Black Duo because he felt that with his current physique and strength, he could already compete with an invincible king. Sure enough, in the sky, the 3 mountains shattered. Lin Xian kept retreating, but he wasn't injured. He blocked it. "What? This kid really blocked the attack of an invincible king. This was no longer a casual palm strike. This invincible king clearly had killing intent, but Lin Xian was still able to block it. It was too shocking. The White Wolf King was also surprised that the other party actually blocked it. He narrowed his eyes, and his gaze was as sharp as a blade as he stared at the other party. I heard that you have the 9-yang divine body. It seems that it's true. All right, I'll capture you and ask for the cultivation method of the 9-yang divine body. His eyes erupted with a resplendent light. The 9-yang divine body could allow a 7-star mighty figure to block the attack of an invincible king. This was absolutely shocking. If he could obtain and cultivate it, wouldn't that mean that he would be able to resist the attack of a saint at the invincible king realm? Thinking of this, his heart burned with passion. He had to obtain this divine body. Now, it was no longer as simple as the other party provoking him. He was already filled with killing intent towards Lin Xian. In the next moment, he attacked again. This time, his strength was even stronger than before. A palm transformed into a white wolf and descended from the sky, wanting to capture Lin Xian. A mere white wolf dared to compete with a true dragon. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his palm, the surrounding sword she soared. A giant dragon roared out and fought with the white wolf in the sky. At the same time, he frantically absorbed the power of the blood pool again. This power was all integrated into the great dragon sword soul, causing the great dragon sword soul to quickly recover. 9 dragon-shaped sword she blocked the white wolf's palm. This scene made everyone feel incredulous. Even the White Wolf King was shocked. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. It was really surprising that the other party had the strength to contend with him. Kid, I'd like to see how many moves you can block from me. The White Wolf King sneered. With a wave of his palm, endless spiritual energy turned into a wolf-headed saber that descended from the sky. Under the saber, the wind and clouds surged, and the mountains and rivers shattered. The people in the distance trembled and found that they couldn't move. This was the power of an invincible king. Just the aftermath of this saber strike was enough to make them extremely shocked. One could imagine what kind of terrifying attack Lin Xian had suffered. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and directly summoned the 9-story pagoda. He grabbed the pagoda with both hands and kept enlarging it. It turned into a mountain and directly blasted it out. There was a clang. Many people were stunned, and the white wolf's saber was blocked in midair. The 9-story pagoda also stopped there. Lin Xian felt his arms go numb. He had to admit that the power of an invincible king was too strong. Previously, when he killed an invincible king, he used the Hei-Tu to seal the invincible king's cultivation, suppressing it to the late stage of 8-star. Chapter 27-26. Even though he had the 9-yang divine body, his blood was still boiling. Fortunately, his divine body had become stronger and was not damaged. Sensing this, Lin Xian laughed 3 times. He quickly moved his arm and crazily waved the 9-layered pagoda. At the same time, he grabbed the flood dragon's scissors with his other hand. The 2 flood dragons also attacked. He used the 2 half-saint artifacts and attacked crazily, causing the wolf-head blade in the sky to tremble. Damn kid, you're courting death. Seeing that his opponent not only blocked his attack, but also wanted to counterattack, the White Wolf King was furious. As the saber slashed down, it was as if a divine wolf had pounced on Lin Xian. The earth-shattering power caused the blood in Lin Xian's body to churn. The 2 half-saint artifacts were also trembling non-stop. Kid, I didn't expect you to have so many treasures. You even have 2 half-saint artifacts. After I kill you, all of them will be mine. The White Wolf King was too excited. This kid's wealth was too rich. Even he was envious of him. Lin Xian felt a great sense of danger. He fought back crazily. The 9-yang divine body released divine fire, and the 2 half-saint artifacts in his hands were even more powerful. The 2 of them exchanged more than 30 moves. The surrounding space shattered and a sea of blood surged. The blood-red heart was beating crazily. It was a scene of apocalypse. Lin Xian kept retreating. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The White Wolf King's face was also gloomy. After more than 30 moves, he still couldn't take down his opponent. He only managed to injure him. He couldn't believe it. If word got out, everyone in the world would be shocked. Kill! Lin Xian roared. The Flood Dragon's scissors once again turned into a Flood Dragon and charged out, instantly entangling the White Wolf King. This Flood Dragon scissors is truly a treasure. Unfortunately, your strength is simply too weak. The light around his body turned into countless divine wolves and forced the Flood Dragon back. Too strong. As expected of an invincible king. Even a half-saint artifact couldn't do anything to him. Yes, Lin Xian was very strong, but he was still of the younger generation. Against an invincible king, he had no chance of winning. Quite a few people shook their heads and sighed. Some of them even sneered. This brat was definitely going to die. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He put away the Flood Dragon's sword and the 9-layered pagoda. His body was still glowing. What? Are you giving up on resisting because you know you're going to die? Obediently hand over the 2 half-saint tools first. The White Wolf King laughed wildly. I'm scared. What a joke. Next I'll show you my true strength. The light in Lin Xian's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He slowly grasped the dragon-shaped sword in the blood pool. What did true power mean? Could it be that this brat had not used his full strength before? How could this be? What a joke. He had even taken out 2 quasi-sage tools. What else did he have? Saint's Hand Bone and Flower Protector? It's almost as powerful as a half-saint tool. That's right, this kid is obviously bragging. These people didn't dare to believe it. The White Wolf King even sneered. Brat, stop boasting. What other trump cards do you have? Show them all. You can't hurt me at all. The White Wolf King was disdainful. However, his smile soon froze. His face even became gloomy and ugly. That was because a dragon-shaped sword shadow had appeared in the blood pool in front of him. The sword shadow was like a swimming dragon that circled in the sky. When it appeared, it emitted an extremely powerful aura. Even he felt a sense of threat, and his heart thumped wildly. The surrounding people were even more stunned and speechless. Many of them were prostrating on the ground. They were suppressed by this power and couldn't stand up at all. It's too terrifying. What is that? Heavens, this kid actually has a treasure. Is that a dragon? He's actually holding a dragon in his hand. No one knew. No one knew what Lin Xian was holding in his hand. The White Wolf King's eyes also emitted a piercing cold light. He could feel that the dragon-shaped sword shadow in his opponent's hand was even more terrifying than the 2 half-saint tools. This is a supreme treasure. I must get it. The White Wolf King's eyes burned with killing intent again. Kid, it seems like you're really a gift boy. Don't worry, I'll give you a quick death. I won't let you suffer so much. Who asked you to give me so many treasures? Ha ha! He laughed loudly again. In the next moment, 5 white wolves rushed out from his body. Each of them was extremely powerful. They were like real divine beasts as they roared in the sky. The 5 white tigers rushed downwards in a frenzy and enveloped Lin Xian. The terrifying aura directly pierced through the blood pool and shattered the void. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian's expression turned solemn. He took a deep breath and slowly raised the dragon-shaped sword shadow in his hand. At this moment, the dragon-shaped sword shadow was still surrounded by endless blood. That was the blood in the blood pool that had not been completely absorbed. Therefore, the dragon-shaped sword shadow carried a monstrous blood aura. Kill! With a furious roar, the dragon-shaped sword shadow slashed down wildly. Streaks of dragon-shaped sword chi burst forth and collided with the 5 white wolves in the sky, releasing destructive energy. 5 wolves sky blade. The White Wolf King waved his long blade, and the 5 white wolves let out earth-shattering roars. Every white wolf was an earth-shattering blade light. When they collided with the dragon-shaped sword chi, the power was not inferior to the collision of 2 half-step sacred artifacts. With a boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless large cracks spread in all directions, and the surrounding people were all pushed back. Shinjingqiu let out a delicate cry. Purple chi surrounded her body and wrapped her body. The martial artists of Immortal Palace and Purple Afterglow Holy Land also quickly retreated. Woo 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 woo, the snow-white little monkey also jumped out and stared ahead without blinking. In front, the true dragon and the white wolves were fighting, destroying everything. Terrifying divine power was vast and mighty, and terrifying energy was everywhere. In the end, Lin Xian waved the ancient dragon abyss sword again and killed in all directions, destroying all the violent energy. In an instant, the sky was clear again, and large cracks spread rapidly. Behind him, the dragon sword's spiritual domain turned into a dragon head and crazily absorbed the blood pool's energy. In front, the White Wolf King's face was gloomy. Kid, I have to say, you are really surprising. You can actually fight with me for so long. However, this also shows how terrifying the 9-yang divine body and the dragon-shaped sword in your hand are. After I get it, I can definitely contend against a saint. He was really too excited. He didn't expect to get such a great opportunity here. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. An invincible king was definitely not weak. He was stronger than any of the geniuses. He definitely surpassed the number 1 genius. There was nothing he could do. The other party was not of the younger generation, but a super expert who had lived for thousands of years. Moreover, the other party's talent was definitely top-notch. The fact that Lin Xian was able to contend with him had already stunned everyone. However, it was still not enough. Not only that, his goal was the great emperor. He believed that when the great emperor was young, he could definitely defeat an invincible king. Therefore, he had to do it today. With a furious roar, the 9-yang divine body on his body bloomed with dazzling light and turned into a golden war god. Lin Xian's entire body seemed to have turned into a divine sword, cooperating with the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. One with the sword. Heavens, this kid could actually reach this realm so easily. In the distance, many swordsmen exclaimed. The White Wolf King sneered. One with the sword is powerful, but I can also achieve it. He also merged with his frenzied blade, emitting a peerless aura. Kid, your strength is not enough to threaten me. The White Wolf King sneered. I will let you know what it means to be a true king of killing kings. He took a step forward and soared into the air. 5 divine wolves appeared behind him again. These 5 were not the same as the previous ones, but 5 different colors. Each of them was extremely terrifying and carried an extremely shocking power. These were 5 heaven and earth variants. Heavens, this White Wolf King is too terrifying. He actually killed 5 wolf-type heaven and earth variants. Their souls had fused with their own saber intent. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to defy the heavens? What, are you saying that those are the souls of 5 peerless demon kings? The surrounding people were terrified. It had to be said that this White Wolf King was too terrifying. Indeed, these 5 phantoms were like peerless demon kings, roaring fiercely. Their bodies bloomed with tens of thousands of rays of light, and their terrifying killing intent connected into a cage, completely enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood in the sea of blood, his body emitting light. The sword chi in his hand surged. He had fused with the sword, becoming a sword god. Waving the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand, waves of shocking sword chi fought against the phantoms of the 5 great demon beasts. Strike after strike, the heavens fell and the earth cracked, the seas dried up and the rocks crumbled. The entire blood pool was completely destroyed, and the endless sea of blood surrounded it, looking even more ferocious. The blood-colored heart was also beating, floating in the sky. It seemed to want to freeze one side. Kid, stop struggling. You have no chance of winning. In front of me, you can only die. The White Wolf King sneered sinisterly. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. I was wondering what kind of elder you were. It seems that you have just entered the invincible king realm less than 200 years ago. He had the heavenly secret divine eyes and saw through the other party's secret. The White Tiger King snorted coldly. His secret was actually discovered by the other party. He didn't expect the other party's eyes to be so sharp. Humph, but so what if it's 200 years? I'm still an invincible king after all. As long as I have your treasure, I can completely kill those old invincible kings. The White Wolf King sneered sinisterly. Indeed, he had become an invincible king in the recent 150 years. Although he had only become an invincible king for a short time, once he entered the invincible king realm, his energy was completely different from that of a peerless almighty. With a wave of his hand, he could easily kill a peerless almighty. Yes. Chapter 27:27. It's just 5 demonic souls. Do you really think I can't resist? Lin Xian's voice was cold. He roared angrily, and his body trembled and emitted tens of thousands of rays of light. The entire sky shattered. The surrounding sea of blood surged, and the dragon-shaped sword shadow roared. It transformed into a true dragon and crazily absorbed the surrounding blood-colored light. Kill! He held the dragon-shaped sword shadow in his hand and swung it around. Terrifying sword light swept across heaven and earth. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a god of death. The people in the distance trembled. It was too terrifying. No one below the invincible king level could resist such a sword technique. It could definitely threaten invincible king level cultivators. Lin Xian had probably surpassed the younger generation. Yeah, why do I feel that he really has the ability to kill the other party? Stop joking. He can kill the other party? How is that possible? Isn't that heaven-defying? As soon as they finished speaking, their bodies trembled. This was because a pair of golden eyes had appeared behind Lin Xian's back, giving off a mysterious aura. Another trump card had been revealed. Everyone was shocked. The White Wolf King's expression also changed. The other party was too powerful. He had a powerful battle constitution, terrifying attacks, and now mysterious eyes. Those eyes made his soul tremble. The other party's sword light made his body and heart feel cold. Damn it, 5 wolves devour the sky. Attack! The White Tiger King also roared angrily. He was being suppressed by a brat. In the next moment, the 5 demonic wolf shadows behind him rushed over. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. Roar! At this moment, another loud roar sounded. Then, 5 demonic wolf shadows appeared on Lin Xian's side. Each of them was extremely ferocious, exactly the same as the White Wolf King. Their auras were exactly the same. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The White Wolf King's pupils constricted. Damn it, how is this possible? How does the other party know my cultivation technique? Die, brat! He was furious. He had discovered that the other party had too many secrets. He had to kill the other party. However, the more he fought, the more shocked he became. Not only was the other party's appearance similar, but his power was also as strong as his. What's going on? The White Wolf King was extremely anxious. He had unknowingly been affected by the pair of golden eyes, and his mood was becoming more and more irritable. Impossible! How could he know my technique and divine ability? How did he do it? Actually, if the White Wolf King had calmed down, he would have been able to analyze the situation. This was not his mystique, but now, he was too shocked and anxious. The golden eye in the sky possessed an incomparably terrifying eye technique. Even an invincible king would slowly fall victim to it. Therefore, he now firmly believed that Lin Xian knew his mystique. However, Lin Xian really didn't know his divine ability. He had seen his opponent's divine ability, and then used his great dragon sword soul to simulate it. However, its power was truly incomparably terrifying. Kill the 10 demonic tigers fought in the sky, destroying everything in their path. At the same time, they disappeared from the sky. The White Wolf King also spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was extremely wretched, and even his face had turned pale. He didn't realize that the light in his eyes had dimmed, and he was on the verge of collapsing. The White Wolf King still fell for it. The experts in the distance were shocked, and the other young disciples were puzzled. What was going on? Did you see the golden eyes? Don't forget that Lin Xian was an expert in soul illusion techniques. Are you saying that the White Wolf King was attacked by a soul attack? That was impossible. The other party was an invincible king, and his soul was extremely powerful. Was Lin Xian's soul already able to contend against an invincible king? Someone exclaimed. The others also frowned. Even if his soul power was equivalent to an invincible king, it was impossible for him to hurt the White Wolf King. What was the White Wolf King's standard? These people didn't quite believe it, but the older generation figures shook their heads. Not necessarily. If he launched a fierce attack, the White Wolf King would naturally counterattack and defend. However, he was clearly boiling a frog in warm water. He released that very slow and hidden illusion technique, stirring up the anxiety in the White Tiger King's heart, making him uneasy. This way, the White Tiger King would fall deeper and deeper into the illusion. As expected, the White Tiger King didn't even know that he had fallen for the illusion technique. Buzz! Lin Xian seized this opportunity, and the great dragon sword soul and heavenly secret divine eyes erupted together. At the same time, he heavily injured the White Wolf King. With a bang, the White Wolf King screamed and flew out. His soul had been impacted. There was even a sword mark on his body that almost split him in half. The blood of an invincible king instantly spilled into the void. Ah! The White Wolf King screamed in the sky, rolling and rolling, looking extremely miserable. His voice shattered the void in all directions. The martial artists of the Holy Land who were watching the battle also resisted crazily. This sound wave was too terrifying, causing their blood and qi to churn. He was injured. An invincible king was actually injured. Was this Lin Xian's method? It was too terrifying. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and their bodies trembled. Those who were eyeing Lin Xian previously were even more terrified. Even an invincible king was no match for him? This was really the bearing of a young heavenly emperor. Impossible! How could you possibly injure me? How could you possibly break through my defenses? The White Wolf King screamed. He was too shocked. Not only did the other party break his divine ability, but he was also injured. Especially this sword strike, which almost cut him in half. One had to know that he was an invincible king. His defense was much stronger than that of a peerless mighty figure. In fact, ordinary peerless mighty figures couldn't even break through his defense. However, the other party wasn't even a peerless mighty figure. Just a mere mighty figure was enough to seriously injure him. He couldn't believe it. What exactly was that dragon-shaped sword shadow in the other party's hand? Also, when did he fall for an illusion? Those golden eyes were too terrifying and mysterious, like the eyes of a god. For a moment, he actually felt fear towards the young man in front of him. Kid, how dare you hurt me? I'll kill you! The White Wolf King's body shone with boundless light and quickly healed his wounds. At the same time, he swallowed 2 strange petals to recover his soul power. They had never seen such a scene in their lives. Now that they saw it, they were so scared that they peed their pants. In front, the White Wolf King's face was pale, and his eyes were cold. Terrifying killing intent swept through the 9 heavens like the Milky Way. The entire Bone Palace began to tremble rapidly. Waves of air swept through the 9 heavens. It was over. The White Wolf King was completely enraged. That kid was in trouble. Everyone trembled. Many people knelt on the ground, and even more people frantically retreated. Probably no one could withstand the anger of an invincible king. Kid, you're the first young man who dared to hurt me. I'll tear you to pieces. The White Wolf King's body shone with boundless light, forming a king's domain that pressed down like 100,000 mountains. Lin Xian let out a long howl, and sword light rose from his body and swept through the 9 heavens. What invincible king! You're just SOSO. Chapter 27-28. If you provoke me, I'll kill you! Lin Xian also emitted a cold killing intent. As soon as these words came out, the wind and clouds changed color. Thunder actually fell from the sky. The others were even more terrified. Lin Xian actually wanted to kill the invincible king? Their faces were filled with shock. Fuck, this boast was too big. Although they believed that the other party could contend against an invincible king. However, this and killing an invincible king were two different concepts. Perhaps the invincible king could injure the other party because of carelessness, but killing an invincible king was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. There were so many land cards of invincible kings. Sure enough, when he heard this, White Tiger King's expression turned cold. The frenzied blade in his hand emitted a terrifying killing intent. Kill me? What a big tone! Today, I'll see how you're going to kill me! His body changed, turned into a stream of light, and quickly charged down. The frenzied blade in his hand continued to grow bigger, like a heavenly river, emitting a terrifying demonic aura, shattering the void that filled the sky. Humph! Lin Xian waved his hand, and the dragon sword shadow resisted the attack. With a clang, the sky fell and the earth cracked, blocking the terrifying frenzied blade. The surrounding sea of blood split open, and the heart also beat in pain. Seeing this scene, White Wolf King's expression turned cold. He had already seen the power of Lin Xian's dragon-shaped sword shadow, so he naturally knew that the other party could block it. However, he still had his trump card. Sure enough, black and white patterns appeared on the frenzied blade. It was as if a peerless demon king had come to life. The white pattern floated out, and it was even more terrifying than his treasured blade. It directly shattered the void. Even Lin Xian felt a chill down his spine. With a whoosh, these black and white patterns slashed onto Lin Xian's body. Boom! Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body actually cracked, and blood burst out, dyeing his body red. What? The 9-yang divine body was injured. The 9-yang divine body was broken? Heavens! What exactly were those black and white patterns? It was too terrifying. Everyone was stunned. The 9-yang divine body was extremely masculine. Not only was its attack power extremely strong, but its defense power was also not weaker than a saint body. Such a terrifying physique was actually injured. One had to admit that invincible kings were truly terrifying. Lin Xian also spat out a mouthful of blood as he retreated, blood flowing from his body. His expression was ferocious as he roared and frantically absorbed the surrounding sea of blood to repair his 9-yang divine body. It had to be said that his opponent was indeed very strong, but he would not be defeated. Seeing that the other party was repairing his body, the White Wolf King roared furiously. Brat, you don't have a chance! Although the 9-yang divine body is good, you are still too weak. Today, I will let you know the true power of an invincible king. Level 8 collapse. He clenched his left hand into a fist and punched out. On his fist, there were also alternating black and white lines that complemented his punch. Octane Blast was an extremely frightening martial art. After mastering it to the large success stage, 8 hidden forces would stack together and become extremely frightening. It could destroy everything. Moreover, it was incomparably strange and impossible to guard against. Evidently, this White Tiger King had already cultivated to the great accomplishment realm. 8 waves of energy surged over one after another like the waves of the sea. The void in front of him shattered in an instant, forming a terrifying black hole. The warriors in the distance were also sent flying by this energy, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. This attack could be said to be earth-shattering. Not to mention the younger generation, even invincible kings of the same level would not dare to face it head-on. Lin Xian also felt a peerless crisis. He held the dragon shadow sword with both hands and raised it high above his head. At this moment, he had become one with the dragon-shaped sword shadow, and countless sword lights enveloped him. The sword light that seemed to have transformed into a giant dragon instantly rushed forward. Dragonman unification. In the sky, a dragon's roar sounded. Then, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire sky was completely split into 2 halves. Boom! 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 The intense collision and world-destroying divine light made the Bone Palace shake non-stop. Outside, the ground within thousands of miles was cracking. The impact of this blow was too terrifying. Even the warriors and geniuses who were fighting in the other bone palaces raised their heads in horror. Where did this terrifying aura come from? It was too powerful. Were invincible kings fighting? Tseng Tianya, someone of this level, had also made a move? Countless people trembled. Between heaven and earth, the black and white lines were completely cut open. The White Tiger King's fist was also split open, revealing white bones. Screams rang out, and blood splattered everywhere. The light on the White Wolf King's body dimmed. The octane collapse was extremely terrifying. Its terrifying power made the other invincible kings not dare to face it head-on. But now, the 8 types of power were destroyed by the other party's sword. There was even an extremely terrifying sword chi at his wound that entered his body and wildly destroyed it. The aura and meridians in his body were impacted. And the sharpness of this sword chi was something he could not erase in a short period of time. This was too unbelievable. He, an invincible king, could not erase the sword intent of an almighty? He could not believe it. Damn it, get out of my way! He roared crazily, and the power in his body surged, turning into a ferocious wolf that charged in all directions, wanting to erase this sword intent. At the same time, the frenzied blade in his hand swung wildly, forming streaks of murderous aura that charged forward. It couldn't be helped. The other party's unification of dragon and swords still existed and had not disappeared. Lin Xian still arrived in front of the White Wolf King. The two were very close to each other. In fact, Lin Xian could even feel the White Wolf King's breathing. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. How was it? Were you very shocked? Very surprised? Let me tell you, it's very easy for me to kill you. It's just that I don't want to use that trump card. Damn it! Damn it! He was suppressed at such a close distance by a young junior. What was even more despicable was that the other party had said such arrogant words. This made his lungs explode with anger. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and white smoke rose from the top of his head. Damn brat, don't even think about provoking me. He knew that the other party was trying to provoke him, and wanted to use the illusion again. He would not give the other party a chance. Provoke you? You're too naive. What I said is the truth. You can't do it like this. Although you've become an invincible king, this is also your limit. It's impossible to take another step forward. And my ultimate goal is the great emperor. An emperor. You can't be compared to me at all. Today, you'll be my stepping stone. Obediently kneel on the ground and become the soil under my feet. The light in Lin Xian's eyes became more and more resplendent, and the aura on his body became more and more powerful. That was the belief of invincibility. In the distance, the older generation figures were also shocked. So powerful. Too powerful. That was the belief of invincibility. He had actually condensed the belief of invincibility. It was really too rare among the younger generation. Yes, this kind of belief could only be condensed by very few people. His aura was too powerful, and not many people could contend against it. This White Wolf King was probably in danger. Sure enough, the White Wolf King was also shocked. The aura that the other party emitted was too powerful. It was so powerful that he could not face it. This was not energy, but a kind of belief. It was close to Tao, but different from Tao. It was unclear, but it existed. Once this belief was born, it would stimulate the potential of a cultivator. This was a realm that he dreamed of but could never reach. At this moment, it was being used by a young man right in front of him. Could it be that the other party really had the potential of a young man? Chapter 27-29. He couldn't accept it. How could he lose to a brat? In the next moment, he roared angrily, and a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. A terrifying power surged in his body. On his left index finger, a black ring emitted a bright light, forming a mysterious power. This light was too terrifying. It was so bright that everyone couldn't open their eyes. They even felt that their souls were being suppressed. Oh no, what kind of ring was this? They didn't expect the White Wolf King to have such a weapon. It was too terrifying. This ring was specially made to restrain Ling Xian's soul power. Not only that. That brat probably couldn't sense anything. They were right. Lin Xian had closed his eyes, and his soul power was blocked. Ha 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 ha, die brat. The White Tiger King laughed sinisterly again. Ling Xian was now blind and couldn't catch any of his movements. Thinking of this, he moved quickly and slashed with the treasured sword in his hand. The sword slashed on Ling Xian's body, creating a loud sound. Lin Xian was hit and retreated. A few cracks appeared on his body, and he was about to be killed. At this moment, Lin Xian roared angrily. Get lost! His sound waves contained the energy of the great dragon sword soul, forming sword waves that swept in all directions. Block, 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 block. Many sword waves blasted on the sword light, creating a shocking collision and blocking the terrifying sword light that filled the sky. Not only that, but the White Wolf King was also pushed back. Damn it, brat! Let's see how long you can resist. The ring on the White Wolf King's hand shone again. Lin Xian snorted. Do you really think your ring is invincible? You want to block my gaze? You really don't know what's good for you. He roared angrily, and a pair of golden eyes appeared behind him, emitting a mysterious vortex. Those golden eyes were too terrifying. Even if they overflowed with light, they weren't affected at all. Even the light in the sky was sucked away by the golden vortex in the god's spiritual eye. Kill! Lin Xian was truly enraged. He took out 2 more half-step sacred tools and even took out the flower protector. A terrifying power swept across the sky. One of the White Wolf King's arms was chopped off, and his body was also split open. Lin Xian's body also split open, and countless cracks appeared on it. It almost cracked open. Both of them were seriously injured, but Lin Xian's recovery ability was too terrifying. The great dragon sword spirit and 9 yang divine bodies might were boundless, and they recovered in an instant. Moreover, the aura on his body was becoming more and more terrifying. This scene made the White Wolf King's expression abnormally ugly. Damn brat, just you wait, today's matter isn't over. After saying this, he turned into a stream of light, turned around, and ran into the distance. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were stunned. Run! A mighty invincible king had actually run away. This was simply inconceivable. Invincible kings were existences that stood at the pinnacle of the world. They could kill an 8-star pinnacle expert with just a single palm strike. However, he couldn't beat Lin Xian. Everyone swallowed their saliva when they saw this scene. Lin Xian snorted coldly and swallowed several heavenly treasures to recover from his injuries. He ignored the White Tiger King and stared at the blood-colored heart in the sky. The most important thing now was to recover his strength. When he had enough strength, he could completely kill the White Tiger King. He would remember this grudge. The next time he met the other party, he would definitely kill the other party. Lin Xian stretched out his palm. The golden palm covered the sky and earth, turning into 5 dragons that enveloped the heart of 10,000 blood. Boom! Boom! The heart of 10,000 blood crazily charged, but it couldn't escape at all. Lin Xian's palms slowly healed and completely grabbed the heart of 10,000 blood. However, at this moment, an angry roar sounded. The surrounding sea of blood surged, turning into vengeful spirits and malicious spirits that charged towards Lin Xian. He was courting death. Lin Xian stomped his foot, and a terrifying force formed ripples that spread out in all directions. All the ghostly forces and spirits were destroyed. After one strike, heaven and earth shattered, and nothing could exist. Lin Xian retracted his palm and completely grabbed the blood-colored heart. In the next moment, he would move his dragon-shaped sword shadow and pierce through the blood-colored heart. Pfft! A miserable sound rang out, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. Blood mist drifted in the sky, enveloping Lin Xian. The surrounding sea of blood surged into the sky as if the world was about to be destroyed. Lin Xian relied on his strong body to remain unmoved and firmly grab the escaping heart. The dragon-shaped sword shadow crazily absorbed the energy inside. The rain of blood hit his body, making sizzling sounds. If it was an ordinary supreme expert, he would have been pierced through long ago. However, the nine-yang divine body was very terrifying. It didn't pierce through, but it still lost a lot of blood. This just happened to temper Lin Xian's body even more. The dragon roar and sword cry rang out. The dragon sword so crazily devoured the energy in the blood-colored heart. The huge blood-colored heart was beating rapidly, and it was slowing down at a speed visible to the naked eye. The aura of the dragon sword soul was becoming more and more terrifying. The absorption speed was very fast. After about 2 hours, the blood-colored heart became only the size of a fist. After another incense stick's worth of time, the heart was only the size of a walnut. In the end, it was crystal clear like a blood-red fruit. Lin Xian didn't let the dragon sword soul absorb anymore. Instead, he absorbed it directly. This was because this was already very pure energy. After absorbing it, he set up a formation to protect him. He sat down cross-legged and quickly absorbed it. A day later, Lin Xian opened his eyes, and a thunderous sound came from his body. A vortex appeared above his head, and hurricanes danced around him, sweeping in all directions. In the distance, those people were terrified. Many of them didn't leave, waiting for the final result. That kid broke through. Peak 7-star. Heavens, he actually broke through again. His speed was too fast. Originally, he could contend against an invincible king. With this breakthrough, could he kill an invincible king? Everyone didn't dare to imagine. How terrifying was his dragon sword shadow? This was what everyone was more concerned about. However, the dragon sword shadow had already entered Lin Xian's body, and others couldn't sense it at all. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up, and his face was full of excitement. This time, not only did he break through to the peak of 7-star, but his dragon sword soul had also improved further. His combat strength had increased exponentially. Previously, he had to use all of his trump cards to be able to contend against an invincible king. Now, he didn't need to use so much at all. As long as he sent out the dragon sword shadow, he was confident that he could kill the other party. This was the power brought about by the recovery of the dragon sword soul. White Wolf King, don't let me meet you again, or it will be your death date. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a piercing cold light. There must be more secrets in this bone palace. He thought that he would be able to meet the other party again. At that time, he wouldn't let the other party go. Lin Xian turned around and met up with Xin Jingqiu and the others. Soon, he narrowed his eyes and didn't move. Because at this moment, Xin Jingqiu was also in a strange state. A spirit power vortex appeared above her head. Not only above her head, but there were also 3 in all directions, surrounding her. All the spirit energy in the entire space was poured into her body. What a magical physique! Could it be that this was the legendary spirit body? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Gradually, he became surprised because above Xin Jingqiu's head, the remaining blood seawater condensed into a blood-red bead. It was exactly the same as the one he swallowed previously. Chapter 2730. Many people looked at this scene with fiery eyes. After all, they had seen with their own eyes that Lin Xian had broken through after eating this thing. If others obtained it, they might be able to break through as well. Therefore, many pairs of fiery eyes looked over. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. A cold light appeared in his eyes as he swept his gaze in all directions. Those people trembled as if they had been doused with cold water. The fiery heat was quickly extinguished. Damn it, how dare they be greedy! If Lin Xian wanted to kill them, they probably wouldn't be able to resist at all. Retreat! One figure after another quickly retreated in a flash. Lin Xian guarded Xin Jingqiu by her side, waiting for her to wake up. Xin Jingqiu opened her eyes, raised her hand, and ate the red bead. Then, she sat down cross-legged. The cultivators of the Purple Dawn Holy Land were on guard. Lin Xian asked the people of the Immortal Palace to guard by her side. A day later, a terrifying aura also surged out of Shinjingqiu's body. Obviously, she had also broken through to the peak of 7 stars. Great, I broke through! Shinjingqiu was very happy. The people of the Purple Dawn Holy Land also cheered. Lin Xian smiled and said, Qiu is really powerful. Let's go. He pulled Shinjingqiu and the others and flew deeper into the palace. It wasn't just Lin Xian's bone palace. The other 8 bone palaces also had battles. They also obtained treasures. Murong Qingqing, No Flower, Yi Wudao, the prince of the great Xia dynasty, and the others all improved in strength. This kind of great opportunity could only be grasped by the top geniuses. The other cultivators trembled. These top geniuses and saints were too terrifying. They were already very terrifying. Now that their strength was increasing, how heaven-defying would they be? These people also flew deeper into the palace. However, they were soon swallowed by the white vortex and arrived at an even more fortuitous place. Where was this? The surrounding people were shocked. They seemed to have come out of the Bone Palace and arrived at the center of the 9 bone palaces. We're in! We broke through the array and came in. Those people cheered. Brother Xian! Murong Qingqing flew over from afar. Yi Wudao and the others also saw Lin Xian. Lin Xian also saw them. Of course, there were some others. After Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing met, they asked about the situation. Then, they looked around. The surroundings were extremely ancient and exuded an aura of vicissitudes. Obviously, this was something that had been passed down since ancient times, and it was very old, and no one seemed to have entered. I wonder what kind of treasures there are in this place. Shinjingqiu. The snow-white little monkey jumped out and looked around with its big eyes. Then, it excitedly pointed to the front. Lin Xian brought Shinjingqiu, Murong Qingqing, and the rest of the group and quickly flew over. Regarding the snow-white little monkey's treasure-seeking ability, he had no doubts at all. With Lin Xian leading the way, the group of people was extremely domineering. Wherever they passed, the crowd would give way. No one dared to stop them. Soon, they arrived in front. Lin Xian punched out, forming a terrifying hurricane that blew away all the fog. What was that? Shinjingqiu, Murong Qingqing, and the others cried out in surprise. The 3 great sage warriors behind were also shocked. They found that there were ancient stone pillars and mysterious altars in front of them. The altars were covered with runes, and they were engraved with terrifying runes that emitted a terrifying aura. Buzz! At this moment, 5 altars in front of them emitted a bright light. They emitted a vast energy, and then a drop of crystal clear blood floated out. When the blood appeared, everyone's heart sank, and they couldn't breathe. The weaker ones vomited blood. Retreat! The blood was too terrifying. Everyone was shocked. What the hell was that? How could it be more terrifying than all the blood in the blood pool? These people, including the Holy Sons, were all pushed away and watched from afar. Lin Xian's eyes emitted a golden light. He was shocked. Dragon's blood! It was dragon's blood! He had drunk the blood of a dark red divine dragon before, and the blood contained such terrifying energy. However, the energy contained in the blood in front of him was higher than that of the dark red divine dragon. It must have been even more terrifying when it was alive. Could this be the blood left behind by a sage-level dragon? Lin Xian's heart was beating wildly. The other Holy Sons, and the older generation experts were also crazy. What, this was dragon's blood? Heavens, it was too terrifying. A drop of blood could crush the 9 heavens. Did dragons really exist? That was for sure. Now, even dragon's blood had appeared. That was great. They had to get it. That was more precious than any other natural treasure. Indeed, dragon's blood was rare. Although Lin Xian had drunk it before, the dark red divine dragon's cultivation was still too low. Now that there was a sage-level dragon's blood, he naturally wanted it. There were 5 of them, hurry up. Some people couldn't take it anymore, and an overwhelming number of people rushed over. All the powerful experts of the younger generation and the older generation all made their moves, while the others had bitter expressions on their faces. They had no choice. Just the pressure of that drop of dragon's blood was enough to make them unable to resist. Not to mention snatching it. If they took 2 steps forward, their bodies would be crushed into a bloody mist. Therefore, these people could only wander around. The little white monkey was very fast. It turned into a flash of white light and shuttled through the void. However, when it got close to the altar and the dragon's blood, it was bounced back. It immediately grimaced in pain, but fortunately, it wasn't injured. With a whoosh, it jumped back to Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian also stopped and looked around. "Get out of here!" With a roar, the 9-yang divine body exploded with light. An incomparably terrifying power erupted like a volcano, sweeping in all directions. The surrounding people all used their king domains to resist. The weaker ones were directly sent flying by the energy. He wasn't the only one. At this moment, Yu Wudao, Gu Santong, Wu Qin, and the others also made a move. Such an incomparably precious dragon's blood was definitely theirs. Fortunately, there were 5 altars here, so Yu Wudao, Lin Xian, and Wu Qin, the 3 top prodigies who had received the title of titled prodigy, didn't fight. They each took 3 altars and looked around disdainfully. The competition for the other 2 altars was even more intense. Because there were no titled prodigies, and there were many holy sons and princes, the competition was very intense. Of course, that didn't mean that Lin Xian and the other 2 weren't fighting. Some of the stronger holy sons and the older generation experts rushed to the 3 altars. After all, in front of the dragon's blood, no one could stop them, be it Eastern Sage or Central Emperor. Qingqing, Qiu'er, protect yourselves. Lin Xian, Xining. Xin Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing were fighting for the other 2 altars. Lin Xian couldn't go over to help, so he could only warn them from afar. Don't worry, big brother Lin Xian. It won't be a problem, big brother Xian. The 2 of them responded. Lin Xian was also threatened. In an instant, dozens of figures appeared around them. Chapter 2731. These black figures all had cold expressions and powerful auras. They connected with each other, and formed a terrifying wave that enveloped the entire space where Lin Xian was. Boom! 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 The void trembled and the space cracked. Lin Xian fought with these dozens of terrifying people, forming a terrifying invisible force that swept in all directions. Terrifying black holes were floating around them. It was too terrifying. The others retreated crazily. There was nothing they could do. These 2 groups of people were too terrifying. Just the collision of invisible auras had caused such a terrifying scene. If they really fought, it would destroy the world. Therefore, those who were weak did not dare to get close to Lin Xian. The blood of dragons? I'll take it. A tall figure spoke. His voice was cold. 10,000 rays of light circulated around his body, and his aura was terrifying. It doesn't matter if you're a Central Emperor or not, you can't stop us. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, your end will be very miserable. That's right, no matter how strong you are, you're still from the younger generation. You can't fight against so many of us. Hurry up and get lost. The dragon blood is ours. A cold voice resounded, shaking the 9 heavens. A terrifying killing intent swept through the surroundings. If you want this dragon blood, let's see if you have the qualifications and ability. Lin Xian sneered. His 9-yang divine body bloomed with golden light. He was like a sun war god descending from the sky. Terrifying sword chi surged out from his body and swept through everything. Since that's the case, don't blame us for taking action. These people sneered. Although Lin Xian was powerful, they didn't think that he would be able to fight against them in such a situation. One had to know that these dozens of people were all terrifying peerless experts. At this moment, nothing could stop them. Boom! In an instant, the aura of dozens of people suddenly erupted, shattering heaven and earth. The sky was filled with light and terrifying divine abilities. They attacked Lin Xian from all directions. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. His eyes erupted with a biting cold light. He did not hold back at all. He pulled out the Dragon Abyss Valley sword and directly attacked. He used the Yin-Yang 8 steps and his speed reached the limit. In an instant, a great battle broke out. Not only them, but the other 4 altars were also in a fierce battle. As for Leaf Doudenier and Dustless, they were being attacked by powerful experts who were no weaker than Lin Xian. The other 2 altars were even more terrifying. The young geniuses and holy sons were all madly trying to snatch that drop of dragon blood. 1. A resonant dragon's roar resounded from Lin Xian's body. A dragon image rushed out, roaring in all directions. The surrounding void trembled, and the blood of the blood dragon trembled violently. The dragon blood surged, transforming into a giant dragon shadow. An incomparably terrifying pressure spread out, causing people to tremble. The expressions of the experts who had attacked also changed. Damn it, this brat can actually resonate with the dragon blood. How did he do it? The faces of these peerless experts were filled with shock. Previously, they had thought that they would definitely be able to kill the other party if they joined forces. But now, they realized that they were wrong. The other party's methods were simply too bizarre. Even if all of them attacked together, they still wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Especially now, the other party actually had such a strange connection with the dragon blood. 1. Lin Xian naturally summoned the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was a type of dragon sword soul. Naturally, it could form a connection with the dragon blood. Lin Xian wasn't surprised by this scene. He held the dragon-shaped sword and killed in all directions. Streaks of dragon-shaped sword chi danced in the air, sweeping across heaven and earth. The peerless experts were all sent flying while vomiting blood. Many of them were directly cut in half, and even more of their bodies were broken. They vomited large mouthfuls of blood and fled frantically. Blood spurted out, dyeing the void red. All sorts of wails and screams rang out. Lin Xian's side turned into azure hell. The scalps of those who were watching from afar went numb. They trembled continuously. This Central Emperor was really too terrifying. Yes, no one could defeat him. So many peerless experts joined forces, but they still couldn't do anything to him. Was he still human? Not only him, but Leaf Doudenier and Dustless were also incomparably powerful. Sure enough, everyone's gaze was also looking into the distance. Leaf Doudenier and Dustless were also suppressing a region. As expected of peerless geniuses who had obtained the title, they were indeed powerful. This was the thought in everyone's heart. A rain of blood fell. Lin Xian stood in the void like a fiend god. There was no one around him. Dozens of peerless experts joined forces, but they still couldn't resist the power of the dragon sword spirit. If others went up alone, they would only be courting death. Especially now, Lin Xian could resonate with the dragon blood. Such a strange thing made people even more afraid to act rashly. Damn kid, it's you again. You really aren't afraid of death. There are traces of you everywhere. In the distance, a cold voice sounded. The surrounding people all turned around and exclaimed, "An invincible king!" From the distant horizon, a figure flew over, turning into a stream of light and flying over quickly. A powerful aura suppressed everything. This aura made people despair. Even those peerless experts were shocked. Because this was the low profile of an invincible king. An invincible king, a 9-star king, the last stage of the king realm, was extremely powerful. Even an invincible king has made a move? That kid is dead for sure. Everyone was shocked. After all, invincible kings were godlike existences in their eyes. Of course, there were also some people who had experienced the Bone Palace with Lin Xian, and their expressions became very strange. They had seen with their own eyes that Lin Xian defeated the White Wolf King. The shock of that scene was still unforgettable even now. The invincible king who had arrived at this moment was the White Wolf King who had escaped earlier. After he left the Bone Palace, his injuries had completely recovered. Now that he saw the dragon blood, how could he not be excited? Even if the other party was very difficult to deal with, he had made up his mind to snatch one. You again? A defeated opponent still dares to be arrogant in front of me. I originally wanted to let you live, but since you're courting death, then don't blame me. Get over here and die! Lin Xian shouted coldly, his voice roaring in all directions. What? The others trembled, and their scalps went numb. Defeated opponent? The other party actually said that an invincible king was a defeated opponent? Wasn't this a joke? Most people's expressions changed, and a small number of people were extremely shocked. Sure enough, Lin Xian was too domineering. The White Wolf King's face was gloomy as he gnashed his teeth in anger. Damn brat, don't be arrogant. Last time, I was careless and let you get away with it. This time, I absolutely won't lose again. What did that mean? The surrounding people were dumbfounded. In that case, the invincible king in front of them was really defeated? Defeated at the hands of Lin Xian? Heavens, this was earth-shattering news. An invincible king was actually defeated by a young man. It was truly unbelievable to them. Chapter 2732. If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you a second time. Last time, I was lucky enough to let you escape. This time, I won't let you go. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and sword chi splashed out from his body. The great dragon sword soul rumbled, and terrifying sword waves surged out, sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Everyone trembled and couldn't help but want to kneel down. The White Wolf King's expression also changed. He realized that Lin Xian's strength was even stronger than when he fought with him previously. Damn it! He gritted his teeth. How long had it been? His opponent had improved again. This kind of improvement speed could be said to be terrifying. However, he would not admit defeat, because he knew that his opponent must have obtained the heart of 10,000 blood to become so powerful. And now, the effect of a drop of dragon blood definitely surpassed the heart of 10,000 blood. If he could obtain it, then his cultivation strength would instantly undergo an earth-shattering change. That was what he wanted the most. Therefore, he would not leave no matter what. He had to obtain the dragon blood. In the next moment, he snorted coldly and pulled out his frenzied blade. The aura on his body erupted like a comet, sweeping in all directions. The aura of an invincible king covered the sky and earth, spreading in all directions. The surrounding people prostrated on the ground, and the remaining people retreated crazily. Even the people on the other 4 altars looked over, and their breathing became heavy. An invincible king! Many people's pupils constricted. Yi Wudao and Wu Chen's expressions were also incomparably solemn. That was because the pressure that an invincible king gave them was also very great. The other saints and geniuses were even more as if they were facing a great enemy. They really couldn't handle such a person. Brother Xian, be careful. Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu were also extremely nervous when they saw this scene. Although the 2 of them had fought many saints and geniuses, they were very confident. However, against an invincible king, they still felt a lot of pressure. Kid, go to hell! The White Wolf King roared and slashed down with his frenzied blade, bringing about a storm. A terrifying blade light descended from the sky, carrying a murderous aura that filled the sky, slashing towards Lin Xian. This sword was too terrifying. It tore apart the entire sky. The incomparably vast saber light was so bright that people could not open their eyes. Lin Xian blasted out with his sword, releasing a Milky Way-like sword light to resist the saber light that filled the sky. Boom! Boom! The collision between the 2 brought about a thunderous sound. The void was torn apart as a terrifying energy swept through everything. The shattered saber lights transformed into wolf shadows and charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's 9 yang divine body blossomed like a blazing sun. The terrifying flames engulfed him, burning away all the saber lights. Boom! The White Wolf King moved again. This time, it opened its mouth and spat out a large white flag that fluttered in the wind. Countless wolf shadows swayed above, and the sky darkened. A terrifying demonic aura permeated the air, as if a peerless demonic king had awoken. One after another, wolf heads fell from the sky like meteors, opening their bloody mouths and biting towards Lin Xian. Every single one of them was incomparably real and could easily kill a peerless almighty. With so many pieces, it was truly an absolute fiendish divine ability. Heaven battling divine fist. Lin Xian waved his terrifying fists and punched out. The fists were like suns as they rushed into the sky. They shattered the hammers that filled the sky. It was as if he was not fighting against an illusion, but a real primordial demon king. Pooh! The White Wolf King opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood on the white flag. Boundless darkness surged out and covered the entire sky. Everyone trembled. They discovered that the power of the white flag had increased explosively once again. This should be a secret technique. The White Wolf King was furious. It seemed that he was going to go all out. The powerhouses were extremely shocked. Many of them quickly retreated, not daring to move forward anymore. The powerhouses fighting on the other altars also activated their king's domains to resist. The White Wolf King stood in the air, holding the white flag with both hands and waving it with all his might. Heavenly Wolf swallows the moon! A shocking scene appeared. The entire sky darkened completely. It was as if a black hole was about to swallow everyone. What kind of divine ability was this? It was too terrifying. Many people were swept by the darkness. Their bodies turned into blood and were sucked in. Not even their bones were left. This scene was like ice and snow meeting fire. It was impossible to resist. Lin Xian was also swallowed. The space he was in had completely fallen into a black hole. It's over. That kid has been swallowed. Ha 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 ha, he's dead meat. Brother Lin! Brother Xian! No flower! Murong Qingqing and the others also exclaimed. The others laughed loudly. When the White Wolf King saw this scene, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. What Central Emperor? It's not worth mentioning at all. The last time I lost to you was an accident. This time, you will definitely die. He waved the white flag and wanted to put it away. Suddenly, the white flag trembled violently. The terrifying black hole trembled and shattered with a loud bang. A golden figure charged out from within. It was Lin Xian. The 9-yang divine body released the power of divine fire. Sword light surrounded his body, and a terrifying killing intent rose from the clouds. You want to devour me with a mere black hole? You underestimate me too much. Buzz, buzz, buzz. He waved his ancient sword and punched out at the same time, directly shattering the white flag into pieces. The White Wolf King vomited blood and flew backward, his face full of shock. This was because he had spent hundreds of years refining this flag. It had long become one with him. At this moment, the white flag was broken, so he was naturally injured. Damn it, impossible! How could he be so powerful? The White Wolf King went crazy. Even invincible kings might not be able to break that white flag, but the other party had easily shattered it. How could the other party's combat strength increase so much? Could it be that the other party had other opportunities besides the heart of 10,000 blood? He didn't dare to imagine. How could he know that every time the great dragon sword soul awakened, the power it brought was incomparably terrifying? The current Lin Xian was completely different from how he used to be. The surrounding people also went crazy. Apart from a small number of warriors who had stayed with Lin Xian before, they knew about this scene. This was the first time the others had seen such a scene. They were terrified. They didn't dare to imagine that an invincible king would be injured. Moreover, he was injured by a young junior. Was this a dream? Damn it, that kid used an illusion again. Yes, this must be an illusion. How could this be real? Those people shouted crazily, their faces full of disbelief. In their opinion, Lin Xian's ocular technique was so strong that he must have used an illusion to trick them. However, those saints and geniuses cried out. They used a secret technique to break the illusion, but they found that it was useless. Because they weren't affected by the illusion. This was real. Chapter 2733. Lin Xian actually had the strength to injure an invincible king. This scene was really shocking. The White Wolf King's expression was cold. He swallowed the pill, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes. In the next moment, he raised his hand and threw out a few artifacts. The king's domain also surrounded his body. 1,000 Mountain Palm. With a boom, he struck out with his palm. A terrifying power rolled out, destroying the world. Countless palm shadows appeared in the sky, each of them transforming into a towering mountain that collapsed the void. This palm technique was extremely terrifying. It was also an extremely terrifying existence among the Heaven-tier martial arts. At this moment, when it was used by the White Wolf King, it was truly unparalleled. Mountains circled in the sky, emitting a mysterious aura, wanting to suppress Lin Xian. "Kid, go to hell!" Accompanying it was the White Wolf King's cold voice that echoed between heaven and earth. 9 Suns Divine Fist. Lin Xian sneered and waved his fist. A bright light lit up, and terrifying flames spread. Accompanied by the fist, he rushed out. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a sun god of war, sweeping through everything. The sound of an intense collision tore through the void, and a terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions. Countless figures vomited blood and were sent flying backward. The saints and prodigies also retreated. They were horrified to find that the endless mountains had been broken. Not only that, the terrifying fist also threatened the White Wolf King. Buzz! The White Wolf King quickly dodged, and the Heaven-tier artifacts beside him attacked crazily. The king's domain trembled and turned into a wolf phantom to protect him. Lin Xian changed positions and used the Yin-Yang 8 steps. With one step, he instantly arrived in front of the White Wolf King. He waved his fist and blasted a few artifacts away. The ancient dragon abyss sword slashed at the White Wolf King's body. Pfft! The White Wolf King vomited blood and was sent flying again. Lin Xian followed closely and kept attacking. This time, he would not let the White Wolf King go. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with shock. The weaker ones were so scared that they wet their pants. What kind of technique was this? Lin Xian was actually so strong that he was suppressing the White Wolf King. This was too terrifying. The White Wolf King was even more shocked. Although the other party had injured him last time, it seemed that he had used all of his strength. Half-saint tools and great weapons of mass destruction had all appeared, as well as that dragon-shaped sword Shadow. But now, the other party did not use any of these trump cards at all. Just his current strength alone was enough to injure him. If he used these trump cards, wouldn't his opponent be able to kill him? The White Wolf King was terrified. He did not know what the other party had experienced. However, he realized that he had underestimated the other party. He tried to run away. "Sky Frost Kick!" he roared angrily. His legs moved, turning into streaks of light that enveloped heaven and earth. A terrifying chill appeared, freezing the world. Lin Xian was completely frozen. The others trembled, their bodies covered in a thick layer of ice. Many of them were frozen into ice cubes. It was too terrifying. This was also one of the White Wolf King's ultimate techniques. He wanted to freeze Lin Xian and then escape. Seeing Lin Xian frozen in ice, the White Wolf King heaved a sigh of relief. He reached out with his large hand, wanting to snatch the dragon blood on the ancient altar. Then, he would leave. However, in the next moment, he screamed. A sword light lit up, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 lands, cutting through all the ice. This sword light was too stunning. Not only did it cut through all the cold air, but it also struck the White Wolf King's palm. Blood splattered, and the White Wolf King's hand was cut off. "Ah!" the White Wolf King screamed. His body shone with boundless light as he tried to heal his wound. However, his severed hand was directly turned into a bloody mist by Lin Xian's sword chi and could no longer be healed. "Damn it!" the White Wolf King roared angrily. He could only use his great ability to grow another arm. "It's useless. Stop growing it. Go to hell." A cold light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. He was much stronger than before, enough to kill the White Wolf King. The 9-layered pagoda and the flood dragon scissors were used by him. They were infused with the power of the great dragon sword soul and emitted an unparalleled energy. At the same time, the dragon sword domain spread out, covering a part of the world and completely enveloping the White Wolf King. Tens of thousands of swords she crisscrossed. The others couldn't see the situation inside at all. They could only hear intense collisions and angry roars. An hour later, the light dissipated, and a figure fell from the sky. It was the White Wolf King. His body was pierced by tens of thousands of swords, and his soul power was directly destroyed. His eyes were wide open, filled with endless fear and unwillingness. Dead. An invincible king was killed. Everyone was shocked and ran away like crazy. Heavens, what kind of method was this? It was too heaven-defying. These people didn't dare to make a move. An invincible king had always been a godlike existence in front of them, but now, he was killed by Lin Xian. This scene gave them too great of an impact. Not to mention these people, even the saints and geniuses were all scared. Yi Wudo and Dustless also had solemn expressions. Who else wants to compete with me for the dragon blood? Come out! Lin Xian pointed his sword in all directions. He put away the White Wolf King's storage ring and looked around coldly. The surrounding people shook their heads and quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. Because Lin Xian's gaze was like a divine sword, piercing through them. The older generation experts also had solemn expressions and didn't dare to make a move. Although dragon blood was good, one needed to be alive to enjoy it. Seeing that no one dared to make a move, Lin Xian coldly snorted. He turned and walked towards the ancient altar in front of him. Countless people looked over with envy. Lin Xian suppressed everyone. Did he really want to obtain the dragon blood? Even Yi Wudo and Dustless's eyes flickered because the experts on their side hadn't retreated. But soon, their pupils shrank, and a look of disbelief appeared in their eyes. It wasn't just the two of them. The surrounding people were stunned. Even Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. His gaze was gloomy as he stared ahead. That was because there was a figure in front of him, blocking his path. Who is this? How dare he act so recklessly? That's right. Lin Xian of the Central Emperor is so powerful. He can even kill an invincible king. Who is this person? Could it be another invincible king? I don't know. His aura is so mysterious. It makes my hair stand on end. An expert said in a deep voice. The others also had solemn expressions. Needless to say, the person who dared to come out at this time must be a peerless expert. Someone from the Yin-Yang sect? Lin Xian frowned. He had the heavenly secret god eyes, so he could naturally see that the other party had extremely strong Yin and Yang qi. Someone with such an aura must be from the Yin-Yang sect. You have good eyesight. You can see my aura at a glance. The person in front of him said in a deep voice. The surrounding people were in an uproar. What? He's from the Yin-Yang sect? Chapter 2734. That's right, he was indeed from the Yin-Yang sect. However, his Yin-Yang qi was very advanced and could transform into other auras. However, his origin energy was still Yin-Yang qi. An expert from the Yin-Yang sect? Even the Yin-Yang saint had been killed by him. There were probably no experts among the younger generation in the Yin-Yang sect who could compete with Lin Xian. That's right. Could he be an elder from the Yin-Yang sect? Everyone was discussing and guessing the identity of the person in front of them. Lin Xian was also very curious. Just as the people around him were discussing, he had killed the Yin-Yang sect saint. Who else in the younger generation could be his match? Could it be that this person was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years? It was just that he looked young. Tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people, Lin Xian said coldly. Listen up, I'm Song Mingqing. Remember this name. When you go to hell, don't make a mistake. The person in front of them was murderous. The others were stunned when they heard this name. However, the few experts' pupils shrank. Song Mingqing. It's him. It's actually him. He actually came out too. They were extremely shocked, as if they had seen a ghost. Who is this? Is this person very powerful? The young disciples around them looked at each other. They had never heard of this name. It's normal that you don't know. However, if I tell you his other title, you will know. A middle-aged man's eyes flickered as he spoke. He was the yin-yang saint of the previous generation. What? The yin-yang saint of the previous generation? Everyone was shocked and almost went crazy. The person in front of them was also a prodigy at the saint level. No, he was someone who surpassed the saint level. Although he was the saint of the previous generation, he was not more than 500 years old. If that was the case, he should be considered part of the younger generation. Indeed, at their level, it was very common for them to live for 2,000 to 3,000 years. Therefore, those below 500 years old were all part of the younger generation. Although Song Mingqing was the saint of the previous generation, he was only 400 years old. As for his strength, it was indeed very terrifying. Lin Xian was also very surprised when he heard this explanation. He did not expect the other party to be the yin-yang saint of the previous generation. This was really beyond his expectations. He narrowed his eyes and the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. What, you're in a hurry to die? If I kill you too, the yin-yang sect will be humiliated. That's right, he had already killed the yin-yang saint. If he killed another saint of the previous generation, the yin-yang sect would be humiliated. You yin-yang saint of the previous yin-yang saint of the previous generation. I've already stepped into the realm of invincible kings. You're no match for me at all. Song Mingqing. I yin-yang saint of the previous. Lin Xianyang saint of the Yu. There was a yin me is me saint Y. I saint Y yang saint. Song Mingqing took a step forward, and the aura on his body swept through the 9 heavens, shocking the surrounding people. Saint Yang Saint Chen, Saint Battle. Heavens, just how powerful is this Song Mingqing? Lin Yong. In the distance, Yi Wudao, Wu Chen, and the others were also shocked. They did not expect another saint to come to Lin Xian's side. The other saints were also shocked. Fortunately, the Saint Yin-yang saint of the previous generation was not here for them. This kid is dead for sure. Yes, he had offended the Yin-yang sect. Now, they had sent a Saint Yin-yang saint of the previous generation to take revenge. This kid was very powerful. He had just killed a Saint Yin-yang saint of the previous generation. Although the previous saint was powerful, it would not be easy for him to kill Lin Xian. Indeed, Lin Xian had many trump cards. What do you know? Song Mingqing was already very powerful when he was still a saint. He was one of the top saints. Moreover, he resigned from his position at a young age and went into seclusion to become a Saint Yin-yang saint. His talent was extraordinary. This time, he was confident that he would be able to kill Lin Yong. An expert told the Yin-yang saint of the previous generation. The Yin-yang sect members laughed wildly. They finally saw the hope of revenge. As expected, Song Mingqing's expression was cold. His body emitted a terrifying chill. This chill was much more terrifying than the sky frost kick used by the White Wolf King. Heaven and earth froze in an instant. The entire space condensed into one. Everyone felt their bodies stiffen, and they couldn't breathe. So powerful! Song Mingqing did not move at all, but he could emit such a terrifying chill. His strength was indeed much stronger than the White Wolf King. The onlooking martial artists retreated frantically. However, even if they retreated far away, they could not withstand the terrifying chill. Their bodies trembled, and their faces turned pale. Boundless cold chi coalesced in the void before him, forming a long spear that was tens of thousands of feet long. It pierced through the void and headed straight for Lin Xian. Song Mingqing had used the yin-yang qi to the extreme. The gray spear carried a bone-piercing chill and terrifying killing intent. It became the only thing in the world. Lin Xian frowned. He had to admit that Song Mingqing was indeed powerful. If it was before, he might not have been able to fight against him. However, his cultivation had broken through, and his great dragon sword soul had improved. His strength had also undergone an earth-shattering change. Therefore, he was not afraid of Song Mingqing at all. He snorted coldly and struck out with his palm. A golden palm covered the sky and the earth, carrying with it endless energy and terrifying heat. The light turned into balls of divine fire and spread to the surroundings. Lin Xian's fist was like a burning sun in the human world. The power of the purest yang had melted all of the cold qi. You want to freeze me with just a mere chill? You're too naive. Lin Xian released his 9 yang divine body and melted all the ice in the world. He looked ahead disdainfully. Show me what you've got. You'll see. Song Mingqing's gaze turned gloomy when he saw his opponent break through his yin qi so easily. 9 yang divine body. It seems that the legend is true. You really do have the 9 yang divine body. However, I wonder how far you've cultivated your divine body. If you're a piece of trash, I can still kill you. At this point, a ball of dazzling light rushed out of his body and shone between heaven and earth. Then, it turned into a huge figure. Yang Qi. Song Mingqing displayed the power of the Yang Qi again. The Yang Qi turned into a golden armored war god. It roared at the sky and was thousands of meters tall. Its entire body emitted a dazzling light. It emitted an earth-shattering power as if an ancient war god had awakened. Roar! With a furious roar, the golden armored war god's voice shattered the 9 heavens and 10 earths. So terrifying. What kind of divine ability is this? Sun God. Chapter 2735. This was the most terrifying divine ability of the Yin-Yang sect. It could only be evolved when one's Yang Qi was cultivated to an extremely high level. The previous Yin-Yang saint couldn't use such a Yang spirit at all. Because his cultivation level wasn't high enough, he couldn't use such a divine ability. However, this was nothing in front of Song Mingqing. He was an invincible king with terrifying strength. He could easily evolve the Yin-Yang sect's saint technique. Kid, you can die in peace. Song Mingqing laughed sinisterly and quickly waved his fists. Above him, the golden armored war god also attacked crazily with his movements. The terrifying fists were like meteorites and meteors, shaking the entire world. Endless light flickered, and the entire space was about to be pierced through. At this moment, Song Mingqing and the golden armored war god had merged into one, and it was very terrifying. The terrifying fist directly enveloped Lin Xian. Facing such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian was not afraid. He shouted, "Today, I'll let you see the power of my 9 yang divine body." His 9 yang divine body had also been improved in the blood pool in the Bone Palace. At this moment, he used his full strength, and mysterious runes appeared on his body and pulsed. They blocked the energy attacks that filled the sky. He was like a golden war god. He punched out. The 9 yang divine fist carried terrifying flames that swept through the world and blasted towards the golden fist above. Boom! 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 The 2 fists, one big and one small, collided in the air, erupting with 100,000 golden lightning bolts. The terrifying rumbling sound made many people bleed from their ears, and some directly fainted. The others frantically retreated, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. The world was illuminated by the terrifying light, and those people couldn't open their eyes. Crack! 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 Just as everyone was shocked, the sound of a mirror shattering came from the front. Small cracks appeared on the huge golden fist, and they quickly spread. Like a spiderweb, they crawled across the entire void. There was a loud boom. The golden armored war god's golden fist shattered and turned into nothingness. What? Lin Xian actually shattered the opponent's fist? How was this possible? Heavens! That was the Yang god's fist. How could Lin Xian be so terrifying? The 9 yang divine rise was too terrifying. The surrounding experts cried out in surprise. This scene had shocked them. Song Mingqing's pupils also shrank. He didn't expect that the other party's 9 yang divine body had been trained to such a profound level. He could even break the yang spirit fist that he had conjured. Roar! He let out a furious roar as boundless light surged from his body. So what if his fist was broken? His yang spirit was condensed from yang qi. As long as he did not die, his yang spirit could be reassembled. In the next moment, boundless yang qi gathered on his body, causing the sun god's fist to recover. 1. That fist turned into a palm and grabbed over again. It was like a golden cloud that covered the world. Lin Xian howled and used the Nine Suns' divine fist to fight back. The two of them fought fiercely, causing the heavens and earth to crumble and the sun and moon to lose their light. There wasn't a single spot in the entire void that was left unscathed. Too frightening, these two people are too frightening. Everyone was extremely shocked. Whether it was the Nine Yang divine body or the sun god, they could not resist it. What sun god? It was nothing more than this. Watch how I break your divine ability. Lin Xian sneered as the aura on his body became stronger and stronger. On the other side, Song Mingqing's face was gloomy. He realized that he had underestimated the other party. In his opinion, he was the previous generation's son of saint and was extremely powerful. It would be easy for him to kill the other party. However, from the looks of it, that was not the case. The other party's strength had far exceeded his imagination. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that a young man who was a few hundred years younger than him would have such power. It seemed that the other party did not use his full strength when he killed the White Wolf King. This kid was too terrifying. He had to kill the other party quickly. Otherwise, when the other party grew up, he would be a great enemy of his. He would be a greater threat to them. He would not allow such a threat to arise, so he had to kill the other party in the cradle. Although the other party was powerful now, it was not impossible to kill him. Thinking of this, a cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. Whoosh! Song Mingqing opened his mouth and spat out an ancient white sword. It was made of some unknown bone. It was very terrifying and emitted an extremely cold aura. The god of death's white bone sword. Damn it, it's actually such a sword. Hurry up and defend yourself. Don't be affected by it. Otherwise, our yang energy will be sucked away. Some of the powerhouses exclaimed and quickly used their king's domains to envelop their bodies. The others did the same. That was because they could still feel a cold aura invading their bodies. They could feel their energy quickly draining away. At the same time, they became irritable and crazy. It was as if they were about to have a mental breakdown. How terrifying! Just a wisp of sword light flashed across the sky, and it caused such a terrifying effect on them. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the outcome would be if they were hit by the death god's bone sword. Buzz! That was not the end. Another golden mirror appeared beside the death god's bone sword. The mirror was octagonal and looked very simple. It looked like the 8 trigrams, and there were flames burning on it. The sun shone in the sky. It was another ultimate technique of the Yin-Yang sect. The weapon forged from the essence of the Yang energy in the world was extremely terrifying when combined with the secret techniques of the Yin-Yang sect. It could burn and destroy everything. Song Mingqing was too terrifying. As expected of the previous generation's son of the Yin-Yang sect. He could cultivate the Yin energy and Yang energy to such an extent. An old man's face was full of shock. The other expert nodded in agreement. Yes, whether it was the sun shone in the sky or the death god's bone sword, they were not something that ordinary people could resist. Perhaps even an invincible king would not be able to resist such divine powers. Would that brat be able to resist them? It was hard to say. They wanted to see what trump cards that brat had. These people discussed animatedly. Those young prodigies trembled, and their faces were filled with despair. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. He had to admit that these two divine powers made his hair stand on end. Do you think you're the only one with a trump card? He also snorted coldly and took out 2 half-step sage artifacts. They floated in the sky and used the power of the great dragon sword soul to push the 2 half-step sage artifacts. Boom! Boom! The 9-story pagoda kept expanding. It was like a huge mountain floating in the sky with endless flames. The power it emitted blocked the power of the sun shone in the sky. On the other side, the Jiao dragon scissors kept roaring. They turned into two Jiao dragons and circled each other to resist the death god's bone sword. In the sky, the four weapons confronted each other. Just the collision of their auras was enough to cause mountains to collapse and seas to dry up. The surrounding powerhouses were shocked. At the same time, they were extremely envious. The four weapons in the sky were extremely terrifying. It was already very heaven-defying for an ordinary powerhouse to have one. Chapter 2736. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Xian and Song Mingqing were strong, many experts and seniors would have tried to snatch them. Seeing Lin Xian take out two half-step sacred artifacts, Song Mingqing's pupils constricted. Even he was shocked by the two half-step sacred artifacts. It seemed that the other party had many trump cards. However, he sneered. He was very confident in his two magic treasures. "Brat, your two semi-sage tools are mine." Song Mingfei snorted and launched another attack. The death god's white bone sword flew over first. It slashed down from the sky with a cold aura. It slashed open heaven and earth and absorbed the vitality in the surroundings to strengthen itself. Lin Xian felt the blood in his body churning as if it was going to rush out of his body. His 9-yang divine body shone brightly, and the dragon sword soul in his body blocked the suction force. What a strange white bone sword! If he wasn't careful, he would really fall for it. The other party was strong, but he wasn't afraid. In the next moment, he activated the flood dragon scissors and turned into two flood dragons. They roared and collided with the white bone sword. Boom! Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The sword lights that filled the sky were shattered, but the white bone sword still slashed down. Clang! Lin Xian didn't dodge. He grabbed the flood dragon scissors and waved it with all his might. The two flood dragons were used as divine swords by him. They rampaged in all directions and fought against the death god's white bone sword. Boom! Boom! The death god's white bone sword rumbled in the sky. However, at the same time, sunshines in the sky also attacked. A ray of light could pierce through and kill a peerless powerhouse. At this moment, sunshines in the sky emitted more than 10 million rays of light. When these rays of light attacked together, even an invincible king wouldn't dare to take them head-on. Lin Xian was also shocked. The masculine power displayed by the other party was no weaker than his. He was indeed a formidable enemy. The yin-yang sex yin-yang qi was really mysterious. Lin Xian didn't take it head-on. He used the yin-yang 8 steps and moved 1,000 miles away, dodging the rays of light. Yin-yang qi! How dare you trick the yin-yang sex steps? Song Mingqing frowned. Although the footwork was very fast, he still saw the yin and yang qi. Moreover, he felt that the other party's footwork was very similar to the yin-yang sex yin-yang chaotic steps. It had to be said that his judgment was very accurate. This was because the yin-yang 8 steps was a combination of the yin-yang chaotic steps and Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. Brat, you're still too inexperienced to display our yin-yang qi in front of me. Song Mingqing displayed the yin-yang chaotic steps, and his speed was also extremely fast. He urged the sun in the sky to follow Lin Xian closely, wanting to kill him. The chaotic yin-yang steps was a peerless footwork, and under Song Mingqing's feet, it was even more elusive. Lin Xian's pace was even more astonishing. The two of them moved quickly, dazzling the eyes of the other experts. Most of them were stunned. It was impossible to track the two of them. Only the top saints and prodigies and extremely powerful seniors could keep up with their speed. But Lin Xian attacked again. He activated the 9-story pagoda and directly smashed it over. It was as if a black sky was pressing down. It collided with the thousands of golden lights that filled the sky, and a violent explosion occurred. He blocked it. Even the sun in the sky was blocked. Heavens, this Lin Xian was really too powerful. The two half-sage artifacts blocked Song Mingqing's two peerless Dharma treasures. This Lin Xian was going to defy the heavens. It seemed like it was certain. Would he be able to counterattack? Lin Xian was mighty. Many people who supported Lin Xian exclaimed in surprise. The yin-yang sex experts, on the other hand, had terrible expressions on their faces. Damn it, even the previous generation's holy son was unable to subdue him? Song Mingqing's expression was also cold. He didn't expect the other party's trump card to be so powerful. It could block his Dharma treasure. In the next moment, his pupils constricted. That was because he discovered that Lin Xian had taken out another item. It was a very small bone. It was like the bone of a hand, but it exuded a monstrous sage's aura. The bone of a saint. Song Mingqing's pupils constricted. He instantly discovered the origin of the bone. He didn't dare to be careless. He was on high alert. That was right. Lin Xian had taken out the bone of a saint. He tore open some seals, making the sage's aura even more monstrous. Then, he activated the hand bone and pressed it forward. With a tap of his finger, the space before Zhang Xian shattered like a mirror. It couldn't withstand that power at all. Even though the bone of a saint had been dead for tens of thousands of years, it was still incomparably terrifying and powerful. It was terrifying. The other prodigies and powerhouses on the other altar stopped fighting and retreated one after another. They had no choice. The Bone Saint's hand was too threatening. Song Mingqing was the first to bear the brunt. All the hair on his body stood on end. The sun in the sky and the death god's white bone sword were restrained. He couldn't resist at all. However, as the previous generation's saint and an invincible king, he still had his trump cards. In the next moment, he roared angrily. The yin-yang qi on his body quickly transformed, forming a black and white gate in front of him. It was very strange and emitted a mysterious power. The yin-yang gate. Boom! 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 The black and white yin-yang gate slowly opened. It was pitch black inside as if it was connected to hell. Keep! Song Mingqing shouted loudly. He formed a seal with his palms. The endless darkness inside the yin-yang gate rotated and formed a black vortex. It sucked in the attack of the saint's hand bone. Buzz! 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 The terrifying attack of the saint's hand bone only caused some ripples in the black vortex before it disappeared without a trace. The surrounding people were stunned. They couldn't believe that such a terrifying sage's aura was so easily dissolved. It seemed that Song Mingqing still had a terrifying trump card. It was over. Lin Xian was in danger. As expected of the previous generation's saint. He had so many trump cards. That kid even used the saint's hand bone, but he still couldn't do anything to his opponent. What do you know? Why don't you say that the previous generation's saint had used all his trump cards? He still couldn't threaten our great god Lin Xian? Lin Xian's supporters also roared crazily. That was indeed the case. The older generation experts were shocked. The two of them seemed to be evenly matched at the moment. However, they were even more shocked by Lin Xian's strength. Lin Xian was already so terrifying at such a young age. If he was allowed to grow for another 100 or 200 years, he would be heaven-defying. After blocking the attack of the saint's hand bone, Song Mingqing didn't stop. His palms quickly formed seals that became more and more mysterious. The yin-yang gate in front of him emitted a mysterious aura. Yin-yang gate of life and death, go to hell! An earth-shattering roar shook the world. Endless yin-yang qi surged and enveloped the entire sky. At this moment, everyone felt as if they had been pulled into hell. That hair-raising feeling made them shudder with fear. The yin-yang gate of life and death was actually that kind of forbidden technique. Chapter 2737. The so-called forbidden arts were generally forbidden from being cultivated. Firstly, it was very destructive, and secondly, it had extremely terrifying side effects on the cultivator. If it wasn't handled properly, not only would the cultivator fail to kill the cultivator, but they would also die. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the cultivators of the Holy Lands wouldn't cultivate it. After all, the Holy Lands had a strong foundation. Even if they didn't cultivate the forbidden arts, their other divine abilities were also very terrifying. However, in every holy land, there were people who pursued the pinnacle of martial arts and power. Although they knew that the forbidden arts were terrifying, they still cultivated it in order to pursue that terrifying power. Obviously, Song Mingqing was such a person. At this moment, he was forced to use his ultimate forbidden art, the yin-yang gate of life and death. The yin-yang gate of life and death was said to be connected to hell. Once sucked in, one would be sealed in the 18 layers of hell forever, never to come out. Although it was powerful, it was also a great threat to the cultivator. If the cultivator didn't control it well, he would suffer a backlash. The result of the backlash was that the cultivator would be sealed in the 18 layers of hell. It could be said that it was very dangerous. Unless it was a last resort, it was generally not used. From this, it could be seen that Song Mingqing was obviously suppressed by Lin Xian. He had no choice but to use the forbidden art. This Lin Xian was really too terrifying. He could actually force Song Mingqing to use the forbidden art. However, this Lin Xian was probably in danger. Could he avoid the yin-yang gate of life and death? Everyone was discussing spiritedly. In the distance, Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu were extremely nervous. Yu Wudao and Wuchen were also facing a great enemy. This yin-yang gate of life and death was really terrifying. If they were sucked in, they really wouldn't be able to come out. Lin Xian's body was also tense, and his eyes were emitting a cold light. He didn't expect that the other party would have such a terrifying forbidden art. He opened his Tianji God eyes, wanting to see the void clearly, but he found that there was an extremely terrifying power in the yin-yang gate of life and death that blocked his detection. This was the first time he had seen such a thing. As expected of a legendary forbidden art, it was really mysterious. Kid, go to hell. Song Mingqing pushed the yin-yang gate of life and death, forming a huge vortex, wanting to swallow Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly retreated to avoid this force. However, black arms extended from the vortex one after another, and grabbed at the space before them. It covered the sky and pierced through the void. In an instant, 7 or 8 black arms enveloped Lin Xian. One of them grabbed Lin Xian's legs and dragged him into the distance. Not good, that brat was caught. It was over. He was going to be sealed in the 18 levels of hell. Get lost! Lin Xian roared. His 9-yang divine body blossomed with light, and a terrifying divine flame burned fiercely. His power burst forth, and the big black hand directly shattered. However, the other 6 hands once again enveloped him and directly pulled him into the door of life and death. He went in, that brat went in. Heavens, he's dead for sure! Everyone exclaimed. Older brother Xian. Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu's faces were even paler, without a trace of blood. Yu Wudao, Wuchen, and the others also looked serious. The people of the Yin-Yang sect, on the other hand, laughed loudly. Who asked this brat to be so arrogant? He's dead for sure now. From now on, what Central Emperor? What Lin Xian? There would no longer be such people in this world. Those people looked up to the sky and laughed. Song Mingqing revealed a smug smile because he was very confident in his forbidden technique. However, this time, something that he had never dreamt of had happened. In front of the yin-yang gate of life and death, a crack suddenly appeared in the black vortex. Then, a huge crack appeared. A figure rushed out from inside. What? He's out? That's impossible. Song Mingqing's pupils constricted, and he was stunned on the spot. The people of the Yin-Yang sect were also scared out of their wits. The people around them screamed. It was Lin Xian. He had rushed out. That was impossible. Didn't the legend say that the forbidden technique could seal the 18 levels of hell? No one had ever been able to escape. How did he do it? Those people were also going crazy. Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. That was great. Lin Xian was fine. The person who had come out was indeed Lin Xian. There were still black arms on his body, but they had been cut into pieces. Only a few pieces were left hanging on his body. As time passed, those broken arms were burned by the Nine Suns' divine flames and turned into ashes. Lin Xian stood in the void with the dragonflight sword in his hand. You want to seal me with a gate of life and death? You're too naive. His gaze was like a divine sword, staring at Song Mingqing. To be honest, it was indeed very dangerous just now. He felt a sealing power that wanted to suppress him in the void forever. At the critical moment, he sent out the dragon sword soul to destroy everything. The power of the seal was shattered, and the 6 black hands on his body were also shattered. He broke through the gate of life and death and ran out. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough and sent out the dragon sword soul as soon as he entered. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to escape. Damn it, damn it! Song Mingqing came back to his senses. He was so angry that his face was distorted. He really couldn't understand how the other party came out. However, Lin Xian didn't waste time talking nonsense with him. He almost lost his life in there just now, so at that moment, he was also full of anger. His figure flickered and appeared in front of the other party. The ancient dragon abyss sword erupted with unparalleled power. He didn't hold back at all. Clang! 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 Song Mingqing reacted hastily and was forced to retreat. He even spat out a mouthful of blood. This scene shocked the surrounding people even more. Damn it, what's that? Song Mingqing was shocked. The dragonflight sword in the other party's hand was too terrifying. It threatened his life. He wanted to take a closer look, but the dragonflight sword transformed into a dragon claw, grabbed Song Mingqing, and threw him out. That direction happened to be the direction of the yin-yang gate of life and death. Oh no! Damn it, stop right there! Song Mingqing was scared out of his wits. If he went in there, he would probably be sealed too. That was a forbidden technique, and he couldn't control it completely. He changed his position and wanted to escape, but Lin Xian came up and kicked him. His entire leg shone brightly like a mountain and landed on the other party's body. The other party was directly kicked into the yin-yang gate of life and death. Boom! The yin-yang gate of life and death released a strange and unpredictable aura. The black vortex slowly rotated, forming terrifying runes that flickered between heaven and earth. The surrounding people were all stunned. The people of the yin-yang sect screamed in horror. Their previous holy son had fallen into the yin-yang gate of life and death. Damn it, what should we do? A few powerhouses rushed forward, wanting to save him. But very quickly, they were scared out of their wits and pissed their pants. As soon as they got close, a terrifying force tried to pull them into the 18th level of hell. They didn't dare to go any closer. The others were also stunned because Song Mingqing didn't come out after waiting for a long time. Could it be that he's been sealed? Chapter 2738. Don't you know what a forbidden technique is? This was the power of a forbidden technique. Even the user couldn't fully control it. It was very likely that the user would be counter-sealed. Everyone was terrified. They didn't dare to imagine what would happen to Song Mingqing. Lin Xian turned around again and looked at the ancient altar in front of him. His eyes shone with a sharp light. Countless sword shadows gathered under his feet and formed a giant dragon. It extended from his feet and connected to the ancient altar. He walked on the giant dragon like a demon. This time, no one dared to stop him. How many terrifying prodigies had died? Even 2 invincible kings had been killed. And one of them was the previous yin-yang saint. This was definitely an extremely terrifying battle record. Hence, no one dared to block Lin Xian's path anymore. When he arrived in front of the ancient altar, Lin Xian stopped. He took a deep breath and his eyes shone brightly. He stretched out his palm, and a huge golden palm covered the sky as it grabbed forward. Roar! That drop of dragon blood trembled violently and let out a dragon's roar. A terrifying aura spread out. The surrounding martial artists were affected, and their faces changed. Lin Xian was the same. In the next moment, he snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body also let out a roar. The 2 dragon roars collided in the sky. Suppress! Lin Xian roared. The great dragon sword soul turned into a dragon shadow and circled around his palm. It directly enveloped the drop of dragon blood. Poof! Roar! The great dragon sword soul swallowed the dragon blood and roared into the sky. It released a terrifying sword light. Lin Xian's black hair also danced wildly. The muscles on his body even started to crack. He didn't expect the great dragon sword soul to swallow the dragon blood directly. Although it was just a drop of dragon blood, the energy it contained was too overwhelming. Even if most of it was absorbed by the great dragon sword soul, the remaining bit seemed to want to burst Lin Xian's body. Pung pung pung. Indeed, in the next moment, Lin Xian's muscles cracked. Blood burst out and dyed his body red. Everyone was shocked, thinking that Lin Xian was going to die. Many of them were even gloating. He felt that he could pick up a few of Lin Xian's treasures. However, after watching for a long time, the corners of their mouths twitched. They realized that Lin Xian's body was rapidly healing. Then, it split open again and healed again. After dozens of times like this, everyone became numb. They were extremely shocked. Is this the cultivation process of the nine-yang divine body? It was too painful. Even if they were given the chance, they probably wouldn't dare to practice it. Boom! Boom! In the sky, dark clouds covered the sky. Thunder descended and struck Lin Xian's surroundings, piercing through the void and scaring the surrounding people into quickly retreating. Heavens, what's going on? Thunder and lightning appeared. Who was attacking Lin Xian? Did he not want to live anymore? There was still someone who dared to make a move? No, it wasn't a human. It was a heavenly tribulation. Damn it, what the hell is this brat doing? He actually attracted a heavenly tribulation? In the distance, another earth-shattering battle broke out on the other four altars. But soon, they were also frightened by the heavenly tribulation. One by one, they stopped and looked at Lin Xian with shock. Damn it, this brat is heaven-defying. Many people had such thoughts in their hearts. Even Yu Wudao and Wu Chen's mouths twitched slightly. It was definitely rare to attract a heavenly tribulation while cultivating. Because only extremely heaven-defying monsters would be punished by the heavenly tribulation. Big Brother Lin Xian is so powerful. Xin Jingqiu's mouth was also wide open. Murong Qingqing, who was standing on the side, was also surprised, but they were too happy. Because Lin Xian had obtained the first drop of dragon blood. The two of them also had to work hard. Thinking of this, Murong Qingqing shouted and activated her bloodline power. She took out a golden fan and waved it quickly in front of her. Phoenix Wing Golden Fan. A phoenix cry sounded, and the overwhelming phoenix image roared, causing the sound of heaven and earth. Then, the attack hit the dragon blood. The dragon blood trembled violently and exploded. What? The dragon blood exploded? These people were crazy. Hurry up and attack! A peerless expert roared because after the dragon blood exploded, there were a total of 6 drops. This time, the fight for it was even more intense. Previously, there was only 1 drop of dragon blood, and most of them had no hope. Now there were 6 drops. Although the 6 drops were small, if they could obtain it, it would be a heaven-defying opportunity. Chiao or attack! Murong Qingqing shouted and used the Phoenix Wing Golden Fan. Together with the Lotus Jade Platform, she used the Jade Lake Sacred Ground's great ability. Covering the sky and covering the earth, they charged into the distance. Xin Jingqiu also nodded and quickly attacked. Although she didn't have much combat experience, she was the saintess of the Purple Dawn Holy Land after all. Moreover, she had a top-notch bloodline power. Therefore, the battle was very terrifying. The other altars also experienced a shocking explosion. Some altars also scattered the dragon blood, and everyone fought crazily. However, the lobsters on Yu Wudao and Yu Wuchen's side didn't shatter. Both of them were titled geniuses and were very powerful. One had the Eastern Wilderness sacred body, and the other was the reincarnation of an ancient Buddha. Both of them were extremely powerful, and they had even killed powerful invincible kings. Everyone was shocked. Heavens, these two didn't seem to be weaker than Lin Xian. As expected of the top geniuses, these people were terrified. In the end, Yi Wudao and Yi Wuchen also obtained the undamaged dragon blood. They didn't hesitate and directly swallowed it. Such a good thing had to be used on the spot. Buzz Yi Wudao roared at the sky, and a golden aura rushed out of his body like a golden wave, sweeping through the 9 heavens. Above his head, there was also a terrifying bolt of lightning descending. On the other side, Wuching chanted Amitabha, and Buddha's shadows appeared on his body. It was as if the ancient Buddha had been resurrected. Around him, a sea of lightning spread, and a heavenly tribulation descended. Damn, freak, monster! Seeing that the 3 heavenly tribulations all had lightning tribulations, the people in the distance frantically retreated. This wasn't ordinary lightning. This was a lightning tribulation, the power of heaven and earth, and it was extremely terrifying. Not to mention these people, even invincible kings didn't dare to touch it lightly. Therefore, those who didn't get the dragon blood retreated one after another. And those who got the dragon blood quickly swallowed it to increase their strength. Among them, Murong Qingqing and Xu Jingqiu each got a drop. Although it was small, it was still a good result, and the 2 of them quickly consumed it. Just like that, many peerless geniuses and top geniuses quickly increased their strength, and the surrounding people were envious. There was no other way. There was only so much dragon blood, and it had already been taken. And there was a sea of lightning in front of them, so they didn't dare to make a move. Therefore, for a while, they could only retreat with indignant expressions. Buzz, buzz, buzz! All of a sudden, the air split open, and 3 enormous palms descended, enveloping Lin Xian, leafed out ear and dustless. Chapter 2739. The palm was too terrifying. It carried an extremely terrifying power that surpassed everything before it. With a single palm strike, everyone prostrated themselves on the ground, their faces filled with fear. Damn it, there's a peerless expert. He wants to kill these elites. They were too shocked. Who dares to make a move at this time? Moreover, the palm was too terrifying. Even the heavenly tribulation couldn't hurt it. It must be an earth-shattering big shot. In an instant, Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and Wuchen fell into an extremely dangerous situation. Lin Xian's body was bathed in lightning, and his body was riddled with holes. The heavenly tribulation was extremely terrifying. Even a peerless genius like him would have difficulty resisting it. But now, not only was there a heavenly tribulation, but there was also a terrifying killing move. A huge palm. It enveloped him. It made his hair stand on end. Before the palm even landed, many of the bones in his body had already shattered. Needless to say, it was an invincible king, and an extremely terrifying one at that. It far surpassed the White Wolf King and the previous Yin Yang Saint. Xiaowu! He roared. He couldn't resist at all, but he had a protector. Sure enough, it was by his side. The void split open, and a woman in a black dress walked out. The woman in the black dress held a black rose in her hand and charged forward. In an instant, it pierced through the terrifying palm that covered the sky. It wasn't just Lin Xian's side. It was the same for Yi Wudao and Wuchen. Their protectors walked out one after another. They were all extremely terrifying existences, and they easily neutralized the 3 sky-covering palms. At the same time, they floated beside Lin Xian and the other 2. Protector! Their protector had appeared. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the 3 of them would still be alive in such a situation. Not only that, these 3 protectors were simply too frightening. In an instant, they pierced through the sky-covering tree. What kind of existence was that? They didn't dare to imagine. In the sky, the mysterious attacker didn't make a move. It retreated like flowing water. Between heaven and earth, there was only endless light floating and piercing through the void. After about half a day, the heavenly tribulation on Lin Xian's side slowly disappeared. Lin Xian was shrouded in endless light, unable to see clearly. Beside him was the silhouette of a dragon that soared into the clouds. It was so terrifying that it turned into a heavenly sword. After another half a day, the place where Lin Xian was at shone with boundless light, and an extremely terrifying power erupted. An 8-star king! He had broken through. Heavens, he actually broke through, becoming a peerless powerhouse. This scene shocked the surrounding experts. That's right, Lin Xian had successfully broken through and become an 8-star king realm expert, becoming a peerless almighty. Not only that, his 9-yang divine body had also broken through the first layer and reached the second layer. This made Lin Xian wild with joy. One had to know how difficult it was to cultivate the 9-yang divine body. How much pain had he experienced to reach the 5th stage of the first layer? But now, after the baptism of the lightning tribulation, he finally succeeded in breaking through and reached the second level. One had to admit that this lightning tribulation was simply too terrifying. Great, his physique was several times stronger than before. Most likely, even ordinary invincible kings would find it difficult to injure him. What about the great dragon sword soul? How much had it recovered? Lin Xian turned his head and looked behind him at the indomitable dragon sword soul. He was looking forward to it. Previously, the great dragon sword soul had recovered and broken through after absorbing the heart of 10,000 blood, allowing it to kill ordinary invincible kings. He wondered how terrifying it would be after absorbing the dragon blood this time. Not long after, the great dragon sword soul roared, turned into a dragon shadow, and entered Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian felt that his originally tyrannical body had become even more violent. So powerful! Lin Xian was shocked. He was now confident that he could finish off the previous yin-yang saint within 30 moves. If he wanted to kill the White Wolf King, he would probably be able to do so in 10 moves. Too powerful. Lin Xian was extremely excited. His strength had improved comprehensively. He wondered how Qingqing and Qiu were doing. Thinking of this, Lin Xian turned his head and looked into the distance. In the distance, Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu were also surrounded by light. Obviously, they were also refining the dragon blood with all their might. Lin Xian's gaze swept across the surrounding saints and geniuses before landing on Yi Wudao and Wuchen. He was extremely shocked. Their heavenly tribulations were also slowly disappearing. A violent energy burst out from their bodies. Peerless Almighty! These two had also broken through to the 8-star king realm. Especially Yi Wudao, whose saint body's aura was even stronger. Obviously, his saint body had also improved. As for Wuchen, he was even more mysterious. Ancient Buddha phantoms lingered around him, making Lin Xian feel incredulous. As if sensing Lin Xian's gaze, Yi Wudao and Wuchen also turned their heads. The three of them exchanged gazes in the air. In an instant, the void shattered and collapsed, forming a super-large black hole. The surrounding people frantically retreated. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. They were really looking forward to the three of them fighting. Yeah, I wonder when they'll be able to fight? Don't worry, the path to becoming a great emperor is filled with enemies. Even if they have a good relationship now, they will still fight for the position of great emperor in the future. An elder powerhouse said in a deep voice. Pung pung pung, a powerful aura spread out as the saints and geniuses broke through one after another. This made the surrounding people very envious. These people were too terrifying. Not only were their talents terrifying, but they were also very lucky to be able to advance with Lin Xian and the others. That's right, although there were many geniuses. But after all, they were only geniuses of a certain period. If they couldn't keep up with the pace of the top geniuses, they would gradually be eliminated. Only by constantly breaking through and advancing could one be able to sing in this golden age. Obviously, these young geniuses in front of them were such people. Big Brother Xian. Big Brother Lin Xian. In the distance, two beautiful figures turned into shooting stars and came to Lin Xian's side. They were Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu. Lin Xian said with a smile, congratulating the two peerless beauties for breaking through. That's right, the two of them had also broken through and reached the almighty realm. Wow, what are you going to reward me for? Xinjingqiu raised her small face. Murong Qingqing, who was standing beside her, was also smiling like a flower. What do you want? Heavenly treasures, supernatural powers, cultivation techniques, weapons, armors, whatever you want, Lin Xian said with a smile. Hearing this, the surrounding people were envious. Damn, they were really stimulated. Murong Qingqing looked around and said, Brother Xian, it seems that this isn't the end. There's still a path ahead. Should we go and take a look? Lin Xian also looked into the distance, and a golden light appeared in his eyes. Suddenly his pupils shrank. That was because he saw that there seemed to be an extremely terrifying existence in the distance. Could that be the Guardian's corpse? Chapter 2740. Needless to say, this Guardian must be at the level of a sage. Moreover, from the looks of it, it shouldn't be a human. The aura just now was too strange. It didn't seem to be dead. This shocked Lin Xian. He felt that this place was too strange. He didn't bring many people with him. If it was just them, they wouldn't be able to explore the tomb of a sage. Therefore, he shook his head. No, let's go back first. That place is too dangerous. It's not any weaker than the tomb of a sage. In fact, it's even more terrifying. Hearing this, Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu nodded. They believed Lin Xian's words without a doubt. However, some others didn't think so. That was because they didn't detect any terrifying aura in the distance. That was very abnormal. If it was really the tomb of a sage, just a monstrous aura alone would be enough to make them vomit blood. Therefore, this time, they thought that there was no danger ahead. Did Lin Xian see wrongly? Don't talk nonsense. That's Central Emperor. So what? Can't Central Emperor make a mistake? Many people didn't believe it. They rose into the air and flew into the distance. Among them, most of them were experts who didn't get the dragon's blood. They had no choice. They were too jealous. They had to go to other places to look. In addition, Yu Wudao and the others didn't move forward. That was because they were very satisfied with this trip and didn't want to complicate matters. No Flower, Gu Santong, and the Prince of Great Xia had also been baptized by the dragon's blood. Therefore, they all returned. For a moment, Lin Xian and the others returned the way they came. About 1/3 of the people flew further away. Boom! When Lin Xian and the others were halfway back, they suddenly stopped in their tracks. Every single one of them was terrified. They trembled. Those who were weaker directly knelt on the ground. They all turned their heads and stared into the distance. In the distance, an extremely terrifying roar came, shattering the entire sky. There, endless waves of air rolled, and terrifying cracks were everywhere. It was a scene of destruction. That was the deeper part of the lair. Heavens, that place was indeed terrifying. It's over. None of those people will be able to return alive. Screams could be heard, because in the distance, countless law fragments were flying in the sky. This kind of law fragment could easily pierce through an invincible king. This time, it was the power of a saint. None of the experts who had gone out to search for treasures would be able to return alive. Thinking of this, they were terrified. Many people looked at Lin Xian in shock. The other party had said before that there was danger there. However, at that time, no one had detected it at all, so they didn't think much of it. But now that he thought about it, it was a good thing they didn't go. Otherwise, they would be dead. This Lin Xian is truly terrifying. He can sense danger that we can't detect. In the future, he still had to listen to the Central Emperor. Everyone was terrified. Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu were also surprised. The faces of the other saints turned pale. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He had long known that something was wrong with this place. It was laughable that those people thought it was a treasure ground. They really didn't know the difference between life and death. Thinking of this, he hugged the two beauties beside him and said, "Let's leave this place quickly." Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu nodded. 30 flickers of light led the people of their respective holy lands and left one after another. After running all the way, they finally left the first lair. When they appeared outside, the martial artists of their respective holy lands and great sects came to receive them. "Temple Master!" A few protectors led the powerhouses of the Immortal Palace to welcome them. Lin Xian temporarily separated from Shen Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing and came to the Immortal Palace. "How's the situation?" Lin Xian asked while looking into the distance. They were still breaking through, and in addition to the first guardian lair, the other guardian lair gradually appeared. "We are attacking the second guardian lair. In addition, we are also trying to break through the nest of 10,000 dragons. However, we still don't know when we will be able to break through," the Great Protector said in a deep voice. Lin Xian nodded, not surprised. A guardian lair was already so terrifying. The nest of 10,000 dragons was definitely even more terrifying. Such a place wouldn't be broken so easily. "Temple Master, you broke through." Beside him, the other elders of the Immortal Palace exclaimed in surprise. The Great Protector and the others also looked over and then exclaimed, "Eight-Star King! Temple Master, you have become a peerless almighty!" They were too surprised. When Lin Xian entered, he was still a 7-star almighty. When he came out, he had become an 8-star almighty. This kind of breakthrough speed was simply heaven-defying. He obtained some opportunities inside and broke through. Lin Xian smiled. The martial artists of the other holy lands and great sects also exclaimed, because they discovered that many saints and geniuses had broken through one after another. Those older generation figures were full of admiration. A golden age, this was definitely a golden age. If the nest of 10,000 dragons opened, these geniuses would obtain heaven-defying growth. They really wanted to know how far they could go in the end. He wondered if a great emperor would appear this time around. These people exclaimed. Next, Lin Xian and the others set up camp here. While they consolidated their cultivation, they waited for the second guardian lair to open. Spring and autumn, the stars changed. Time slowly passed. In the second year, Lin Xian and the others explored the second guardian lair and returned with a bountiful harvest. They obtained a large number of treasures. This scene made all the holy lands and great sects ecstatic. They broke through the 3 guardian lair crazily. However, there was a change in the 3rd guardian lair. There were no treasures but a hell. Of those who entered, more than half of the experts had perished inside. Blood rained down, and the sea of blood surged. The people who came out also had faces full of madness. Many people were seriously injured. Lin Xian and the others were also shocked. Fortunately, they were strong and their lives were not in danger. But from then on, these holy lands and great sects also knew that this was not a paradise on earth. Instead, it was an extremely terrifying forbidden land. From then on, they did not dare to be careless anymore. Next, the great sage cultivators recuperated while the other top formation masters quickly cracked the guardian lair. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. In these 10 years, Lin Xian and the others explored another 2 guardian lair. There were both treasures and dangers inside. It could be said that heaven and hell coexisted. Lin Xian's strength had increased again. In these 10 years, his combat strength was unparalleled and he swept through all directions. The name of the Central Emperor had already spread throughout the world. Not only him, but Yi Wudao and Wu Chen also displayed their peerless glory. The other saints and prodigies had also greatly increased their strength, and they sang loudly along the way. Chapter 2741. 10 years, a whole 10 years. Countless array formation experts and grandmasters had worked day and night to crack it. Finally, at this moment, they had cracked it. The ground in front of them trembled, and the ground for millions of miles cracked open as if an abyss had opened. The terrifying aura of the Tao of Dragons soared into the clouds, turning into tens of thousands of giant dragon phantoms. They roared together, shattering the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At this moment, the middle ground was in an uproar, and the world was shocked. One by one, the great sects, aristocratic families, and those living fossils in seclusion all opened their eyes. Using great divine abilities, they cast illusions in the sky and looked towards the Qiling Mountains. This was the nest of 10,000 dragons. Could it be that the nest of 10,000 dragons had opened? What a terrifying aura of the Tao of Dragon! It was definitely the nest of 10,000 dragons. It was time to move. Yi family, Gu family, Jade Pool, Alcade, Dao Yi, and other holy lands. The Tai dynasty of the Middle Ground, the Great Xia dynasty. The White Horse Temple of the Western Desert. The Yen family of the Southern Mountains. The Demon King Palace of the Northern Plains. In short, the entire true spirit world was in an uproar. Those terrifying existences, the experts of the older generation, all came out of seclusion. The sacred lords of the great sage land were also preparing to take action. In an instant, countless experts gathered in the Qinling Mountains. Was it about to open? Lin Xian also stood up and looked at the terrifying scene in front of him with a solemn expression. This day had finally come. A drop of dragon blood had allowed his great dragon sword soul to improve so much. He wondered what realm the great dragon sword soul would improve to after entering the nest of 10,000 dragons. And what kind of growth would his cultivation and 9-yang divine body undergo? He was looking forward to it. Yi Wudao, Wu Qin, and the others also had flickering eyes. They did not move forward because the aura of the Tao of Dragon ahead was still roaring. They had to wait for the aura of the Tao of Dragon to dissipate. In the sky, countless doors opened, and powerful figures descended one after another. This time, it was not young warriors, but peerless experts, sect masters and sacred lords. Even some grand elders and living fossils had come. The appearance of these people were like gods of war, crushing the void, making everyone hold their breaths, their faces trembling. On the Immortal Palace's side, there were also some powerful warriors. There were even many invincible kings. These were all new faces. Lin Xian was shocked. It seemed like Immortal Palace's influence was truly enormous. What he had grasped before was really just the tip of the iceberg. Immortal Palace's experts descended, arriving before Lin Xian. They respectfully cupped their fists and paid their respects to the palace master. Hall Master, let me introduce you. The Great Protector and a few others walked out and began to introduce these experts to Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded, his eyes twinkling. Soon, he gained an understanding of these people. The lineup this time was even more magnificent and powerful than the one that explored the saint's tomb. Moreover, Lin Xian knew that this was only the strength on the surface. These people all carried important treasures, and even teleportation scrolls. At the critical moment, they might find one or two saints to help them. He wondered if Xia Jiuyo would show up this time. Even if it appeared, it would only appear at the most crucial moment. Lin Xian took a deep breath and looked into the distance. On the other side, the royal elders of the Middle Ground dynasty were all extremely excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They stared at the 10,000 streaks of dragon chi in front of them, their faces full of shock. Their imperial family originally cultivated dragon chi, and their imperial dynasty had also occupied the dragon vein of the central state to cultivate. But now, the dragon chi in front of them definitely surpassed them. This caused them to be extremely envious. If they could obtain the dragon Dao Qi, their strength would increase by leaps and bounds. No wonder there were people in ancient times who wanted to establish a dynasty here. No one could tolerate the dragon Qi. One of the supreme elders sighed. The others were shocked, because they had heard of this matter. In the past, someone wanted to establish a dynasty here, but the next day, they were directly uprooted. Therefore, even if the dragon Qi was so powerful now, no one dared to occupy this place. Everyone only wanted to absorb a little more. After waiting for a long time, the 10,000 streaks of dragon Qi gradually weakened, and then disappeared into the big crack below. A wave of air swept out, shocking everyone and causing them to retreat. After a long time, everyone flew over again. Looking at the abyss ahead, their eyes flickered. We should be able to go in now, right? The Taiyan Sacred Master said in a deep voice. The Taishian Sacred Master was surrounded by a mysterious star chart. His eyes were like stars as he stared at the abyss inside. Eyes of stars! The surrounding elders and experts cried out in alarm. This was an extremely terrifying eye technique. On the other side, Lin Xian also opened his heavenly secret divine eyes and looked into the distance. He felt that there was a mysterious force in front of him that blocked his detection. He wondered if the Taishian sacred master had seen it. Everyone waited for a while, and the great sage sects discussed it, and felt that it was about time. Among them, the Yi family, the Gu family, the Queen Mother of the West, and the others came to Lin Xian's side and decided to work together to open the way. After all, this trip to the nest of 10,000 dragons was jointly promoted by the 7 major organizations. Now that they were entering, the 7 of them would naturally be the leaders. Lin Xian agreed without thinking. Although it was extremely dangerous to open the path in front, if there were treasures, he would be the first to get them. And now, Lin Xian not only had 6 protectors by his side, but also a group of powerhouses. Among them were many elders and many invincible kings. His strength and foundation could be said to be very strong, not weaker than the Yi family and the Queen Mother of the West. Let's go! Lin Xian, the Yi family patriarch, the Gu family patriarch, the Queen Mother of the West, and the other 7 great sage sects led their respective powerhouses and flew forward. Behind them, the various great sage sects and families moved out one after another. These people covered the sky and earth as they flew towards the abyss ahead. Soon, they disappeared into the abyss. Lin Xian and the others were the first to enter. After they entered, they were extremely surprised. They discovered that there was actually a palace in this abyss. It was incomparably continuous and stretched for millions of miles. Underground palace. There was actually an underground palace in here. Everyone was extremely excited. Lin Xian's face was also full of surprise because on the path of the underground palace, dragon chi could be seen everywhere, turning into small dragons that swam around. That aura was shocking. Perhaps even the depths of the royal families of Middle Ground did not have such a scene. And this was only the outermost area of the underground palace. One could imagine what kind of dragon chi there would be in the depths of the underground palace. Not only that, there were definitely endless treasures buried here. Ha 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 ha, we're rich. Many people threw their heads back and laughed loudly. Some people had solemn expressions. After all, the incident of the guardian nest was still vivid in their minds. The nest of 10,000 dragons was extremely terrifying. Who knew what kind of danger there would be? Therefore, those sacred leaders and sect masters all reminded their disciples to be careful. Chapter 2742. If they could obtain some treasures here, their strength would increase again. At that time, they might be able to fight against Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the others. After walking for a while, the Queen Mother, Yi family head, and the others discussed and decided to let the sacred masters and sect masters and grand elders go first to explore quickly. They would let the younger generation temper themselves at the back. After all, the younger generation wouldn't be of much use if they followed them. However, if they were allowed to move alone, they could not only find treasures, but also fight and temper themselves. This was something that all the great sects of the Holy Lands wanted to see. Of course, the premise of all this was that the entire area had been explored by them, and there weren't any great dangers. Lin Xian nodded and looked at a figure. This figure was a new invincible king. He was very powerful, and even the great protector was respectful to him. This person was called Li Xuanxian. According to the great protector's introduction, Li Xuanxian's strength was not weaker than the sacred masters and sect masters. Therefore, Lin Xian let Li Xuanxian represent Immortal Palace and lead the experts of the Immortal Palace to follow the Queen Mother, Yi family head, and the others to explore together. Li Xuanxian, the Queen Mother, and the others set down a few coordinates. This area was safe, and they had already explored it. Although there were traps and killing formations here, it was not beyond the tolerance of these saints and heaven's chosen. Therefore, they planned to leave this area for these people to hunt for treasures and kill. They knew that there were dangers in this. Perhaps some heaven's chosen would fall, but this was a process that had to be experienced. Only those who had gone through a lot of tempering could become the strongest. Next, Li Xuanxian, the Queen Mother, Yi family head, Gu family head, and the sacred masters and sect masters all left. Most of them followed. Of course, the younger generation stayed here. It wasn't that there were no older generation figures and other experts. There were also many invincible kings who stayed. They looked at the young saints and heaven's chosen behind them and sneered. Although you are saints, saintesses, princes, and heaven's chosen, in front of absolute strength, you don't have the right to behave atrociously. Hurry up and get lost. This area is ours. An invincible king stood out, and his voice resounded in all directions. Damn it, don't be so arrogant. The martial artists from the great sects of the Holy Lands roared. This was a place left to them by their sect masters. But now, it was occupied by other invincible kings. Damn it! Why didn't the sect leader make a move to kill these invincible kings? Many people roared in anger. However, Lin Xian, Leaf Daodenier, and the others simply laughed coldly. A mere invincible king wanted to intimidate all of them? He really didn't know what was good for him. Lin Xian was the first to step forward. I'll give you a chance. Scram! Brat, you're courting death. Don't think that I won't dare to kill you just because you're the Central Emperor. At this point, the invincible king stretched out his palm, bringing with it a terrifying wave as he slammed it toward Yifutian. Water magic palm. This palm strike caused the air to quickly melt. This was no ordinary palm, nor was it ordinary seawater. It was a type of palm known as true devil water. The palm was extremely corrosive, and nothing could withstand this corrosive power. Seeing this, Lin Xian sneered. He took a step forward and punched out. It was like a sun crashing into the ground. With a boom, flames burned fiercely and melted the terrifying true devil water. The giant palm formed from true demon water emitted sizzling white smoke and evaporated in an instant. Ah! That invincible king screamed miserably. His palm was directly roasted, revealing deep white bones. Blood mixed with flesh and blood flowed all over the ground. It was very pungent. Damn brat, how dare you hurt me? The invincible king roared crazily. He was too shocked. A simple punch from the other party had injured him. How could he believe this? The others around him were also shocked. But soon they sneered. Invincible king? In front of the strongest genius of the younger generation, you're just a piece of trash. That's right, Lin Xian is still the mightiest. The supporters roared crazily, their faces full of excitement. The invincible king gritted his teeth and roared. Damn brat, I'm going to kill you! Just as he was about to attack, another golden figure blocked his path. Get lost! This golden figure was Leaf Daodenier. He raised his foot and stomped forward. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The void split apart. This kick carried boundless power, directly blasting this unrivaled king away. Crack! Crack! Many cracks appeared on the invincible king's body, and blood dyed the sky red. Was this the power of the saint body? How terrifying! It was not weaker than the 9-yang divine body. Leaf Daodenier was indeed terrifying. The surrounding people exclaimed. They did not expect that a casual attack from him could easily injure an invincible king. It could not be helped. They were already heaven-defying before. In the past 10 years, they had been tempered and nourished by so many guardian lairs. They were not weaker than invincible kings. Perhaps ordinary invincible kings would not be a match for them at all. Sure enough, Dustless also walked out. With a gentle wave of his hand, a wisp of Buddhist light floated out and sent the invincible king flying again. The invincible king's body exploded into pieces. His face was full of fear as he ran into the distance. He did not dare to be arrogant anymore. These 3 titled geniuses were too terrifying. If they wanted to, they could easily kill him. The era of the younger generation was about to arrive. Some of the older generation experts exclaimed. Indeed, most of the people here were young, but there were many older generation figures and peerless experts. They looked at the scene in front of them in shock. Next would be the era of kings. These young geniuses would reach the peak and compete with invincible kings. All right, let's go and explore this place. Lin Xian waved his hand. Peacock, Hui Dao, and ghostly led the martial artists of Immortal Palace and the Heavenly Sect out quickly. On the other side, Leaf Doudenier and Dustless did the same. Murong Qingqing, Xinjingqiu, No Flower, Gu Santong, the Grand Xia Prince, the Alcade Sage, and other saints and geniuses also moved out. In an instant, these people covered the sky and the earth, searching in all directions. Lin Xian led the people of Immortal Palace to a certain location and looked at the aura of true dragons in front of them. They were extremely shocked. Lin Xian's eyes flickered and he frowned. He opened his heavenly secret divine eyes and looked around. Incredible, this place was simply too astonishing. There was an extremely powerful and peerless dragon vein underground. Also, be careful. Although this place is nothing to the Sacred Lord, it is still extremely dangerous to us. There were many formations here. In an instant, Lin Xian saw his surroundings clearly. The dark red dragon beside him was roaring non-stop. What are you waiting for? Hurry up! He was too excited. After working for so long, he finally came in. How could he give up? Therefore, he opened his mouth and frantically absorbed the surrounding dragon chi. Chapter 2743. The Tao of Dragon Aura was even more terrifying than spiritual chi. Although many of them were not from the royal family, the Tao of Dragon Aura was useful to them. However, this Tao of Dragon Aura was also very useful to them. It could be converted into pure energy. In an instant, a fight for the Tao of Dragon Aura began. The dark red dragon roared and turned into a giant dragon that was 100 feet long, devouring the Tao of Dragon Aura around it. He was a dragon himself, so he was very familiar with the Tao of Dragon Aura. The dragon-shaped aura entered his mouth, making him feel very refreshed. Damn it, who is it? How can he snatch my Tao of Dragon Aura? A roar came from afar. It was a middle-aged man in a dragon robe. He walked with majestic steps. He was emitting a terrifying aura. He was an invincible king, and a king of the Nine Li dynasty. When he turned his head and saw the dark red dragon, he was stunned. What a terrifying absorption speed! What was that thing, a dragon? He was a king of the royal family. He was powerful and cultivated the imperial dragon aura. Logically speaking, people like him should be absorbing the Tao of Dragon Aura the fastest. However, the Tao of Dragon Aura around him was snatched away by the other party. Not only the king of the Nine Li dynasty, but the people of the Divine Wind dynasty, Tai dynasty, and Great Xia dynasty were also shocked. They realized that the dark red dragon was too mysterious. Seeing how strong the dark red dragon was, Lin Xian was also surprised. His figure flashed, and he came to another space to avoid conflict with the dark red dragon. In the next moment, he snorted and activated the great dragon sword soul. With a roar, a dragon shadow appeared on his body, and it was also absorbing the Tao of Dragon Aura around him. Boom! 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 A loud dragon roar sounded, and a crazy devouring power was generated from the great dragon sword soul and swept in all directions. At this moment, the Tao of Dragon Aura in the entire space trembled. Countless dragon roars rang out as they surged towards Lin Xian. Oh no, what did that kid do? Exclamations came, especially the kings, elders, and princes of the royal family. They were all crazy. Damn it, they thought that the dark red divine dragon was terrifying enough. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian's side was even more perverted. The speed at which they were retracted was not any slower than the dark red divine dragon. It was that dragon shadow again. What exactly was that? Was this kid really related to the dragons? The eyes of many powerhouses flashed. This was not the first time they had seen the dragon shadow beside Lin Xian. However, they still had not figured out what the other party was. Buzz, at this moment, the crowd exclaimed again. The prince of the Great Xia dynasty stood on the golden dragon sword and roared furiously as he began to absorb the energy. The prince of the Great Xia dynasty was an extremely terrifying prince in the royal family. Now that he had gone all out, it naturally created a terrifying scene. The other princes, princesses, and princesses didn't dare to linger around either. They quickly scrambled to absorb the energy. In addition to Lin Xian and the Zhongzhou royal family, the saints and geniuses of the other sacred grounds and sects were also crazily absorbing. Yu Wadao, Wuchen, No Flower, Gu Santong, and the others were all making their moves. Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu were also using their own secret techniques, using the energy of the dragon to refine themselves. Buzz! Not long after, another loud dragon roar was heard. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly, turning into two sharp swords and shattering the ground in front of him. Then, a white figure soared into the sky and turned into a white dragon, roaring in the void. Lin Xian was shocked. Before he could see clearly, the powerhouses in the distance exclaimed, "Dragon marrow! That's dragon marrow!" Heavens, this was indeed a huge treasure trove. Even dragon marrow had appeared. What? Dragon marrow! The surrounding people went crazy when they heard this. They looked at the white dragon in the sky in shock. This must be an illusion formed by the combination of the dragon marrow and the energy of the dragon. Hurry up and snatch it. Dragon marrow was incomparably precious. It was not inferior to dragon blood. In an instant, dozens of large palms covered the sky and pierced through the void, grabbing at the white dragon. However, the white dragon's tail was very agile. It was only a dozen meters long, but it was very agile. It quickly flashed through the void and dodged the dozens of large palms. However, these people would not give up such a precious thing. How could they not make a move? In an instant, all kinds of king domains and divine powers were used. They covered the sky. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. Scram! He opened and closed his fists, causing explosions in all directions. Carrying a terrifying divine flame, he broke through the divine powers. This was the dragon marrow that he had discovered. How could he let others snatch it away? Oh no, Lin Xian has made a move! Hurry up and run. The Central Emperor was very terrifying. These people were terrified. They had seen Lin Xian's power with their own eyes. For a moment, many people gave up and looked for other places to see if there was dragon marrow. However, there were also some powerhouses who did not give up. So what if it was the Central Emperor? In front of the dragon marrow, they would not retreat. Among them, there was an old figure. His eyes were like divine lamps as he stared at Lin Xian. Get lost, kid! With a cold shout, he waved the walking stick in his hand. The surrounding dragon aura quickly rolled and turned into a huge dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws, grabbing at Lin Xian. What? Who was this person? How could he control the dragon aura? Was he a powerhouse of the royal family? The surrounding people went crazy. They had only seen people crazily fighting for the dragon aura, but they had never seen someone using the dragon aura. This move was simply too terrifying. It was not a member of the Zhongzhou royal family, but a member of the Tuoba family. They were a family of spirit seekers. A spirit seeker could search for spiritual energy. The dragon vein was also a type of spiritual energy. However, it was very special, so these spirit seekers could control the dragon vein. Tuoba Jinshui was very excited. He was an elder of the Tuoba family who had lived for nearly 2,000 years. His spirit-seeking technique was very terrifying, and he had already reached the level of an earth spirit seeker. He was even confident that he could become a celestial spirit seeker in the future. He was full of confidence and excitement at the opening of the nest of 10,000 dragons this time. Because this way, he would be able to see the legendary dragon vein. He had seen 1 or 2 dragon veins in the past. At that time, he was shocked. Now that he saw so much dragon aura in the nest of 10,000 dragons, and the unparalleled dragon vein, he realized that the one he saw in the past was really too small. After arriving at the nest of 10,000 dragons, Tuoba Jinshui was wild with excitement. He felt that his era had arrived. Because he was a spirit seeker, he could control the dragon aura here. Sure enough, after entering, he secretly tried it, and found that he could really control it. Although it was more difficult than controlling the spiritual energy, he couldn't care less. Chapter 2744. Therefore, when he saw the dragon marrow, he was overjoyed and immediately attacked Lin Xian. In the sky, 8 streams of dragon aura turned into giant dragons that clawed at Lin Xian. In an instant, the space where Lin Xian was shattered. Roar! 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 The loud dragon roar made everyone tremble in fear. Lin Xian waved his fists and charged forward like a god of war. His fists trembled, bringing with them terrifying flames. The power of the sun turned into golden crows that charged forward. Boom! The 8 giant dragon phantoms were killed, and the aura of the dragon filled the area. Lin Xian was like a demon god as he looked down from the sky. He stared at Tuoba Jinshui. Old man, do you want to die? I was the one who found the dragon marrow. Get lost! He did not have a good impression of the Tuoba family. They were mortal enemies. Tuoba Jinshui's face darkened. How dare the other party humiliate him like this? He was courting death. He was an invincible king, and now that he had so many dragon veins for him to control, killing an invincible king was as easy as blowing off dust. But the other party dared to look down on him and scold him? Tuoba Jinshui could not tolerate this. Kid, don't think that I won't dare to kill you just because you are a central emperor. It might be more troublesome for me to kill you outside, but here, I have tens of thousands of dragon aura for me to use. You are definitely dead. 9 dragons devouring heaven array. Tuoba Jinshui sneered. His withered hand waved the walking stick in his hand, and mysterious runes shot out. He quickly used a secret technique to control the surrounding aura of the Tao of Dragon, forming a terrifying formation that enveloped Lin Xian. Roar! 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 The terrifying array swept out, and 9 dragon phantoms circled around, exuding boundless killing intent. How terrifying! The people of the Tuoba family were too terrifying. Yes, especially in front of so many dragon auras, the other party was simply an invincible existence. Lin Xian was trapped by such a terrifying array, but he was not afraid. Do you think that only you can control these dragon auras? A look of disdain appeared in his eyes. He had the great dragon sword soul. In addition to his terrifying attack power, the dragon aura was even more terrifying. After all, it was formed by the fusion of a true dragon and the strongest power in the world. The dragon aura was absolutely unparalleled. It was too easy for Lin Xian to control these dragon auras. Sure enough, in the next moment, under the power of the great dragon sword spirit, the 9 dragons devouring the heavens formation instantly disintegrated. Not only that. Under Lin Xian's control, the true Tuoba water was instantly reassembled in the distance, enveloping the true Tuoba water. Old man, have a taste of my array. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the 9 dragons devouring the heavens formation was activated. Between the heavens and the earth, a terrifying murderous aura surrounded the area, and terrifying energy filled the air. The surrounding people couldn't believe what they were seeing. What was this situation was the 9 dragons array. Furthermore, they had surrounded and attacked Tuoba Jinshui? What was going on? Was this Lin Xian also a seeker spirit master? No way, he was already so powerful, but he was still a seeker spirit master. How could he let others live? That's right, even if he was a seeker spirit master, how could he compare to the Tuoba family in terms of seeker spirit techniques? Especially Tuoba Jinshui, an old monster who had lived for nearly 2,000 years. The people around screamed crazily, unable to accept this at all. Tuoba Jinshui's face was also incomparably ugly. He did not expect the other party to have such shocking means. In an instant, he suffered a fierce attack. However, he was an invincible king. At this moment, the energy in his body exploded, forming a powerful force that bombarded the 9 dragon shadows. Damn it, get out of my way! He also controlled the dragon aura again, wanting to counterattack. Boom! A cold look appeared in Lin Xian's eyes, and he directly detonated the 9 dragons devouring heaven array. The terrifying array cracked open, and the dragon aura spread out, attacking Tuoba Jinshui. Tuoba Jinshui was blasted away, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. All the bones in his body were broken, and his eyes were incomparably ferocious. Damn it! Damn it! Kid, I'm going to kill you! The murderous intent in his eyes disappeared, and the dragon aura poured into his body, healing his injuries. In an instant, he was restored to normal. However, the anger in his body surged to the heavens. A junior actually made him suffer? This was a slap to his face in front of everyone. He could not tolerate it. Go to hell, brat! Tuoba Jinshui instantly charged forward. He raised his palm, and the dragon aura in the surroundings surged rapidly. It merged with his palm, and a terrifying dragon-shaped palm was instantly formed. It was like a dragon's head, and it was incomparably ferocious. With a terrifying murderous intent, it charged towards Lin Xian. Between heaven and earth, the wind and clouds changed. The terrifying energy emitted a mysterious aura, causing the surrounding experts to all tremble. Lin Xian frowned. Facing this palm, he snorted coldly. He waved his fist, and thousands of rays of light bloomed from his body. There was even a dragon shadow circling around. With a boom, the Nine Suns' divine fist and the terrifying dragon-shaped palm collided. Earth-shattering energy exploded, and the two of them retreated at the same time. Lin Xian was unharmed. Tuoba Jinshui's palm was destroyed, and the dragon aura scattered on the ground again. Old thing, who do you think you are? How dare you compete with me? Lin Xian snorted coldly, waved the Nine Suns' divine fist, and quickly charged out. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a peerless god of war, incomparably powerful. The faces of the surrounding people were filled with terror. Tuoba Jinshui's expression was also extremely ugly. His aura was tumbling, and he was like an enraged lion, dodging quickly. There was no other way. Lin Xian was simply too powerful. Moreover, after exchanging blows, Tuoba Jinshui realized how strong his opponent's physique was. With the same power, his opponent did not need to dodge at all and would not be injured. However, he could not. His body could not withstand this power at all, and he had to use armor or a shield to defend himself. However, he might not be able to defend himself. As expected, Lin Xian fought with him barehanded, and the two of them fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Tuoba Jinshui took out a dragon head blade and slashed down, but Lin Xian grabbed it and broke it in half. Tuoba Jinshui's eyes almost popped out. That was a heaven-grade treasure blade, and it was broken by his opponent barehanded. Damn, did he have to be so terrifying? Previously, he thought that only a sacred body could be so powerful. But now, the Nine Suns' divine body was incomparably terrifying. It was not weaker than a sacred body at all. Damn brat, just you wait, I will not let you off. Tuoba Jinshui roared and turned to flee. What a joke, he could not defeat his opponent at all. Originally, he thought that he could easily kill his opponent with the dragon aura. However, his opponent's method of controlling the dragon aura seemed to be more brilliant and terrifying than his. Tuoba Jinshui's advantage was gone. In addition, his opponent had the Nine Suns' divine body and super strong combat strength. He could not fight against his opponent at all. Chapter 2745. Seeing that Tuoba Jinshui had escaped, the experts in the distance were stunned. Lin Xian was too strong. Even the Tuoba family's elder could not fight against him. That was an Earth Spirit Master. You want to leave? You old bastard, stay here for me. Lin Xian roared and once again used the great dragon sword spirit to control the surrounding dragon veins. The other party came and went as he pleased. He was too naive. Was he, Lin Xian, so easy to kill? Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his hand. Immediately, the ground shook violently. Streams of dragon chi roared and formed 81 true dragon shadows. All of them charged towards Tuoba True Water. At this moment, the 81 true dragon shadows were formed by dragon chi and contained the power of the great dragon sword soul. It was terrifying. They covered the sky and swallowed Tuoba True Water. Although Toba True Water was an invincible king, he could not resist the terrifying dragon vein at this moment. He gathered some dragon chi to resist, but how could his spirit-seeking technique be a match for the great dragon sword soul? In an instant, his body froze and he could not move. In the next moment, he was hit by a true dragon's shadow and shattered. Boom! 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 His body was torn apart, and only his head remained intact. The head was filled with fear and it turned into a ray of light and escaped into the distance. At the same time, the head spat out a sword and flew into the distance. Buzz! Buzz! Die for me! Lin Xian manipulated the 81 true dragon silhouettes to open their jaws and chomp down on the head. Boom! 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 The ground shook and the 81 true dragon head sank into the ground and exploded. Endless chi rushed out and formed a terrifying black hole. Seeing this scene, the Toba family members screamed crazily. Elder! No! Damn it, you can't do this! They were about to go crazy. Toba True Water could not survive such a terrifying energy attack. That was the true dragon chi. Indeed, after a long time, Toba True Water did not fly up. It was obvious that he was killed. The faces of the Toba family's warriors turned ashen. They had not expected such an outcome. The other saints, prodigies, and experts were also stunned. Another invincible king had been killed. Furthermore, he was a powerful earth spiritualist. He could control the dragon veins. In this place, one's battle prowess was multiplied. But even so, he was still no match for Lin Xian. This Lin Xian was too terrifying. That's right, it was best not to provoke him. Those people trembled and their faces were filled with fear. Lin Xian turned around and stretched out his azure dragon hand to grab the white dragon. One! Soon, he caught the white dragon in his hand. The white dragon struggled, trying to break free. The aura of the Tao of dragons in the surroundings roared incessantly. However, under the power of the great dragon sword soul, all of the dragon aura was destroyed. The white dragon was also bound and turned into a drop of dragon marrow. This dragon marrow was as big as a finger. It was sparkling and translucent like white jade, exuding pure energy. Lin Xian did not hesitate and directly opened his mouth to eat it. In the next moment, all the pores on his body opened, and he felt a pure energy rush into his body like a vast ocean. He opened his eyes, and a shocking light appeared in his eyes. It was so fragrant and delicious. Moreover, the energy was too overwhelming. This definitely surpassed other natural treasures. As expected of dragon marrow, it was indeed satisfying. The dark red dragon roared excitedly. He had caught a drop of dragon marrow. The others, such as Yi Wudao, Wuchen, and the others, also snatched a drop of dragon marrow. They all consumed it. Soon, the blood in their bodies surged and rushed into the sky. The dark red dragon roared. Kid, follow me. I found something good. Let's go! Lin Xian waved his hand and led everyone away. Xin Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing also followed by his side. They were confused. The snow-white little monkey also flew out. He looked around, and his big eyes turned. Then, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Lin Xian wasn't worried about this little fellow. He had never seen him suffer a loss before. They were confused. The little white monkey soon returned. He grabbed Lin Xian and jumped excitedly. It pointed forward, in the direction of the dark red divine dragon. What was there? Why were the two of them so excited? Lin Xian could not help but speed up. Soon, they arrived in front. It smelled so good. Everyone was shocked. It was indeed very fragrant. Not only Lin Xian, but Peacock and the others were also surprised. Murong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu's eyes lit up. The other saints and prodigies were the same. They looked in all directions. Over there. Soon they found that there were plants in the dragon chi below. There were very few of them, only 5 in total. These 5 plants were sparkling and translucent. They were 5-colored and had fruits on them that looked like swimming dragons. They emitted a mysterious power. Not only that, but these plants were surrounded by endless dragon chi. There were even a few groups that grew directly on the dragon marrow. Damn, using dragon marrow as soil. How extravagant! The eyes of the saints and prodigies were red. Lin Xian's eyes lit up as he stared at the dragon-shaped fruits. He asked, "Ruffian dragon, what is this?" Dragon spirit fruit was something that only grew in the dragon vein. Looking at the dragon spirit fruit, it seemed to have existed for a long time, about 5,000 to 6,000 years. That was not right. The nest of 10,000 dragons had existed for countless years. Why were the spirit fruits only 5,000 to 6,000 years old? Lin Xian was surprised. Could it be that there was a living creature in there that ate it? He did not know. However, he knew that the dark red dragon's guess was right. These spirit fruits were 5,000 to 6,000 years old. However, this was already very impressive. After all, these were nourished by the dragon marrow and dragon chi. It was absolutely amazing. As expected, Little White could not help but drool. It waved its little paws and a wave of space power spread in front of it. Telekinesis. However, the surrounding dragon chi made it impossible for Little White to grab these dragon spirit fruits from a distance. Little White scratched its ears and cheeks anxiously. Its body swayed and turned into a flash of light, wanting to rush over. However, just as he was halfway there, a black light blade slashed towards him. Little White was so scared that it quickly dodged. In the sky, black light blades appeared one after another, chasing after Little White. Little White returned to Lin Xian's side and waved its paws angrily. Lin Xian frowned. The power of space, what a terrifying power of space! If not for the little white monkey's super-fast speed, it would have been killed long ago. If it were other invincible kings, they would probably be injured. Just who was it that possessed such terrifying spatial power? Damn it, it was the Gu family! They discovered that a huge spatial crack had appeared in front of them. It was like a heavenly moat, blocking their path. It was the Gu family. Chapter 2746. The Gu clan was a descendant of the Emperor clan in the ancient barren world. Their ancestors had produced a great emperor. A void emperor. The void technique was extremely mysterious. The blood that flowed in the Gu clan naturally had the power of space. Hence, it was easy for them to cultivate the void mystique. As expected, the spatial energy that Lin Fan was using left these saints and chosen flabbergasted. The Gu clan's move caught Lin Xian and the rest off guard. Even the other saints and sky prides were frowning. Brother Lin, I'm sorry. I can't control the clan's actions. Gu Santong came to Lin Xian's side and said apologetically. Lin Xian shook his head. It's fine. It's not your fault. He knew that although Gu Santong was a genius, he didn't have the divine body of the Gu clan, nor was he the Gu clan's patriarch. Hence, he couldn't command the Gu clan to do anything. Even someone as strong as Yu Wudao couldn't control everyone from the Yi clan. Even within the same family, the roots were intertwined and the waters were very deep. Lin Xian knew all of this, and so did the other saints and sky prides. Brother Lin, the Gu clan's void technique is amazing. You have to be careful. Gu Santong gave his instructions, then leapt into the air and joined the fray. You're the Lin Xian that San always talks about. A young man descended from the sky and looked at Lin Xian. There were a few disciples around him. There were both men and women. Their nerves were unusually cold. Yes, I am. Lin Xian nodded. Who are you? Gu Tianqi. Never heard of him. Lin Xian shook his head. Kid. You're too arrogant. Gu Tianqi's face darkened. He was a genius of the Gu clan. He was stronger than Gu Santong. However, the other party said that he had never heard of him. How could he accept this? He had never been looked down upon like this before. Brat, I advise you to hurry up and leave. Although you're strong, you won't be able to get a single dragon spirit fruit in front of the Gu clan's great void technique. Can't get a single one? You're too confident. Even if your Gu clan's divine body came, he wouldn't dare to talk to me like this. For the sake of Gu Santong, I'll spare your life. Get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Xian took a step forward. His 9-yang divine body blossomed with radiance. He was like a flaming war god. Terrifying waves of qi swept out in all directions. You're courting death. Gu Tianqi's expression darkened. He was also a famous peerless genius. So what if his opponent was a medium emperor? It was just that the heaven rankers of the Gu family disdained to fight for this title. They were emperor clans. He was the descendant of a great emperor, and his body contained supreme blood. Therefore, at this moment, when he heard the other party's words, he was incomparably furious. Die, brat! He struck out with his palm and disappeared without a trace. While everyone was still in shock, a large purple palm appeared above Lin Xian's head. That palm strike was too strange. The Great Void Palm was a void technique. Without a trace, it was impossible to determine where it would appear. Some of the older generation experts exclaimed. The other saints and sky prides also stepped back. They attacked from another direction. However, the Gu family's experts quickly intercepted them. In an instant, a great battle broke out. Lin Xian was the first to bear the brunt. When the large purple palm descended, he used the yin-yang 8 steps. He took a step forward and quickly moved forward. Whoosh! He dodged the palm's strike by a hair's breadth. In front, Gu Tianqi sneered. He waved his palm, and a terrifying purple void palm appeared in the sky. Every time, it appeared around Lin Xian and was about to envelop him. If he was hit by this palm, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Lin Xian was also surprised. Other than Gu Santong, this was the first time he had fought with someone from the Gu family. Jia Jia's void technique was indeed incomparably mysterious. Fortunately, he was fast. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, they would have been killed long ago. Was this the power of an emperor clan? Too powerful. This strength surpassed that of ordinary saints and sky prides. Void spear! At this moment, Gu Tianqi sneered again. With a wave of his palm, the void in front of Lin Xian shattered. A purple spear appeared out of thin air and pierced toward Lin Xian's heart. It was too fast and too strange. It was impossible to guard against. Clang! An earth-shattering sound rang out. Lin Xian flew backward and shattered the void. What? Lin Xian was hit. It's over. Is this kid okay? The surrounding spectators were so scared that their scalps went numb. Gu Tianqi also laughed loudly. What Central Emperor? In front of the Gu family's void technique, he was nothing. However, just as his laughter sounded, it froze. The smile on his face also froze. His handsome face became incomparably ugly. Lin Xian flew back again. The light on his body was still as before, and he was not injured at all. What? He was not injured. Such a terrifying attack directly hit his vitals, but he was not injured at all. This 9-yang divine body was really powerful. Gu Tianqi's face was also gloomy. His opponent's physique was too strong, beyond his expectations. But so what? He did not believe that his opponent could withstand his attacks forever. Buzz! He took out a purple spear from his storage ring. This was the true Void Spear, an extremely terrifying heaven-grade treasure. The Void Spear trembled, and the surrounding space started to tremble rapidly. Everyone felt a wave of pressure appear. They seemed to have fallen into a 10,000-year quagmire, and even their movements became slow. Damn it! It was too terrifying. Just a casual shake could affect space. This was definitely a peerless enemy. Go to hell, brat! Gu Tianqi waved the void spear and charged toward Lin Xian again. In an instant, the void around Lin Xian cracked, and 8 purple shadows appeared, attacking his vitals. With a furious roar, he swung his fists and blasted all the purple shadows away. Black and white dragon chi appeared under his feet, and the sword light on his body soared into the sky. At this moment, he was incomparably powerful. His gaze was like lightning as he stared at Gu Tianqi. You're just SOSO. Buzz! Lin Xian waved his hand and attacked. Below, the earth trembled, and the dragon vein rolled. 81 streaks of dragon chi rushed into the sky, forming a cage that directly enveloped Gu Tianqi. Controlling the dragon vein's aura again. Damn it, this kid is really strange. The surrounding people were terrified. Gu Tianqi laughed sinisterly. You want to trap me with just dragon chi? You're really naive. As he spoke, his body disappeared into thin air. Not good, the void technique. This kid was too careless. The Gu family was good at the void technique. They came and went without a trace, and there was no way to trap them. Yes, although 81 streaks of dragon chi were terrifying, it was still not enough to trap a genius of the Gu family. They did not know how Lin Xian would deal with it this time. Discussions broke out one after another. Murong Qingqing, Xinjingqiu, and the dark red dragon were also attacked by the Gu family. Chapter 2747. Whoosh whoosh. At that moment, the space behind Lin Xian's voice suddenly split open, and a figure appeared. It was Gu Tianqi. The void spear in his hand pierced towards Lin Xian's back. Get lost! Lin Xian slapped the void spear with his palm. However, Gu Tianqi did not resist at all. His figure flickered and disappeared again. Lin Xian's palm directly shattered the space behind him, but no one appeared. The surrounding experts were shocked. The spatial technique was too terrifying, surpassing any movement technique. No one knew where he would appear in the next moment. It was impossible to guard against, and there was no way to chase after him. That's right, this was practically an invincible position. Advantageous to the innate invincibility? Too naive! Did you really think I wouldn't notice you? As he spoke, Lin Xian formed a sword chi in his hand and stabbed towards the left. The sword chi turned into a dragon that was 100 feet long and directly shattered the space. With a whoosh, a figure was knocked out. The person who was knocked out was Gu Tianqi. His face was blank, and he stood there in a daze. The surrounding people were also stunned. The people of the Gu family screamed. Damn it, that's impossible! Gu Santong, who was fighting in the distance, smiled bitterly when he saw this scene. Nothing was impossible. Lin Xian's ocular technique was unparalleled and terrifying. He could see through everything. He shook his head and ignored it. After all, Gu Tianqi was not of their bloodline. He was knocked out. Gu Tianqi was knocked out. Had his void technique been broken? Heavens, how did Lin Xian do it? Exclamations of surprise were heard. Gu Tianqi also came back to his senses. His face was full of shock. He roared crazily. Damn it! That's impossible! I don't believe it! You guessed it! You must have guessed it! As he spoke, he disappeared again and merged into the void. Humph, you're lying to yourself. Lin Xian snorted coldly and stood in the void without moving. His clothes fluttered and his black hair danced wildly as he stood there quietly. Suddenly, he attacked again. This time, it was right in front of them. Boom! Gu Tianqi was blasted out again. This time, he was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Again. He went crazy and turned invisible again. But then, the third time, the fourth time, the fifth time. When Gu Tianqi was knocked out for the fifth time, the surrounding people looked as if they had seen a ghost. Lin Xian might have been lucky the first time, but how could he explain the subsequent times? Every single time, it was incomparably accurate, blasting the other party out. This was no longer luck. This was a true grasp of the other party's whereabouts. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so accurate. How did this kid do it? Those people were terrified. Look at his eyes, those golden eyes are too mysterious. It made my soul tremble. Some of the older generation figures were shocked. When the others saw this, they almost fainted. That's right, Lin Xian's eyes were too mysterious and profound. The golden runes formed a complicated pattern that was mysterious and unfathomable. It was the heavenly secret divine eye that had detected Gu Tianqi's whereabouts. Lin Xian looked at the crazy Gu Tianqi and sneered. Stop struggling, my eyes can see through everything. You can't escape from my grasp. Not only can I see your tracks, but I can also see your fate. Today, you will lose without a doubt. Lin Xian's voice spread in all directions, making the surrounding people tremble. How powerful and confident must he be to dare to say such words to a genius of a clan of the ancients? Damn it, don't be so arrogant. Do you think I only have the ability to hide in the void? Gu Tianqi was also angry. He still had many trump cards that he hadn't used. Kid, so what if you can find my whereabouts? Let's see how you can hurt me this time. Speaking of this, he grabbed the void spear again and quickly charged forward. In an instant, he was in front of Lin Xian. The void spear in his hand stabbed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He pulled out the Dragon Abyss ancient sword and also stabbed at his opponent. The two faced each other head-on. Damn, are these two going to fight to the death? That's not right. Lin Xian's body is so strong. Gu Tianqi is definitely asking for trouble if he fights to the death. Not necessarily. The Gu clan is a clan of the ancients. Gu Tianqi must have other trump cards. Let's wait and see. The crowd discussed. While they were talking, the situation in front of them changed. Jia Tianqi's void spear collided with Lin Xian's body with a thunderous boom. Lin Xian used his 9-yang divine body to take the hit. At the same time, his Dragon Source ancient sword slashed down from the sky towards his opponent. This sword could cut his opponent in half. Whoosh! However, something strange happened. This sword slashed into the void and didn't cause any damage to Gu Tianqi. What's going on? Why is this happening? The crowd was stunned. Lin Xian also frowned. Gu Tianqi sneered. I told you, kid, you're too arrogant. Do you really think that's all I've got? Now, this is my true strength. I'd like to see how you can hurt me. As he spoke, his void spear attacked again. Each time, it was a killing move. Lin Xian would fight with his fists. At the same time, the Dragon Abyss ancient sword stabbed at his opponent again. However, each time it stabbed, it seemed to sink into the void. Gu Tianqi was completely unharmed. What's going on? The surrounding people were all stunned. An elite from the Yi family said slowly with a solemn expression. South close yet so far. One of the Gu clan's great powers, space distortion. The two looked very close, but the distance between them was very far. Lin Xian's attack had probably been guided and banished to the endless void of the universe. Gu Tianqi, on the other hand, was able to hurt Lin Xian with his spatial powers. It would be difficult for Lin Xian to hurt him. Unless Lin Xian was also proficient in spatial techniques. What, there's such a terrifying divine power? The crowd was shocked. South close, yet worlds apart. The name sounded amazing. For a moment, the crowd was discussing. It seemed that Zhong Huang had really met his match this time. Yes, the previous saints were very powerful, but they were not from the clan of the ancients. After all, they were from the great emperor's family. These people had the great emperor's blood flowing in their veins, and they also cultivated the great emperor's techniques and divine powers. Naturally, they were much stronger than ordinary saints and outstanding geniuses. Could it be that Zhong Huang was going to lose this time? He might not lose. His 9-yang divine body was so powerful, but it was very likely that it would be a draw. No way a draw? This was a great humiliation to him. The crowd was discussing. Those from the Gu clan sneered. A draw? The opponent can't hurt our brother Tianqi at all. Our brother Tianqi just needs to increase his attacks, and he'll be able to hurt that kid sooner or later. Chapter 2748. Indeed, everyone was silent. The 9-yang divine body was powerful, but it was not invincible. In this world, there was no invincible body. There was no invincible bloodline. Because in history, whether it was the 9-yang divine body, the sacred body, or any other abnormal or heaven-defying bloodline, they had all been killed. Therefore, in this world, anything could happen. No way, the Central Emperor was going to be defeated, and the title was going to be given away? These people were shocked. Gu Tianqi laughed out loud. Kid, did you hear that? Now kneel down and kowtow to me 10 times. I can spare your life. Otherwise, not only will your title be taken away by me, but it will also be taken away by me. You won't be able to keep your life either. Haha, it's too early for you to be happy. Do you really think I can't hurt you? If I, Lin Xian, want to hurt someone, even God can't stop me. Not to mention the distance between them. At this moment, Lin Xian's body erupted with unparalleled sword qi, which turned into a giant dragon and rushed into the sky. In an instant, the loud roar of a dragon sounded from all directions, roaring in the void as if 10,000 dragons were born. The sword stabbed out, and the peerless sword light illuminated the world. It stabbed directly at Gu Tianqi. It's useless. You can't hurt me at all. Gu Tianqi sneered. He had used South close, yet worlds apart. How could the other party hurt him? The other party's attack had long been banished into the void. However, just as he finished speaking, his expression changed, and there was even a strong sense of fear in his eyes. No, damn it, this is impossible. I don't believe it. He realized that a sword light was directly attacking him. It broke his South close, yet worlds apart. With a pu-chi sound, this streak of sword radiance stabbed into his body, piercing through him. Blood dyed the skies red. Ah! Gu Tianqi screamed crazily. Bang! Gu Tianqi flew backward. The surrounding people were stunned. What's going on? Gu Tianqi was injured? Impossible! The Gu family's martial artists also screamed crazily. This was too strange. One had to know that it was South close, yet worlds apart. All attacks would be banished. No one could hurt Gu Tianqi. But now, Lin Xian had stabbed out with his sword, directly injuring Gu Tianqi. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Damn it, how did this kid do it? His sword technique. Wasn't this too terrifying? He was actually able to break through South close, yet worlds apart. Cries of surprise could be heard. Humph! Lin Xian didn't answer. He laughed coldly and took a step forward. The bone sword in his hand suddenly bloomed, transforming into millions of sword beams that shot out. Damn it, South close, yet worlds apart, banish! Gu Tianqi screamed again. A mysterious folded space formed around him, banishing the sword light and energy. Sword qi filled the sky, slashing into the South close, yet so far, and South close, yet so far and so far. In the next moment, Gu Tianqi was suddenly sent flying. Countless sword wounds appeared on his body, each one stained with blood. For a moment, his body was in tatters. Miserable cries rang out once again. Blood dripped down, turning into a sea of blood that surged in the sky. Impossible, damn it, this is impossible. I don't believe it. Gu Tianqi's face was full of horror. He couldn't believe it. What kind of sword technique was this? You're shocked, aren't you? You're surprised, aren't you? Do you really think you can fight against me? The Gu family is a clan of the ancients. You also cultivate the theurgy of the great emperors. Unfortunately, you're too weak and haven't mastered it at all. You want to run over and show off in front of me? You really don't know what's good for you. Lin Xian's cold voice rang out again, carrying a thick, murderous aura. Gu Tianqi was so angry that he spat out blood. However, what made him even more terrified was that when he activated his theurgy to heal his injuries, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was torn to pieces, directly shattering. It was too terrifying. The sword qi that his opponent had left in his body turned into dragons that kept attacking his body. They wanted to completely destroy him. Damn it, indestructible sword intent! You've cultivated indestructible sword intent! Gu Tianqi screamed in horror. Only now did he realize how terrifying his opponent was. This indestructible sword intent was very difficult to break. The surrounding people were even more terrified. Even the older generation experts looked as if they had seen a ghost. Indestructible sword intent. Heavens, how far has this brat reached in the sword Dao? His swordsmanship was actually so terrifying. Even Gu Tianqi couldn't resist it. Am I witnessing the rise of the Sword Emperor? These people looked at Lin Xian in shock. The experts of the Gu clan hurried over to protect Gu Tianqi. They stared at Lin Xian as if they were facing a great enemy. They couldn't help it. Lin Xian was too terrifying. He had even killed the top prodigy of the War clan, let alone a prodigy of the Gu family. He definitely wouldn't hold back. If he really killed Gu Tianqi, it would be a huge loss for the Gu family. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, this kind of trash isn't worthy of me killing him. With that, he turned around and ignored Gu Tianqi. Gu Tianqi was so angry that he fainted. He had never been humiliated and looked down upon like this. His lungs were about to explode. Take him away. The Gu family experts waved their hands and sealed Gu Tianqi's broken body, then put it into a pagoda. Gu Tianqi was only seriously injured. With their family's nurturing, he would definitely be able to recover. These people looked at Lin Xian with solemn expressions, but no one attacked him again. Because they weren't confident that they could defeat him. If you don't want to die, get lost. Lin Xian's figure flickered, and he became one with his sword. He turned into a piercing sword light and charged forward. Everywhere he passed, everything was destroyed. Dodge quickly. At this moment, everyone fled crazily. No one dared to stand in front of Lin Xian. Buzz! Lin Xian directly charged to the front, in front of the dragon spirit fruit. He stared at the one with the most. He reached out his hand and pulled it up by the roots. It also carried an endless aura of the path of dragons. Whoosh! He put it away and wanted to put it into the black earth. However, before he could even put it into the black earth, the dragon spirit grass that he had grabbed suddenly disappeared. This made Lin Xian jump in fright. Damn it, could it be that an even more terrifying expert had made a move against him? He activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and scanned the surroundings. He found that no one dared to attack him. And he found out. The mysterious small glazed sword in his body suddenly trembled. Did it come in again? Lin Xian knew that there was a magical world inside the mysterious small sword that he couldn't explore. However, this mysterious world seemed to be able to store some things. He had previously placed things like the Thousand Beast Cauldron inside. However, in recent years, his strength had increased, and he had become more and more proficient in controlling the Black Earth. Therefore, he had placed most of his things inside the Black Earth. He didn't expect that the world inside the mysterious small sword would start to actively absorb things today. A dragon spirit grass was directly sucked in. Lin Xian probed with his soul power and breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the dragon spirit grass was growing inside. Great, he had wanted to cultivate this dragon spirit grass. Now that it was inside the mysterious small sword, it was even more suitable. Chapter 2749. At the same time, Yu Wudao and Yu Wuchen also arrived nearby, eyeing a dragon spirit grass. The dragon spirit grass that Lin Xian had obtained had the most fruits. There were a total of 10 fruits on it. The rest of the dragon spirit grass had about 7 or 8 fruits, while the smallest one had 5 fruits. Go! Everyone's eyes turned red. It was a huge loss for them to lose even one. Now that Lin Xian had taken one, how could they not be heartbroken? What was even more detestable was that Lin Xian was still not leaving and wanted to continue attacking. He was simply too detestable. 9 Yang Divine Body, let me see what you're capable of. A golden figure descended from the sky and approached Lin Xian. His golden palm reached out and grabbed at Lin Xian. His posture was very strong, as if he didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes. What a powerful golden blood qi! Was it Yu Wudao? Countless people screamed, and even more were excited. Were the 2 titled geniuses finally going to fight? They were too excited. However, someone shook his head. No, it wasn't Yu Wudao. It was another genius of the Yi family. Everyone looked carefully and found that it wasn't Yu Wudao, but another genius. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his golden blood chi surged like a golden god of war. He didn't seem much weaker than Yi Wudao. Who are you? Lin Xian looked at his opponent. He had already gotten a bunch of dragon spirit grass, so he wasn't in a hurry. Moreover, he had been looking forward to joining the Yi clan for a long time. He really wanted to fight with the Yi clan's experts and geniuses. Although his opponent wasn't Yi Wudao, he seemed to be a top genius. His opponent's chi and blood were very strong. That golden light made him feel apprehensive. I'm Yi Rulong. Today, let me see how powerful your 9-yang divine body is. Can it compete with my Yi family's constitution? Although he didn't have a divine body, he was still a descendant of the great emperor's bloodline. His physique was very strong. In the Yi family, he was even known as the Little Divine Body. One could imagine how terrifying his physique was. Yi Rulong, like his name, was like a dragon, sweeping in all directions. As soon as he appeared, he brought with him a powerful golden radiance that suppressed everything. Just nice, I also want to experience the Yi clan's physique. Come on! Lin Xian also activated his 9-yang divine body. Billions of rays of light bloomed. The 9 suns' divine fire burned fiercely and surrounded him, making him look like a sun war god. Boom! Boom! Their auras collided in the sky, tearing apart the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions. The surrounding people were all sent flying. Even the experts of the older generation and the invincible kings kept retreating, their faces filled with fear. These 2 people were too terrifying. That aura alone was enough to make it seem like only Leaf Dao Denier would dare to step forward. So powerful! In the Yi family, that person was known as the Little Saint Physique. Who would be stronger between him and Lin Xian? It was hard to say. One of them had a powerful physique, but he had only cultivated for a short time. Although the other's physique wasn't as good as a saint physique, he had cultivated for a long time. Therefore, in summary, he really didn't know. Many people retreated into the distance, silently watching the battle. In addition, Leaf Dao Denier, Wu Chen, and the others were fighting crazily with the other invincible kings. Murong Qingqing, Xinjingqiu, and the dark red dragon worked together to fight against the surrounding experts. Boom! Yi Rulong punched out, and a terrifying force rolled out like a torrential river. Lin Xian also punched out, flickering with resplendent light, shaking the 9 heavens. With the momentum of sweeping through tens of thousands of troops, he charged out. Their fists collided in the sky, letting out a thunderous sound. Between heaven and earth, no one seemed to be able to hear anything else. They couldn't even feel their own hearts beating. After a long time, they realized that their hearts seemed to be beating again. In front of them, after a dazzling light, 2 figures quickly retreated. The space between the 2 of them shattered, and a huge black hole appeared, swallowing everything. Not bad, you can actually force me back. Interesting. Lin Xian took 3 steps back and stopped. On the opposite side, Yi Rulong took 9 steps back, and his face became gloomy. His opponent's physique was so strong that it made him feel like he was facing Leaf Dao Denier. Impossible, this kid is definitely not as terrifying as Dao Denier. With my current strength, I can definitely defeat him. Yi Rulong roared, and the power of bloodline instantly spread throughout his body. Kill! He attacked again. Fine, I'll play with you. Lin Xian also laughed, and waved the 9-yang divine body, resisting with the strength of his physical body. The 2 of them fought in close combat, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. After exchanging more than 300 moves, the sun and moon dimmed, and the rivers reversed. The entire sky seemed to be overturned by the 2 of them. Refreshing, this was simply too refreshing. Lin Xian laughed. Indeed, ever since his 9-yang divine body reached the 2nd level, no one could fight him in close combat, and use the strength of their physical body to fight for so long. Therefore, he had always been helpless. He had always wanted to see how powerful the 9-yang divine body was. Now, he finally got what he wanted. Although his opponent was not Leaf Dao Denier, his opponent's physique was indeed very strong, and could withstand 300 moves. Damn it! On the other side, Yi Rilung's face was full of horror. After 300 moves he had been suppressed by his opponent, and was at a disadvantage. If it wasn't for the power of bloodline, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Even now, his hands were completely numb, and he couldn't feel anything. The blood in his body was surging. He had received internal injuries, and if he hadn't suppressed them, he didn't know how much blood he would have spat out. Was this the nine-yang divine body? Was this the Central Emperor Lin Xian? How terrifying! You're very strong, I admit. I'm not as good as you in close combat. Yi Rilung took a deep breath and stopped attacking. Indeed, it was futile to continue fighting. His opponent's physique was indeed stronger than his. He had to admit that. When these words came out, the surrounding people were in an uproar. The Yi family's experts were also shocked. What? Even Yi Rilung lost to his opponent? In terms of close combat, Leaf Dao Denier was the only one who could possibly compete with Yang Qi. However, in the sky, Yi Rilung spoke again. However, it won't be that easy to defeat me. In addition to close combat, I have many other methods. You have to be careful next. Indeed, the Yi family was also an emperor family, and a clan of the ancients. How many tens of thousands of years had they passed down? How could they not have other divine abilities? Close combat physique was only their foundation. They had plenty of other tricks up their sleeves. Thunder Eagle Claw. Yi Rilung's 5 fingers formed a claw, and he clawed down. Thunder appeared in his hand, and each of them was like a giant dragon roaring in the sky. They pierced through the void and grabbed at Lin Xian. Between heaven and earth, thunder surged, and a sea of lightning spread, enveloping Lin Xian. Chapter 2750. The expressions of the elders around them changed. Even the invincible kings had gloomy looks in their eyes. It was obvious that this move could still threaten them. Heavenly battled Divine Fist. Lin Xian waved his fists with an indomitable aura, causing explosions in all directions. With a loud boom, those lightning bolts were directly shattered. Too powerful. Lin Xian's physique was too strong. The surrounding people exclaimed. Yi Rilung, on the other hand, sneered as a strange smile appeared on his face. The Thunder Eagle Claw was not only known for its powerful attack power. Its effect was also in other areas. Just wait. Soon, these people would know how powerful he was. Sure enough, not long after, Lin Xian frowned. Because he realized that the thunder had drilled into his body and was constantly destroying it. The effect was very similar to his great dragon sword soul. However, after looking at it carefully, there was still a difference. As expected of the Yi family, they actually had such a terrifying ability. Lin Xian was surprised. He felt his body go numb. The lightning actually had a paralyzing effect. Sure enough, Lin Xian's speed and strength decreased a lot when he moved. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were confused. Yi Rilung laughed loudly. Did you see that? This is the Yi family's ability. You've been paralyzed by my thunder. It's impossible for you to recover in a short time. Therefore, you've lost this battle. Yi Rilung chased after him and quickly attacked. Have I lost? Lin Xian shook his head. The great dragon sword soul in his body surged out and destroyed all the thunder. He recovered in an instant. His speed increased again, and he instantly dodged the opponent's attack. He dodged? How was that possible? Yi Rilung was very surprised. His thunder was very terrifying. Even invincible kings would not be able to recover in a short time. After all, this was not ordinary lightning. However, his opponent recovered in an instant. How did he do it? Lin Xian held the Dragon Source ancient sword, and the sword chi on his body expanded. Next, I'll let you see my sword skills. But the ancient Dragon Abyss sword was swung, bringing with it the aura of the Tao of Dragons. It formed a canopy in the sky and pressed down. This power was too terrifying. It could destroy everything. Yi Rulung's expression changed in an instant because this sword strike could completely threaten him. He let out a furious roar and fully unleashed the power of his bloodline. Then, he took out a golden hammer and smashed it upward. With a loud boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. He shattered countless sword cheese, but even more sword cheese came at him. They were densely packed and shrouded him. There was a heaven overflowing and world-destroying aura in front of them. No one dared to advance. Everyone was incomparably terrified. What kind of sword was this? They would probably never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. The warriors of the Yi family were also pale. Damn it, Yi Rulung couldn't have been killed by the other party's sword, right? When they thought of this, their expressions turned gloomy. In front of him, the sword chi that filled the sky gradually disappeared. Yi Rulung floated in the sky, his face pale. Blood flowed from his body, dyeing the sky red. There was not a single place on his body that was intact. There were sword scars everywhere. But fortunately, these sword scars weren't deep and didn't hurt his foundation. Yi Rulung's body trembled. He lifted his head and looked deeply into Lin Xian's eyes. Thank you for showing mercy, Sir Lin. After saying this, he fell in the sky with a plop and was protected by the experts of the Yi family. He really should thank Lin Xian because Lin Xian didn't want to kill him. He only injured him. Otherwise, the 10,000 sharp sword chi just now would have killed Yi Rulung several times over. The experts of the Yi family also took a deep breath with solemn expressions. Lin Xian's strength was really a headache for them. But fortunately, they had Yi Wudao. As for who was stronger between Yi Wudao and Lin Xian, they didn't know. After all, at their level, they couldn't just deduce it. Perhaps the two of them would have to fight for real to determine the victor. After defeating Yi Rulung, Lin Xian joined the battle group of the dark red divine dragon. Then, they snatched another dragon spirit grass. Then, they retreated into the distance. They had already obtained 2, so there was no need to make a move. Otherwise, if they made a move, they would probably be surrounded by others. As expected, many people stared at Lin Xian with gloomy expressions. There were many invincible kings among them. However, they didn't make a move in the end. Firstly, Lin Xian was too strong. Secondly, Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu were beside Lin Xian. It could be said that the 3 great sage had joined forces to obtain it. If they made a move, not only would they offend Lin Xian, but they would also offend the Jade Lake Sacred Ground and Purple Dawn's Sacred Ground. It wasn't worth it. Lin Xian directly asked Murong Qingqing, Xinjingqiu, and the dark red divine dragon to split the second dragon spirit grass. He didn't want it himself, because he already had 10 in his hands. He took out 2 and gave them to the little white monkey. He would deal with the other 8 when he returned. Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu carefully put away the dragon spirit fruits. The little white monkey and the dark red divine dragon ate them all. It was no different from eating candy. The surrounding people were envious. Sigh, humans are worse than a snake. What kind of world is this? An invincible king shook his head helplessly. The remaining 2 dragon spirit grasses were obtained by Yi Wudao and Wuchen. The last dragon spirit grass was broken. No flower was obtained by the princes of the great Xia dynasty. The other saints, geniuses, and invincible kings didn't even get a single strand of hair. They had no choice but to crazily absorb the surrounding dragon energy to make up for the dissatisfaction in their hearts. Let's go. Lin Xian and the others had a great harvest and were ready to continue forward. However, just as they were about to leave, endless dragon energy rolled under their feet, and mysterious patterns appeared on the ground. A peerless array instantly appeared under their feet. Not good, there's a change, retreat. These people's expressions changed drastically. Lin Xian even led Murong Qingqing and the others to retreat frantically. However, it was still too late. The entire array enveloped everything. Damn it! Everyone was enveloped by the array and attacked crazily. However, they couldn't break it at all. Who was it? Who made a move? Was it the mechanism array in the nest of 10,000 dragons? Everyone exclaimed. There were also older powerhouses who shouted coldly. Don't panic, Everyone gathered together and worked together to break it. They quickly gathered together. Lin Xian frowned, and mysterious runes appeared in his eyes. How is it? Brother Lin, what did you find? Yi Wudao and the others asked. Lin Xian looked ahead and said in a deep voice. Something was about to come out. Indeed. Beside him, a young man in blue slowly nodded. He was the Taishan saint. His eyes were also shining incomparably. Astral eyes! Many people exclaimed. Previously, this eye technique had been used by the Taishan Saint Master. They didn't expect the Taishan Saint Master to have also cultivated the astral eyes. Chapter 2751. In the center of the array formation, a figure slowly appeared. Everyone was extremely nervous, and their hearts were in their throats. Damn it, what could be that thing that appeared in the nest of 10,000 dragons? A dragon corpse? Or some other puppet monster? In short, it was definitely not simple. As this figure rose, a powerful aura shook the world and swept across the surroundings. However, when the surrounding people saw this scene, their faces were filled with astonishment. It was as if they had seen a ghost. That was because what rose up was neither a human nor a dragon. Instead, it was a shield. A broken shield. It was very ancient and shabby. If it weren't for the destructive aura it emitted, no one would even take a look at it if it was thrown into the garbage dump. What's going on? Everyone was extremely puzzled. Lin Xian also frowned. That extremely frightening pressure from the other party did not seem to be fake. Damn it, could it be a broken sacred artifact? The dark red dragon screeched and stared at the broken shield without stopping. The others also exclaimed. It was very likely. Such a terrifying pressure could only be emitted by a sacred artifact. Moreover, looking at how broken the other party was, it must have existed for countless years. To be able to leave behind such a treasure, it must be a sacred artifact. This nest of 10,000 dragons was indeed terrifying. There were even sacred artifacts. Who dares to disturb my cultivation? A cold voice came from the mouth of the shield in front, and everyone below trembled. Damn it, this shield can actually speak. It was said that the weapons of the saints would nurture and form an artifact spirit. Could it be that the artifact spirit of this shield spoke? The eyes of some of the older powerhouses flickered. The people of the Gu family and the Yi family also had solemn expressions because they had intact sacred artifacts in their families. There would be an artifact spirit in a sacred artifact, so these disciples of the clan of the ancients were no stranger to this. The other saints and geniuses were the same. After all, these people were from the top sacred grounds and sections. In the hands of those sacred grounds, they all had intact sacred artifacts. Once the artifact spirit of a sacred artifact was enraged, it would even take the initiative to attack. There was no need for human control at all. This was also why saint-level weapons surpassed everything and were so terrifying. Thus, at that moment, the crowd did not dare to be careless in the face of that damaged saint's weapon. After all, the other party had an artifact spirit. If the artifact spirit took the initiative to attack them, it would be difficult for them to resist. It's over. Our sect master, the Holy Master, is still too weak. I didn't expect there to be such a terrifying holy artifact here. Forget it, it's better to lower our heads in front of the sacred artifact. I don't think it will make things difficult for us. After all, he is also intelligent. Our sacred leader is right in front of him, so he shouldn't dare to act recklessly. The experts from the sacred grounds and sects discussed fervently. That broken shield emitted a soul-like aura that swept the surroundings. When he looked in another direction, he suddenly froze and carefully examined it. Then she screamed. F***K. What the fuck? Why is the dragon spirit grass that I've been growing for countless years gone? Who took it? Hand it over to me now. Everyone was stunned. What did they just see? The artifact spirit in front of him was actually cursing and swearing, looking flustered and exasperated. Fuck, why do I feel like he's a hooligan? It turned out that the solemn and heavy aura had disappeared, which made everyone dumbfounded. However, these people were soon stunned. What did that mean? From his tone, it seemed that he was the one who planted the dragon's spirit grass? No way, their scalps went numb. Lin Xian also frowned and glanced at the dark red divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon also had a grave expression. Previously, the two of them were still puzzled. The nest of 10,000 dragons had existed for countless years. But why did the dragon's spirit grass inside only look like it was 5,000 to 6,000 years old? Now, it seemed that they had found the reason. It turned out that there was a broken artifact spirit. Could it be that the dragon spirit fruit that grew before had all been eaten by him? Sure enough, the artifact spirit in front of the broken shield screamed crazily. Damn it, it's been 6,000 years. I've waited for 6,000 years. There are still 4,000 years left. I can finally taste the dragon spirit fruit that's 10,000 years old. Who was it that destroyed all of them? Come out, I promise I'll beat him to death. He was really mad. The powerful and destructive power burst out of his body, causing everyone to tremble again. They crawled on the ground. They had no choice. Although the other party looked like a hooligan, his aura was too terrifying. It was impossible to resist. These people all looked at Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, Wuchen, and Murong Qingqing. That was because these dragon spirit fruits had been obtained by them long ago. The last one had been destroyed. There were a total of 7 dragon spirit fruits, which were taken by No Flower, the Prince of Great Xia, and other top saints and geniuses, as well as a few invincible kings. Therefore, these people's expressions were ugly. Especially Lin Xian and the others, it was as if they were facing a great enemy. This was because he realized that the other party's spirits seemed to have enveloped them. Sure enough, the broken shield in front of them said coldly, "Damn it, I can feel the dragon's spirit fruit's aura. It's on you. Hand it over obediently." An incomparably vast aura pressed down. Even the saints and geniuses had grave expressions. One by one, they unleashed their king domains to resist. The dark red divine dragon was also anxious. "Damn it, how dare you snatch my food? Damn it, you're just an artifact spirit. I've already eaten the dragon spirit nation. What's wrong? Hit me." Hearing this, everyone was shocked and trembled. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. "Damn it, what is this ruffian dragon doing?" The broken shield in front of them was also stunned. The pressure on his body shook and locked onto the dark red divine dragon. "How dare a small snake be so arrogant in front of me? Do you know what kind of existence I am? Back in the day, I was a supreme existence who swept across the world and suppressed heaven and earth. Pfft, you're just a broken shield. What's so great about you? Besides, you're the snake. Your whole family are snakes." The dark red divine dragon was furious. How dare the other party threaten him? How despicable! "Kid, give me another dragon spirit nation. I'll eat it in front of everyone and piss him off." The dark red divine dragon gritted his teeth. It had no choice. Previously, it was an old monster who was incomparably arrogant. Now, there was someone who was even more arrogant than it. How could the dark red divine dragon tolerate this? Lin Xian rolled his eyes helplessly. Of course, he would not give the dark red divine dragon a chance to anger the other party. However, it seemed that the dark red divine dragon had already angered the other party. "Looks like I'll have to let you know how powerful I am." The broken shield swayed gently, and a terrifying pressure swept over the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Everyone trembled. Everyone frantically retreated, and the dark red divine dragon naturally felt the pressure. Roar! Its body swayed, and it transformed into a divine dragon that was 1,000 feet long. With a roar, the aura of the dragon surged between heaven and earth, forming a terrifying light that blocked in front of it. Chapter 2752. He was a dragon, so he could naturally mobilize the aura of dragons. Seeing this scene, the shield in front was also stunned. He didn't expect a snake to be able to mobilize the aura of dragons so easily. It was really surprising. He stared at the dark red dragon. Suddenly, he screamed, "Fuck, you're not a snake, you're a dragon!" Dragons were the divine beasts of heaven and earth, the leader of all monsters. They were extremely terrifying. However, no one knew if dragons really existed. Even though they were in the nest of 10,000 dragons, they didn't see a single dragon corpse. Perhaps they would be able to see it even deeper. This made them both excited and shocked. But now, the broken artifact spirit in front of them actually said that the dark red snake near them was a dragon. They found it hard to believe. However, when they looked ahead, their faces were also filled with shock. Because at this moment, the dark red dragon wasn't a snake. Instead, it had transformed into 1,000 feet long and was majestic. A terrifying aura emanated from its body, and it attracted the aura of dragons from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This scene was similar to that of a dragon. However, they still didn't quite believe that the other party was a dragon. Perhaps it was related to dragons, such as flood dragons or something like that. After all, how many years had it been since a real dragon had appeared in the world? There was only the nest of 10,000 dragons. The dark red dragon roared, "That's right, I'm a dragon. Come and bite me!" His voice roared into the 9 heavens, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. What? He's really a dragon? There was a dragon following Lin Xian. No wonder this kid was so terrifying. These people were all stunned. They didn't expect that the dark red dragon was really a dragon. The news was so shocking that even Leaf Doudenier, Dustless, and the other invincible kings were completely flabbergasted. This was a real dragon. Lin Xian's gaze was gloomy. He asked telepathically, "Ruffian dragon, is it okay to expose your identity?" The dark red dragon said, "Don't worry, I'll be exposed sooner or later. Even if I don't say it now, when we enter the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons and snatch the treasures of those dragons, we'll be recognized." So it didn't matter. Indeed, the dark red divine dragon already knew that its identity would be exposed. However, he didn't care. As long as he could obtain the treasures in the nest of 10,000 dragons and grow up, so what if these people knew that he was a dragon? All right then. Lin Xian nodded. Since the other party had made up his mind, he wouldn't stop him. They just watched quietly from the side. He wanted to see what this broken shield of a saint was trying to do. The artifact spirit within the saint's shield was shocked. "You are a dragon and not a dragon from the nest of 10,000 dragons. Which branch are you from?" He was simply too shocked. Back then, he was the weapon of a certain expert of the dragons. After being shattered, he was buried here and slowly recovered. Therefore, he had a better understanding of the dragons. However, were there any dragons in this world other than the nest of 10,000 dragons? He really didn't know. "You're still too inexperienced to inquire about this emperor's origins. Broken shield, hurry up and scram. If you dare to seal us again, be careful that this emperor will destroy your true body." The dark red divine dragon roared, shaking the 9 heavens. The others also looked serious. Indeed, even if the dark red divine dragon was a dragon, so what? They couldn't care so much anymore. They were sealed by a peerless array formation. They had to work together to break it. For a moment, countless people looked at the dark red divine dragon. Since the other party was a dragon, he should be extremely familiar with the nest of 10,000 dragons. Therefore, they placed their hopes on this. "Kid, let's work together and suppress this broken shield." The dark red divine dragon stared at the other party. He waved his dragon claws and spat out a few saint fragments. Lin Xian also flew over and came to his side. "This is for you. Maybe you'll like it." He gave the flood dragon scissors to the dark red divine dragon. After the dark red divine dragon saw it, he immediately grinned. The flood dragon scissors, a half-step sacred artifact. "Haha, kid, you're really interesting." He was really too excited. With a wave of his hand, the flood dragon scissors appeared in his hand, forming another 2,000 feet long flood dragons. For him to use. Come, 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 let me fight you for 300 rounds. The dark red divine dragon was very arrogant. Looking ahead, Lin Xian also took out a half-step sacred artifact. The 9-story pagoda floated in front of him. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Yi Wadao, Gu Santong, the prince of the great Xia dynasty, and the others. Let's attack together. Okay. These people nodded and also stepped forward. Facing the broken saint artifact and the artifact spirit, they were not careless at all. They all sent out their respective treasures. Among them, there were many saint fragments and even a few half-step sacred artifacts. For a moment, the sky shook rapidly, unable to withstand this power. Damn, don't mess around. The artifact spirit's expression changed. He didn't expect these people to have so many treasures in their hands. Mess around? We're messing around. What can you do to me? The dark red divine dragon roared and used the flood dragon scissors. It was the first to charge over. Lin Xian, Yi Wadao, and the others also attacked. Boom! Boom! Terrifying energy flooded the area ahead. In an instant, the array formation below was destroyed. After all, when these people attacked together, coupled with the power of the saint fragments and half-step sacred artifacts, it was really terrifying. Nothing could withstand it. The array formation was torn to pieces. The broken shield also let out a miserable cry. However, in the next moment, the light on his body suddenly expanded and turned into a dragon turtle, blocking in front of him. With a boom, all the energy blasted on the dragon turtle's shell, shaking the heavens and the earth. However, it didn't break the shield. When all the light disappeared, the dragon turtle in the sky bared its teeth and turned into a shield again. Damn it, how dare you make me suffer such a big loss? Just you wait. He screamed and ran away quickly. Dragon turtle, is this guy a dragon turtle? It should be a shield made from the dragon turtle's shell. Many of the older generation people were discussing. The dark red divine dragon roared. Hurry up and chase. Don't let him escape, catch him. He knows the secret of this place. Yes, that's right. After being reminded, everyone charged over. The dark red divine dragon carried Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, Xinjingqiu, and the martial artists of the Immortal Palace and flew quickly. Everyone covered the sky and the earth. They flew forward. Gradually, they arrived at the edge of the area. This was already the border. If they continued forward, they would be in an unknown danger zone. Should they continue to chase? Some of the powerhouses from the sacred grounds looked ahead and frowned. Who cares? Hurry up and chase. Our sacred leaders are in front. We have to inform them. These people chased crazily. Lin Xian and the others didn't stop. The group quickly left the safe area and arrived at the area where they were. They were deeper in, and they hadn't been explored by the sacred leaders. In other words, there could be danger at any time. Moreover, it was danger that was beyond their control. Sure enough, not long after they flew out, the broken shield in front of them had already disappeared. There were all kinds of grotesquely shaped mountain ranges in the surroundings, forming a continuous stretch. Damn it, there are mountain ranges underground. These should be dragon veins, right? Chapter 2753. This underground didn't seem to be a lair, but a real world. The continuous mountain range was like a giant dragon coiling above the ground. Many martial artists from the Holy Lands looked at the people from the Toba family. Everyone, can you see where that guy went? Also, is this place dangerous? Right now, they could only rely on the Seeker Spirit Masters. The Toba family, Nangong family, and Ouyang family, the three great Seeker Spirit Master families, became the center of everyone's attention. After all, the other party's spirit-seeking technique could search for spirit veins, so it might be able to solve the current situation. The disciples of the three great Seeker Spirit Master families were extremely excited. Being watched by so many people made them feel very proud. Did you see that? This was the status of the Seeker Spirit Master families. Regardless of whether it was a holy land or an ancient family, at the most critical moment, they still had to rely on them. This feeling of being respected by others made them feel very good. Many older generation powerhouses walked out from the three great families. These people had all reached the Earth Spirit Master realm. At this moment, these people walked out. Their eyes were like divine lamps, emitting mysterious runes that swept across the ground below. They began to deduce. Under their hands, strange runes flickered and formed various combinations. The surrounding holy sons, geniuses, and powerhouses waited silently. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He activated the heavenly secret divine eye and scanned around, but he didn't find any traces of the shield. However, he looked down. He felt that the mountain range below really didn't look like mountains, but sleeping dragons that emitted terrifying auras. This place was really strange. He couldn't see through it. Lin Xian shook his head. Even though he had the heavenly secret divine eye, he couldn't see everything clearly. The dark red dragon said. That was for sure. Although the nest of 10,000 dragons wasn't considered a forbidden area, one could imagine the place where 10,000 dragons were buried. How could it be simple? It was better to be careful. Lin Xian nodded and sent a voice transmission to the martial artists of Immortal Palace, telling them not to act rashly and to listen to his orders. These martial artists of Immortal Palace naturally obeyed. At the same time, he also reminded Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu to take care of their subordinates. After all, this place was mysterious and extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness might cause one to fall into eternal damnation. Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu nodded and transmitted messages to their subordinates. The Seeker Spirit Masters at the front quickly inquired while the surrounding strong cultivators waited silently. Not long after, the Seeker Spirit Masters withdrew their palms. How is it, everyone? What's the situation? The elders of the Gu family, the Yi family, and the other great sects all walked up and quickly inquired. An old man from the Mop Head family trembled with excitement. Incredible, truly incredible. This was truly a wonderland. With so many dragon veins, if he could cultivate here for a year or so, it would be comparable to hundreds of years of cultivation outside. What? When the surrounding martial artists heard these words, their faces were filled with shock. 1 year was equivalent to several hundred years in the outside world? If he cultivated here for 100 years, wouldn't he be able to directly become a saint? They were extremely envious. The elder of the Nangong family spoke up as well. That's right. This was definitely a boundless treasure. All of the things below were dragon veins. Would it be dangerous? The expert from the Yi family asked. An elder of the Ouyang family. He nodded. There was still danger. The 7 veins of the 9 dragons. Not all of the dragon veins could be absorbed and used. Among them, out of every 9 dragon veins, there were 2 that could not be touched. Otherwise, it would be dangerous. As he spoke, he pointed down with his finger. Soon, many dragon veins were marked, flickering with light. These dragon veins could not be touched. The others should not be dangerous. Is that true? Does that mean we can go down and search and cultivate now? The Tuoba family's martial artists behind him were excited. The martial artists of the other great sects were also excited. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if they couldn't cultivate for a year or 2, it shouldn't be a problem for them to cultivate for a few days. This was equivalent to a few years of cultivation in the outside world. If they could improve a little here and surpass their peers, they would be able to continue singing. Therefore, these people couldn't wait any longer. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Although he believed in the words of the 3 great Seeker Spirit Master families, he didn't believe them 100%. He looked at the dark red divine dragon. Ruffian dragon. Was what those old guys said reliable? He had used his heavenly secret god eyes to check. Indeed, the marked dragon veins had an aura that made him feel apprehensive. It was obvious that they couldn't be touched easily. Something like that. The dark red divine dragon's eyes flickered. I don't know much about dragon seeking and pulse fixing. However, with my attainments in array formations, those old guys are right. Those dragon veins really can't be touched. But kid, be careful. I have a feeling that it's not that simple. After all, although I don't know much about dragon seeking and pulse fixing, I have the inheritance of dragons. Although I haven't fully digested it, the information I have tells me that this place is definitely not as simple as it seems. It's better not to be greedy. Hearing this, Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, Xinjingqiu, Peacock, Hui Dao, and the others were very surprised. One had to know how greedy the dark red divine dragon was. When he saw a treasure, he couldn't help but pounce on it and snatch it away. But now, the dark red divine dragon said not to be greedy. One could imagine how terrifying this area was. All right, let's be careful and go down slowly. Find a dragon vein that isn't dangerous. Inquire about it, Lin Xian said. Then, the group of people quickly flew down. The others didn't care so much. They firmly believed in the Seeker Spirit Master families. Especially the elders of these Seeker Spirit Master families. How could the results of the investigation be wrong when the Earth Spirit Masters of the three great families worked together? They couldn't wait to fly down and avoid those dangerous dragon veins. Among them, the most excited, they were the people of the four great empires. They had originally cultivated the imperial dragon chi. At this moment, these dragon veins, to them, it could be said to be the best treasure. Their absorption methods and efficiency far exceeded that of the other Holy Land's great sex cultivators. In an instant, the people of the four great empires quickly occupied the dragon veins. But fortunately, there were many dragon veins here. Other than the largest few that were fighting, the rest were all collecting as much as possible to avoid conflicts. Now, the most precious thing was time. Lin Xian and the others also picked a dragon vein and slowly descended. It wasn't the largest dragon vein, so they didn't want to take too much risk. Everyone can just absorb it here, Lin Xian said. He activated the great dragon sword spirit and absorbed the surrounding dragon vein aura. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Not long after, there were balls of light floating in the distance. They were very dazzling in the sky. Chapter 2754. What were those things? Stars? They weren't stars. Divine crystals. Someone exclaimed. What? Divine crystals? You're saying that all those floating things are divine crystals? The surrounding people were stunned. The countless rays of light that filled the sky were actually divine crystals. Heavens, they felt as if they were about to faint from happiness. Divine crystals were extremely precious and rare in the outside world. Even the saints, saintesses, and geniuses did not have many of them. That was because most of them were cut out of ancient stones. But now, all of the twinkling light spots in front of him were as dense as the stars in the sky. They were all divine crystals. They did not dare to imagine how many divine crystals there were. Hurry up and snatch them! Hurry up and snatch them! One person screamed crazily, attracting the attention of the others. In an instant, all kinds of palm lights covered the sky and covered the earth. Get lost! A huge black millstone appeared in the sky and crushed many of the palm lights. Blood flowed wildly. You're courting death. How dare you snatch something that the Yi family wants? The experts of the Yi family waved their fists, shattering the void in all directions. The Gu family's experts used void techniques to snatch the divine crystals. Lin Xian's side was also extremely shocked. The Immortal Palace's cultivators were even more shocked. That's great, they're going to be rich. However, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He said to the people behind him, Don't act rashly. Ruffian dragon, don't move. Something's not right. Indeed, the dark red dragon's expression was extremely serious. That was because they realized that the divine crystals in the sky were quickly flying into the distance. Chase after them. Don't let them get away. Those people's eyes were red as they chased after them crazily. Stop! Don't go! Gu Santong, Yi Wudao, and the others roared angrily, wanting to stop them. They felt that the situation was a little strange. Even so, the Yi and Gu family's disciples' eyes were red at this moment. Of course, there were also some who were called back by Yi Wudao and the others. Even more cultivators from the other holy lands and sects went. For a moment, everyone chased after them crazily. Ha 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 ha, great! These divine crystals are all mine! An expert laughed maniacally as he was surrounded by hundreds of deity crystals. On the other side, a prince of the Tai dynasty was overjoyed. He also stretched out a hand that was wrapped in countless divine crystals. The Yin sect, the Five Elements Palace, the Grand Development Holy Land, and the All Beginnings Holy Lands experts and sky brides were all madly attacking. But gradually, they flew further and further away. Suddenly, beams of divine light shot up from below, illuminating the entire sky. Those martial artists and geniuses who were madly competing for the treasures let out miserable cries. Their bodies were mercilessly pierced through by the divine light. Damn it, get lost! These experts roared one after another. There were quite a few of them, and all of them were extremely powerful. There were even a few invincible kings among them. In his fury, he attacked the divine light. Boom! Boom! A world-shaking sound rang out. Those divine lights trembled, but they didn't disappear. Instead, they increased in number. They intertwined in the sky, forming a terrifying formation of light that enveloped everyone. Saint, save me! Elder, please save me! In the distance, those people screamed crazily. Their companions and martial artists around them kept exploding. Blood dyed the sky red. The expressions of those who stayed in the distance also changed. There was indeed a problem. Let's go! The elders of the Holy Land's major sects roared and went to help. They couldn't just sit back and watch. Sage fragments were taken out one by one. There were even half-sage artifacts that were used to destroy the world. However, this formation was extremely powerful and couldn't be broken at all. More and more martial artists inside died. Damn it, stop! An elder of the Yin-Yang sect screamed crazily. Many of their sky prides were killed. The Nine Heavens Sacred Grounds side also roared crazily. Their saint was also inside. He had been killed directly. Not only the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground, but the saints and saintesses of several major sects were also killed mercilessly. This was definitely a world-destroying formation that mercilessly reaped everyone's lives. The martial artists of the Immortal Palace were dumbfounded. Fortunately, their temple master didn't let them take action. Otherwise, they would have been killed long ago. The disciples of the Purple Dawn's Sacred Ground and the Jade Lake Sacred Ground were also trembling. Previously, when Lin Xian didn't let them go, they were dissatisfied, thinking that their saintesses were too obedient. But now, it seemed that this guy was their savior. They were deeply grateful because the other party had saved their lives. Yu Wudao, Wuchen, and the others were also ready to take action. After all, many of their disciples were also inside. However, when they were halfway out, their expressions changed. Because the ground under their feet was trembling rapidly and cracking. Beams of divine light shot into the sky and intertwined in the sky. Not good, we have a formation here too. Run! These people's expressions changed. They had seen how terrifying the formation in the distance was. It would be difficult for them to resist it. But why was there such a peerless killing formation under their feet? For a moment, they all fled. Many people stared at the Tuoba family, and the other two major families and roared crazily. Damn it, didn't you say that there was no danger here? The disciples of the three Seeker Spirit Master families were all dumbfounded and their bodies were trembling. Because many of them had been pierced by the divine light. The elders' faces were also trembling. They had been careless and misjudged. They couldn't explain it at all. Because previously, they were still proud of themselves, thinking that they had discovered a paradise. But who would have thought that this was not a paradise, but a land of destruction? It was extremely dangerous. If they were careless, they would be killed. Hurry up and escape. These Seeker elders also fled crazily. Damn it, they had been tricked. The powerhouses and geniuses of the other sacred grounds and sects had dark expressions. They had trusted and respected the other party so much before, but they didn't expect the other party to misjudge them. He had brought them to such a dangerous place. Let's go! Lin Xian and the others did not dare to delay, and quickly left. Lin Xian activated the Dragon Sword domain and enveloped these people. At the same time, they took out the Saint's fragment. Murong Qinqing, Xinjingqiu, and the others also took action. Everyone used their full strength, not daring to be careless. In the sky, more and more divine light intertwined, gradually forming a formation that began to press down. Wherever it passed, everything was destroyed. Damn it, it was too terrifying. What kind of formation was that? How could it be so terrifying? Screams rang out one after another. The martial artists of the Seeker families cried and wailed. The dark red divine dragon waved the flood dragon scissors and killed in all directions. At the same time, his expression changed. Oh no, I misjudged. We all saw it. Chapter 2755. Indeed, the nest of 10,000 dragons wasn't that simple. In the sky, a terrifying array diagram descended, and everyone faced a peerless pressure. Everyone fled crazily. In the end, they escaped from this area. Everyone's faces were pale, and their bodies were injured. Even Lin Xian and Yi Wudao's bodies were damaged and cracked. One could imagine what kind of impact the others had suffered. Everyone raised their heads and looked into the distance. The apocalyptic array diagram was still in effect, and the sky was filled with blood. Half of them had lost their lives here. This caused everyone to tremble and tremble. It was too terrifying, too despairing. Previously, when they explored the saint's tomb, there weren't such terrifying casualties. One had to know that this wasn't the deepest part of the nest of 10,000 dragons. They had only entered for a short while, but half of them had already died. If they continued forward, what kind of terrifying danger would await them? They didn't know. Only half of them were there. How many saints, geniuses, and princes had died inside? There were countless peerless mighty figures. There were even many invincible kings, but they didn't manage to escape and were directly killed by the apocalyptic array diagram. Even their souls were destroyed. It could be said that they no longer existed. The sky in the distance was blood red. It was abnormally terrifying. Those who survived, Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the other top geniuses, had ugly expressions. Those powerhouses had solemn expressions. There were also some people who had a mental breakdown. They shouted crazily, wanting to go back, but they couldn't find their way back at all. The surrounding mountains were like giant dragons lying down, emitting a mysterious aura as if they were going to devour them. We shouldn't have come, we shouldn't have come. An elder of the Ouyang family shook his head repeatedly. This is the burial ground of dragons. It has endless legends. We shouldn't have come here at all. The elders of the Mophead family and the Nangong family also had ugly expressions. Previously, due to their carelessness, many people had died. Most of their disciples were inside. What should we do now? An elder of the Tao One Holy Land asked in a deep voice. The others looked at each other. They didn't know what to do at all. In fact, they couldn't even find where their sect leader was now. Damn it, hurry up and send a message. These people still had many secret techniques in their hands. They passed on the information one after another, taking out formation diagrams one after another, laying them out. Everyone tried to pass on the message, but there was no response. Lin Xian also sent a message to Li Xiunxian, the chief enforcer, and the others, but he did not receive any response. What's going on? Did the news not spread, or did those people encounter something? They don't know now. Forget it, we can only rely on ourselves. Lin Xian put away the disc array and took a deep breath. A golden light appeared in his eyes. The dark red divine dragon at the side also said, "Don't yell. Let me see if there's a way out." The people from the Tuoba family harumphed coldly, and their faces darkened. Their elders also stepped forward. He scouted the surroundings. The others paid attention again. There was no other way. They could only rely on the three Seeker Spirit Master clans. However, in their hearts, they were still not 100% convinced. The gazes of the three Seeker Spirit Master clans turned serious as they searched the four directions. This time, they were even more cautious. After much discussion, they decided on a direction. Let's head in that direction, an elder of the Toba family said in a deep voice. The others were suspicious. Was there no danger this time? Elder, are you sure you didn't see wrongly again? Elder, why don't you calculate it again? The martial artists of the other sacred grounds and sects were discussing. Even the martial artists of the three Seeker Spirit Master clans were whispering. This scene made the elder of the Toba family vomit blood in anger. They had no choice but to calculate it again and found that it was still the same direction. This time, they had no choice but to follow. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon looked at each other, and the two of them communicated through voice transmission. How is it? More or less. I don't think there's much danger over there. My heavenly secret divine, I didn't find anything either. Lin Xian shook his head. This place was too scary. With their current knowledge and ability, they couldn't deduce anything at all. Therefore, they decided to take a look. After all, they still had to leave. Lin Xian sent a voice transmission to Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu, telling them to follow closely. He also sent a message to Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others, telling them to be careful. The group of people walked forward. These saints and prodigies of the sacred grounds were extremely cautious this time. They wore several layers of armor. Their king domains enveloped them. They were extremely dazzling, like gods of war. At the same time, deeper in the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, a group of people shone brightly like gods descending to the mortal world. These people were Li Xunxian, the Queen Mother of the West, the Patriarch of the Yi family, and the other sect masters and grand elders of the sacred grounds. This group of people was very powerful and even carried intact sacred artifacts, so they were very fast and arrived at a farther place. However, even though these people had powerful trump cards, they were still scared at this moment. Because their surroundings were too strange. Heaven and earth were dim, and there was only darkness in front of them. Only when they walked past did the darkness recede like the tide. However, the darkness behind them surged forward like a tidal wave and enveloped them. The surroundings were very quiet. There was a deathly silence. No sound could be heard. Only streams of dragon chi could be seen rolling in the surroundings. This dragon chi was much larger than what Lin Xian and the others had seen. Most of them were a few hundred meters long, and some were even a few thousand meters long. They circled in all directions and whistled. They emitted a desolate aura. Boom! At this moment, the ground under the Yin-Yang sacred leader's feet suddenly cracked open. The Yin-Yang sacred leader was startled. He wrapped his body with Yin-Yang chi, forming a Yin-Yang diagram that blocked all energy. The other sacred leaders and sect masters were also on guard. Some of them even held peerless treasure artifacts and prepared to attack. Don't move! An elder from the Ouyang family said. He was also a Seeker Spirit Master, but he was much more powerful than the Seeker Spirit Masters outside. He was a living fossil, and he was very old. He was already more than 3,000 years old. He was leaning on a walking stick, and his hair was hanging down to his heels. His eyes were like divine lamps, shining brightly. Don't attack! He shouted loudly. The sacred leaders and sect masters didn't attack. Their eyes were like lightning as they pierced through the sky and looked down at the crack below. The Yin-Yang sect master also snorted coldly and retreated to the side. The Yin-Yang chi on his body kept churning mysteriously. The crack below grew bigger and bigger, forming a crack that was nearly 10,000 meters wide. Something slowly floated out. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Their pupils constricted. Many grand elders, sacred leaders, and sect masters exclaimed. Li Xunxian, the Queen Mother of the West, and the others also narrowed their eyes. Daoyi sacred leader, the Yin-Yang sect master, and the others also didn't look good. The living fossil elders of the three Seeker Spirit Master families were even more shocked. Chapter 2756. A huge object floated out from the crack. It looked like a block of ice floating in the air. Sealed within the ice was a person. It was a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe. He wore a yellow robe with a 5-clawed flying dragon drawn on it. It was vivid and lifelike, and he wore a dragon crown on his head. He looked like an emperor. However, his eyes were filled with fear. Boundless fear. His expression was eternally sealed in ice, frozen in that instant. Who was this? Which dynasty's emperor was he? They frowned and looked at the people from the 4 great dynasties. The Tai dynasty, the Divine Wind dynasty, the 9 Li dynasty, and the Grand Xia dynasty. The 4 emperors and the elders all had grave expressions. They were puzzled. This person wasn't someone from their dynasty. Then, who was this person? Judging from his attire, he was definitely not a prince or an ordinary elder of the royal family. He should be an emperor. A grand elder from the Grand Xia dynasty said. The other experts of the royal family also nodded in agreement. Although they were all wearing yellow robes, the dragons drawn on them were clearly ranked. Only the emperor could possess a 5-clawed divine dragon. No one else had the qualifications to draw a 5-clawed divine dragon. But they all recognized the royal family of the Central Plains dynasty. Unless it was from several tens of thousands of years ago, no one had ever heard of a dynasty's emperor dying outside with his whereabouts unknown. Thus, everyone was discussing spiritedly. However, at that moment, the All Beginnings Holy Land's Holy Master frowned. Could it be that dynasty? Which dynasty? Everyone looked at him. The All Beginnings Holy Land's Holy Master said, "Have you all forgotten? A dynasty was once established in the Qinling Mountains. However, it only existed for a single day before it was destroyed." Once those words were said, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. That was right. It was definitely that dynasty that had been destroyed. At that time, the other party had been incomparably powerful. They had established their dynasty with an unparalleled attitude, wanting to possess the entire Qinling Mountains. However, the consequences had been miserable. They had been reduced to ashes in a single day. All of their experts had been killed. Even their emperor's whereabouts were unknown. Now, it seemed that it was very likely that this person was the one sealed in ice. Who was it that had done this? Why would his corpse be in the nest of 10,000 dragons? Could it be that the nest of 10,000 dragons had done this? To warn everyone not to have any ideas about the nest of 10,000 dragons? These sacred leaders and sect masters were discussing fervently, and their expressions were extremely ugly. They didn't expect to encounter such a thing on their journey. Was this a warning from the nest of 10,000 dragons? Do you still want to go? The grand elders of the Holy Lands were discussing spiritedly. For a moment, they didn't continue forward. Instead, they stopped and continued to discuss. They quickly inquired about the 3 major spirit seeker clans. These living fossils also had solemn expressions as they quickly made deductions. Only after a long time had passed did they speak. The path ahead was extremely dangerous, could be said to be 9 deaths 1 life. It wasn't any easier than the Forbidden Lands. The living fossil of the Ouyang family said in a deep voice. The living fossil of the Mophead family stood up, but it was not like there was no chance. As long as we are careful, we can avoid it. Furthermore, there are so many of us, and we even have sacred weapons with us. Even if there is any danger, we can still resist it. This was the nest of 10,000 dragons. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't be able to find it again in the future. Indeed, everyone was tempted. The nest of 10,000 dragons, the burial ground of dragons, must have countless secrets. They must get it as soon as possible. These sacred leaders and grand elders discussed animatedly. In the end, they decided to set off again. These people carefully bypassed the peerless powerhouses sealed in ice and set off further away. Lin Xian's side also stopped in their tracks. because in front of them, a huge block of ice also appeared. Inside this block of ice, there was a woman sealed in it. She was very beautiful. She was wearing a phoenix robe and her eyes were tightly shut as if she was sleeping. Back then, when this thing appeared, it gave everyone a fright. These saints and geniuses fled frantically because when this scene appeared previously, it was a shield of a saint and an artifact spirit. Therefore, they didn't dare to be careless at all. However, after waiting for a long time, they realized that this thing didn't have any signs of life. Only then did they dare to come over and observe it at a close distance. Lin Xian also activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and looked carefully. However, he didn't find anything at all. Which dynasty's princess was this? He frowned and asked the Prince of Great Xia and the others. The Prince of Great Xia shook his head, indicating that he didn't know her. The powerhouses and geniuses of the other dynasties also shook their heads. They didn't know this person either. Then what was going on? It was said that in ancient times, a powerful force had once established a mysterious country and wanted to establish a dynasty. In the end, it was destroyed. Perhaps, this was the princess of that dynasty. A powerhouse of Taixian's sacred ground said. It was possible. The others discussed. Lin Xian didn't find any useful information. He said, "Let's continue." They continued to move forward. The aura in front of them was getting more and more mysterious. The sky was getting darker and darker, and the surroundings were like a thick fog that enveloped them. Everyone, be careful. They gradually walked forward and found a valley in front of them. Let's rest in this valley. Lin Xian Yi Wudao and Wuchen discussed and said to the others. The others nodded. These three titled geniuses were powerful, so the others naturally had no objections to their suggestion. Moreover, they had experienced so many soul-stirring events along the way, and they were indeed tired. Many of them were injured all over their bodies. They had suffered serious trauma. They wanted to rest. These people meditated in the valley and prepared to rest. Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, Xinjingqiu, and the others also stopped and sat there cross-legged. Everyone took turns to guard. Lin Xian also closed his eyes. In the latter half of the night, there was a shrill scream. It was very ear-piercing, as if they had seen a ghost. It made all the saints and geniuses open their eyes. The powerhouses also rose into the air and shouted coldly. What's going on? They looked in all directions, piercing through heaven and earth. However, they didn't find any danger. The martial artists who were in charge of guarding the valley were terrified. They pointed at their surroundings and screamed. The valley had disappeared. What? The valley is gone? These people stood up and looked around. Sure enough, their eyelids were twitching, and their faces were full of fear. Indeed, the valley they were familiar with was gone. There was no valley around. It was dark and there were ruins all around. It was not the valley they were in before. What's going on? How did we get out? Could we have been teleported out? Impossible. If we were teleported out, we would have sensed it. Damn it, this place is too creepy. Everyone's hair stood on end. Look, what's that? Someone pointed in the distance and screamed in horror. There was a pitch-black thing in the distance. It was like a small mountain, and it looked like a monster king. Chapter 2757. Buzz. Lin Xian flicked out a dragon sword chi and directly shattered the surrounding thick fog. The air gradually cleared, and everyone could see the scene in front of them clearly. It was an array formation. Someone exclaimed. Was it a teleportation array? They hurriedly ran over. Some people even wanted to jump up and teleport out, but they were slapped down by the dark red dragon. Damn it, don't move. It's not an array formation, it's an altar. The faces of the cultivators who were slapped down darkened. They wanted to make a move, but when they saw the dark red dragon, they lost their temper. The others frowned. An altar? Is this an altar of the dragons? They all looked at the dark red dragon. because they were now certain that the dark red dragon was a dragon. Even the people from the three great spirit seeker clans stared at the altar with flickering eyes. However, no one dared to speak. The dark red dragon pushed the crowd aside and walked up. It circled the ancient altar and carefully observed it. The others also watched with rapt attention. Lin Xian also examined it. He found that there was a very strange rune on the altar. It looked like a dragon. It was extremely mysterious. He had never seen these words before, nor did he recognize them. Could it be that these are the words of the dragons? Ruffian dragon, what's written on it? Lin Xian asked. The others were also very puzzled. The dark red dragon looked around and said, "This is indeed an ancient altar, but what's written on it are some incantations for worship. You won't understand even if I tell you." He did not go into detail, but he reminded them that this thing was incomparably sacred among the dragons, so they should not have any ideas about it. "Don't go up and step on it, or you'll die." Hearing this, the cultivators who originally wanted to attack felt their scalps go numb, and they trembled. Of course, there were also some who did not believe it. However, after experiencing the apocalyptic diagram, they did not dare to be careless. Who knew if this ancient altar would suddenly erupt and kill all of them? Therefore, it was better not to act rashly. Besides, this ancient altar was of no use to them. "Let's go and take a look around." The dark red dragon swung its tail and walked in all directions. The others also spread out. Not long after, someone screamed. The reason for that was because they discovered that there was a deep pit before them. It was a bottomless pit. Zhang Xian had no idea where it was connected to. It was incomparably dark, and even his soul perception and vision were unable to probe any further. This news shocked everyone. Lin Xian and the others hurried over and surrounded the crater. This pit had a diameter of 10 meters and was incomparably dark. Even Lin Xian's Tianji God eyes could only see a dozen meters away. Below that, he couldn't see clearly at all. The other person was the Taishan saint. He was wearing a blue robe and his eyes were shining like stars. He also opened his starry eyes and looked down. Apart from the two of them, the others also executed their eye techniques and soul techniques. However, they couldn't see what was inside. At most, they could only see a few meters away. What was down there? Where does this lead to? Would it be dangerous? Leaf Doudenier asked 3 questions, none of which could be answered. Wu Chen said, "Forget it, let's go. There's no need for us to take any risks." The others also nodded. The experts and elders of the 3 Seeker Spirit Master clans also calculated for a long time, but they couldn't deduce anything. Everyone felt that it was better not to take the risk, so they turned around and left. However, after a few hundred meters, someone suddenly screamed. Something appeared behind them. They used their souls to look behind them. Sure enough, they found something floating out of the pitch-black pit. Could it be a corpse again? Or something else? This wasn't the first time they had seen something like this. The first time, it was the shield of a sage. The second time, it was the princess of the Shatter dynasty. What was it this time? Everyone flew back and watched carefully. This time, 3 figures floated out. Each of them was a person sealed in ice. They were people again. Could it be the people of the Shatter dynasty? Everyone was puzzled. Lin Xian opened his Tianji God eyes and looked at the sky below. His pupils constricted, and he was extremely shocked. He saw more than a dozen such things floating in the sky below. They were densely packed, but they didn't rush up. Divine crystals! They were divine crystals! At this moment, a prince of the Divine Wind dynasty screamed. He pointed at the 3 2-meter-tall crystals in front of him, and screamed. "What? Divine crystals? You don't say, it's true!" They contained energy. They were sealed in ice with divine crystals. Who was it? That was too extravagant. That's not right. The princess we saw earlier was not sealed in ice with divine crystals. Could it be that the 2 of them are not in cahoots? Those people were puzzled. At the same time, they were tempted. If they could get such a large piece of divine crystal, They would definitely make a fortune. One had to know that they had gone crazy when they saw the fist-sized divine crystal. Not to mention the 2-meter-tall divine crystal. Fuck, how many fist-sized divine crystals could be cut out of this? It was definitely a shocking treasure. Not to mention them, even Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and Wu Chun were shocked. Their eyes were burning. Especially Lin Xian. He urgently needed natural treasures and all kinds of energy. Whether it was the 9-yang divine body or the dragon sword soul, they needed energy. If he could get those 3 divine crystals, he could further improve his 9-yang divine body and the dragon sword soul, making them even more powerful. How could he not be tempted? The others were also tempted. They did not know that there were more than a dozen such things floating below. Their gazes were all fixed on the 3 floating divine crystals. They were not in the mood to care about the people inside. Soon, those people made their move. Boom! A gigantic bronze bell appeared out of thin air. It vibrated rapidly, forming a formless sound wave that swept out in all directions. The surrounding people vomited blood and retreated. Damn it! It's the people from the Taoist sacred ground. Many people roared. That's right, the person who made a move was an expert from the Taoist sacred ground. He seized the initiative and launched a powerful attack on everyone around him, forcing them to retreat. For a moment, he was the only one at the front. Ha ha! It's mine! He reached out his hand and grabbed the 3 divine crystals. You're courting death. Put it down! The other cultivators were all furious. Buzz! The yin-yang sacred lady shouted and drew a yin-yang sword. It cut through the sky and slashed forward. An expert from the 10,000 Thunder sacred ground held a sledgehammer of thunder and smashed it down. All of a sudden, the geniuses of the various sacred grounds attacked one after another, causing the heavens and earth to explode. Terrifying energy swept in all directions. The 3 divine crystals were pushed in different directions. Attack! Lin Xian let out a shout and took the lead. Chapter 2758. The cultivators of Immortal Palace, Jade Lake, and Purple Afterglow Holy Land all combined their formations and attacked rapidly. The battle erupted very suddenly. Lin Xian charged toward the nearest cultivator. His fist punched out, turning into a golden mountain that pressed down from the sky. The impact caused many people in the surroundings to vomit blood and retreat. The large bronze bell in the sky spun rapidly. With a clang, it formed a terrifying sound wave that spread in all directions toward Lin Xian. Buzz! Boom! 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 Lin Xian's fist collided with the sound of the bell, producing a thunderous sound. Terrifying energy drowned out everything in the surroundings. Clang! Amidst the berserk energy, Lin Xian broke through the sound waves and arrived near the large bronze bell. His palm struck the large bronze bell and sent it flying. Puff! The expert from the Taoist Holy Land also retreated continuously, vomiting blood. Buzz! However, at this moment, the myriad lightning hammer descended from the sky and smashed toward Lin Xian. Terrifying lightning pierced through the surroundings. The expert from the myriad lightning Holy Land had made his move. He was an unparalleled king. He had made his move to snatch the divine crystal. Moreover, he wanted to take revenge for the people of his Holy Land. The myriad lightning Holy Land had quite a bit of enmity with Lin Xian. Therefore, he didn't hold back at all when he attacked. Pung! The hammer fell, causing heaven and earth to collapse. The entire space was drowned out by berserk lightning. The light around Lin Xian was completely shattered by the hammer. The terrifying lightning rushed toward Lin Xian. Whoosh! Lin Xian used the yin-yang 8 steps. With a single step, he traversed the void and dodged the hammer. He frowned. This was because this hammer gave him a strong feeling of life-threatening danger. There was no need to think about it. This was a supreme treasure. Moreover, the one who attacked was a terrifying, unparalleled king. Buzz! 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 Lin Xian retreated. The other holy sons and heavenly prides quickly rushed forward to snatch the 2-meter-tall divine crystal. An expert from the All Beginnings Holy Land and a prince from the Ninely dynasty arrived at the vicinity of the divine crystal. Their king domains were about to envelop the divine crystal. Right at that moment, that expert from the 10,000 Lightning Holy Land attacked again. He waved the terrifying 10,000 lightning hammer and instantly shattered the 2 king domains. Boom! The All Beginnings Holy Land's expert screamed miserably. A bloody hole had appeared in his body, and his blood dyed the void red. Apart from that, the prince of the Ninely dynasty was also in a miserable state. Both of their legs were blown off, and they screamed miserably. The 2 of them ran away madly. It recovered in the distance. Their faces were pale as they looked at the expert holding the Thunder God's hammer in horror. The surrounding robbers were also extremely shocked. Many of them stopped in their tracks, bewildered. It was too terrifying. The 10,000 Lightning Holy Land actually had such a terrifying thing. Previously, the Myriad Thunder Sage and the Myriad Thunder Sacred Land had been suppressed by Lin Xian. Thus, they started to look down on the 10,000 Lightning Holy Land from the bottom of their hearts. Who would have thought that such an expert would appear in the 10,000 Lightning Holy Land? Moreover, the Thunder God's hammer in his hand was too terrifying. Damn it! That's a half-sage artifact. An elder of the Ninely dynasty had a gloomy expression as he hurriedly ordered his prince to retreat. The others also had terrified expressions. The might of a half-sage artifact when used by an unrivaled king was unimaginable. Although they were so far away, the power of thunder emitted from the hammer had already numbed their bodies and slowed their movements. This thing is mine! The 10,000 Lightning Holy Land's expert held the terrifying Thunder God's hammer as he looked around disdainfully. The surrounding people were shocked. They were unwilling to accept this, but they did not dare to step forward. Lin Xian coldly snorted and walked forward once more. You think you're unrivaled with a mere half-sage artifact? You're still far from it. He punched out, and golden light illuminated the surroundings. With a loud clang, the golden fist collided with the 10,000 lightning hammer, creating a heaven-shaking sound. The 10,000 lightning hammer retreated, and so did Lin Xian's palm. The 10,000 Lightning Holy Land's expert sneered. Brat, do you really think you can be arrogant just because you have the 9-yang divine body? You don't put anyone in your eyes? Let me tell you, your 9-yang divine body is useless in front of my 10,000 lightning hammer. If you don't scram, I'll beat you up. Insolence, he's too arrogant. The surrounding people trembled. No one dared to say such words to Lin Xian. Sure enough, Lin Xian's face darkened, and the corner of his mouth raised into a sneer. Isn't it just a half-sage artifact? Do you think I don't have one? He directly grabbed the 9-story pagoda and continued to enlarge it, turning it into a huge mountain. He grabbed the top of the pagoda and smashed the void. This scene was simply too frightening. The towering mountain was being waved around by Lin Xian like a peerless demon king. Boom! Boom! You're courting death! The 10,000 Lightning Holy Lands expert roared as the 2 of them fought. The 2 half-sage artifacts collided in the sky. It was extremely terrifying. The others were also looking for opportunities to launch sneak attacks. In short, the scene was extremely chaotic. Not only Lin Xian's side, but the other 2 divine crystals were also in the same situation. After all, this was very tempting. No one would give up something that belonged to humans. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions. The weaker cultivators had long retreated from the battlefield. The 3 2-meter-tall divine crystals were like small boats in the waves, constantly surging. Gradually, a crack appeared on one of the divine crystals. There was no other way. The surrounding energy was too terrifying. Even the aftermath of the energy was extremely terrifying. It was already very shocking that these divine crystals could withstand it until now. However, they really couldn't bear it anymore. Crack! Crack! The cracks on it grew bigger and bigger. Not only the first, but the second and third crystals also had cracks. This scene naturally caused the others to cry out in alarm. Someone screamed. The divine crystals had cracked. Everyone prepared to snatch them. Everyone's souls covered the sky and the earth, constantly paying attention to the shattered divine crystals. As soon as the divine crystals cracked, they would attack crazily without caring about anything else. Lin Xian was also watching anxiously. However, in the next moment, his eyelids twitched. Fear rose in his heart. He quickly retreated as if he had seen a ghost. At the same time, he transmitted a message to the dark red divine dragon, Murong Qingqing, Xinjingqiu, and Peacock from Immortal Palace. Retreat, retreat quickly. Don't go near there. Kid, what happened? The dark red divine dragon was puzzled. Murong Qingqing, Xinjingqiu, and the others were also puzzled. Peacock and the others were convinced and quickly retreated. Lin Xian transmitted his message again. He didn't have time to explain and quickly retreated. Okay, Brother Xian. Xinjingqiu, Murong Qingqing, and their respective people retreated. The dark red divine dragon also retreated unwillingly. This scene made the surrounding people puzzled. What was going on? Were Lin Xian and the others going to give up? So what if that kid was strong? He had offended too many factions and sacred grounds. So many people wanted his life. If he dared to snatch it, those experts would join forces and he would be finished. Someone sneered. Indeed, he had offended too many sacred grounds. There was no place for him in the future. Chapter 2759. The dark red divine dragon and the others came to Lin Xian's side and quickly asked, Kid, what's going on? Could it be that you're really scared? What a joke! Lin Xian shook his head and said, I just saw the eyelids of the people in the divine crystals move. What? Eyelids move? The dark red divine dragon was stunned. Xinjingqiu, Murong Qingqing, and the others' expressions also changed. Are you saying that they're still alive? No way, how could they still be alive after tens of thousands of years? These people were in disbelief, and Peacock and the others were even paler. Lin Xian said, I can't be wrong. Indeed, he had infinite confidence in the heavenly secret divine eyes. It was an incomparably magical pupil technique. How could he be wrong? Could it be? The dark red divine dragon's heart was also beating wildly. Kid, you might not be wrong. This matter is going to be serious. Let's hurry up and escape. His expression became very ugly. This time, it was Lin Xian's turn to be puzzled. What do you know? I remember an ancient legend. The dark red divine dragon swallowed his saliva. Do you know that in ancient times, those powerful forces and races would use divine crystals to seal their descendants or preserve their lives? This way, the consumption of life force would be minimized. Moreover, the huge amount of divine crystals could increase their strength, and they wouldn't die even after tens of thousands of years. As long as the time is right and the divine crystals are broken, they will revive. Previously, we saw a 2-meter divine crystal, but we were wrong. When this divine crystal was first sealed, it might have been dozens or hundreds of meters. After countless years of consumption, only 2 meters are left. You're saying that they're from the nest of 10,000 dragons. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. That's right, that's definitely right. Don't attack anymore. The dark red divine dragon said quickly. Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy as he looked ahead. Sure enough, more and more divine crystals were shattering. Finally, the figure in the first divine crystal opened his eyes. At the same time, the divine crystal on his body also shattered into pieces. Hurry up and snatch it. Around him, the warriors frantically attacked. However, in the next moment, they screamed. He opened his eyes. He's alive! How could it be like this? These people were frightened out of their wits. In the next moment, blood splattered everywhere. The man who walked out of the divine crystal quickly made his move. His arm slashed forward like a heavenly blade. Puff! Puff! In an instant, 5 or 6 heads flew up like shooting stars, and blood dyed the sky red. This scene directly frightened those martial artists in the surroundings. Their eyes widened as they stared at the scene in front of them in disbelief. What's going on? How could the person inside the divine crystal be alive? Moreover, he had made a move, and his strength was so terrifying. Damn it, who is this person? Could it be the expert from the Shatter Dynasty? Was he from the ancient times? They were puzzled. Among them, the older generation experts all shouted coldly. Who are you? How dare you attack us? Tell me your secrets. No one answered. The expert who walked out of the divine crystal was wearing blue battle armor. His eyes were cold and emotionless. He reached out with his large hands, which transformed into two huge mountains that directly crushed the surroundings. The surrounding warriors fought back one after another, but the person in front of them was too terrifying. He had definitely reached the level of an invincible king. Those who were weaker were mercilessly blasted apart. You're courting death. Get lost. The two peerless geniuses charged over. The two sabers in their hands slashed out like dragons that were thousands of feet long. They descended from the sky and fought with the person in front of them. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. However, the two saber lights shattered with a loud bang, splitting apart from the middle. The blue-clothed man turned around, and his eyes turned into two blood arrows that pierced through the void. He blasted the two young geniuses away. Retreat! He's too strong. Damn it, what kind of physique does he have? How can he be so tyrannical? The surrounding people were stunned. Lin Xian Yi Wudao and the others were also surprised. The two young geniuses were also quite strong. When they attacked, they could threaten an invincible king. However, the person in front of them didn't dodge at all. He directly shattered the two saber lights with the strength of his physical body. This scene really surprised them. Needless to say, the other party's physique was very special. Could it be that this was also a kind of transformation? Abnormal physique? They didn't know, and they couldn't understand. Roar! After blasting the two young geniuses away, the blue-clothed man roared at the sky. His terrifying roar echoed in all directions. The surrounding aura of the Tao of Dragons accompanied his roar and surged non-stop. One after another, huge dragons rushed into the clouds. Crack! Crack! The surrounding people were stunned because they saw a frightening scene. The blue-clothed man's body continued to grow. Purple scales appeared on his originally normal skin. They were densely packed and looked extremely terrifying. His body also continued to grow taller. 5 meters, 10 meters, dozens of meters. Finally, he turned into a monster that was close to 100 meters tall. Roar! A loud voice resounded through the 9 heavens. A huge purple tail kept twitching, shattering the void. He wasn't human, he was a demon. What was this? A human-shaped Tyrannosaurus? The surrounding people were stunned. The dark red dragon's expression was solemn. Damn it, that's right. Something from the 10,000 dragons' suppression has appeared. Kid, hurry up and leave. These are all ancient demon beasts. They're all related to dragons. This time, the dark red dragon didn't send a voice transmission, so the surrounding warriors all heard it. What? This isn't the destroyed dynasty, but the existence in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Damn it! Their faces turned green. They actually provoked such an existence. Hurry up and leave. Oh no, don't let the other two shatter. They looked at the other two divine crystals. Now, they were no longer greedy. Instead, they were worried. If 2 more demons rushed out, then they would really be dead. What they were worried about really happened. The other 2 divine crystals also cracked and shattered. Then 2 figures opened their eyes. They also roared, and dragon scales appeared on their bodies. One of them turned into a red fire dragon and spat out flames that filled the sky. The other one had a pair of black wings on its back and flew in the sky. Their forms were different from the dark red dragon. No one knew if they were mutated dragons or other demon kings related to dragons. But without exception, the auras of these 3 things were too terrifying. Hurry up and leave. The surrounding people no longer cared about the immortal state. Lin Xian even led his people away. Because he clearly saw that there were more than a dozen such existences in the pitch-black sinkhole. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if they all recovered. Everyone fled in all directions. The 3 demon kings and the suppression of 10,000 dragons attacked crazily. Stupid humans, how dare you disturb the resting place of the noble dragons? Go to hell! Chapter 2760. The 3 monster kings attacked crazily. Many people were directly blasted apart. Blood dyed the sky red. Those who were stronger didn't dare to resist head-on. Who knew if there were other terrifying existences in the sinkhole? Hence, these people fled crazily. On Lin Xian's side, he was targeted by the monster king who could fly. He was very fast, like a bolt of lightning, blocking the path of Lin Xian and the others. Lowly humans, go to hell! He opened his mouth and spat out black light waves, transforming into black blades that enveloped Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian and the others quickly attacked, sending the light that filled the sky flying. The dark red divine dragon roared. Fuck, if I don't show my might, do you all want to die? His body expanded again, transforming into a 5-clawed divine dragon that roared towards the sky. A terrifying dragon might surged into the 9 heavens. Buzz! The black monster king in front was stunned. He was stunned in midair. What was going on? A dragon? A dragon was among the humans? Who are you? The 2 monster kings in the distance were also stunned. They stared at the dark red divine dragon. Who am I? I am your master. I am your king. Hurry up and kneel on the ground. The dark red divine dragon snorted coldly. Its dragon head emitted a terrifying aura. A dragon, it was actually a purebred dragon. This stunned the 3 monster kings. What was going on? Could it be that the supreme existence in the nest of 10,000 dragons had revived? But why was he with the humans? No, damn it, you are not a dragon from the nest of 10,000 dragons. Who are you? Where are you from? Why do you want to occupy our nest of 10,000 dragons? Damn it, this was a conspiracy! They screamed crazily. Kill him! Kill everyone! No one was allowed to threaten the nest of 10,000 dragons. Boom! An earth-shattering battle erupted, affecting all the people present. Everyone was fighting with all their might because they didn't want to be killed. Roar! The fire monster king roared. An endless sea of fire spread and enveloped everything. The black-winged monster king in front also charged over. The black wings transformed into 2 heavenly blades that slashed down at the dark red divine dragon, wanting to kill him. Clang! The black wings collided with the dark red divine dragon's body, emitting an earth-shattering sound. The dark red divine dragon gritted his teeth in pain, but his body was abnormally strong. From the looks of it, he wasn't weaker than Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body, so he wasn't injured. But the dark red divine dragon was clearly enraged. Courting death 1. His body quickly shrank, and in this way, his attacks became more agile. He and the black-winged monster king. Brat, come over and help me deal with it. They might know what's going on inside. The dark red dragon called out to Lin Xian. Indeed, these 3 fellows were from the nest of 10,000 dragons. If they could really control these 3 fellows, it would be of great benefit to them. At the thought of this, Lin Xian did not hesitate, and quickly charged forward. The 3 frightening demon kings roared. The black-winged demon king was like a bolt of lightning, moving at an extremely fast speed. Almost no one could keep up with his speed. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and used Yin 8 steps. His speed was also boundlessly fast. Boom! 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 He caught up to the black feather monster king. His terrifying fists moved and exploded in all directions. The terrifying energy came crashing down like a mountain. The black feather monster king was extremely surprised. He could actually keep up with his speed? He quickly flashed and dodged these attacks. His cold gaze stared at Lin Xian. Roar! Lowly human, die! He roared angrily, and a terrifying pressure emitted from his body, directly shaking the soul and bloodline. If it was a human warrior, they would definitely not be able to resist. Sure enough, with a roar, the surrounding people trembled. Many people directly fell to the ground, unable to move at all. Ha 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 ha, lowly and stupid humans, how can they be compared to our noble bloodline? Of course, not everyone would be affected. Those who possessed the power of bloodline and special physiques would not be affected at all. Lin Xian was one of them. The terrifying roar was deafening, shattering the void. However, it did not affect him at all. Is this your strength? Did you sleep for countless years and become stupid? Lin Xian sneered. You think you can suppress me with just a wisp of your pressure? You're too naive. You're courting death. The Black Feather Monster King was furious. A human actually dared to look down on him? This was intolerable. However, his expression was extremely gloomy. How could this kid not be afraid of his pressure? Who is he? Could it be that he has a special bloodline? Kid, it seems that I've underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have a special bloodline. But very well, I haven't absorbed human blood for many years. Today, I'll start with you. Buzz. His figure flashed, and he instantly charged towards Lin Xian. Roar. Lin Xian did not dodge, nor did he make a move. He circulated the great dragon sword soul and opened his mouth to roar out a terrifying sound wave. This was not the sound wave of a human. This was the roar of a giant dragon that resounded throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Everyone trembled again and prostrated themselves on the ground. The Black Feather Monster King in front also suffered a violent impact. He kept swaying in the sky, his eyes filled with fear. A dragon's roar! Impossible, damn it, you're a dragon! He was stunned. How could a human let out such a pure dragon's roar? He did not believe it. However, the blood in his body began to tremble. He felt the suppression from his blood. Why are you surprised? The dark red divine dragon also flew over and let out a series of dragon roars. Immediately, the Black Feather Monster King's expression became even uglier. In the distance, the other 2 Monster Kings also had solemn expressions. They transmitted their voices to each other and attacked with all their might to destroy these humans. In an instant, a great battle broke out. A cold light appeared in the Black Feather Monster King's eyes. His black wings trembled, instantly transforming into tens of thousands of clones. In the sky, countless identical figures were circling, emitting a terrifying aura. Kill! With a furious roar, these clones charged in all directions. Block them! The dark red divine dragon roared angrily and charged forward. Murong Qingqing, Xinjingqiu, and Immortal Palace's martial artists also counterattacked. Lin Xian activated the heavenly secret divine eyes. Golden runes flickered in his eyes. He naturally wanted to distinguish the Black Feather Monster King's true body. Found it. Although the other party's clones were very magical, how could they escape the detection of the heavenly secret divine eyes? Lin Xian quickly locked on to the other party's true body. His golden palms stretched out, covering the sky and earth, enveloping the true body. What? I've been discovered. This is impossible. The Black Feather Monster King was shocked. The human brat in front of him had given him too many surprises. He could actually discover the location of his true body in an instant. This guy must have guessed it. However, since you're facing my true body, I'll shatter your palm. He sneered. As a monster king who was related to dragons, his physique was powerful, far beyond the imagination of these humans. Chapter 2761. He wanted to tear the other party's entire arm apart. The Black Feather Monster King didn't dodge. He seemed to have transformed into a black saber as he slashed at Lin Xian's palm. With a clang, the two collided, emitting an earth-shattering sound. Sparks flew, and thunder rumbled between heaven and earth. Impossible, he wasn't injured? The Black Feather Monster King was stunned. He felt dizzy. He felt as if he hadn't collided with a palm, but a golden mountain. It was too hard. He actually didn't manage to crack it. Damn it, what kind of palm was this? What kind of physique did the other party have? The Black Feather Monster King was too shocked. He had never seen someone with such a strong physique. It could contend against him. However, this was only the beginning. What shocked him was yet to come. Lin Xian's golden palm began to close. The powerful pressure pressed down on the Black Feather Monster King's bones until they creaked. It was as if they were about to shatter. Damn it, open for me! The Black Feather Monster King roared. His body was covered in black patterns. His wings were like heavenly sabers that slashed in all directions. A sonorous sound rang out, shaking heaven and earth. However, to his horror, the black palm was actually unaffected. It had already completely enveloped him. Not only that, but there was a terrifying divine flame dancing on the golden palm. The temperature shocked him. It was as if what he was facing wasn't a palm, but a golden sun. Could it be that this guy was a golden crow? He was too shocked. This heat made him unable to believe it. Who exactly was this kid? He actually had such a flame that could emit a dragon's roar? Who exactly was he? The Black Feather Monster King was incomparably furious. There was nothing he could do. He activated the power of his bloodline, and used a powerful divine ability to blast away Lin Xian's palm and escape. Lin Xian was surprised. As expected of an ancient monster king, he was indeed powerful. He was actually able to escape from his palm. Kid, you have completely infuriated me. Before the Black Feather Monster King could finish his words, he was slapped on the head. Instantly, he felt dizzy. Woo-gee, the snow-white little monkey appeared around him, proud of itself. It waved its little claws and slapped him again. Dizziness. The terrifying Black Feather Monster King felt dizzy. He felt the world spinning and was about to fall from the sky. Attack quickly! The dark red dragon roared angrily. The surrounding cultivators and outstanding talents all attacked the black fish fiend. He was beaten back repeatedly. However, to their horror, they discovered that the other party was not injured at all. Their attacks landed on the other party's body, but they didn't manage to break through the other party's defense. Damn it, this is the ancient Demon King, a demon beast from the nest of 10,000 dragons? This was too terrifying. What kind of physique was this? No one dared to imagine. The dark red divine dragon held the flood dragon scissors and charged over. Clang! It crashed into the other party's body, creating an earth-shattering noise. Black Feather Demon King screamed miserably. Blood flowed down his head. There was nothing he could do about it. This was a half-saint tool. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't block it. The fact that he wasn't directly cut in half already showed that his physique was extremely terrifying. Stupid ants, you've completely infuriated me. Black Feather Light. He spread out his wings, and they grew bigger and bigger. They were like two dark clouds that covered the sky and the earth. The black feathers on it fluttered rapidly, forming a terrifying hidden weapon. Not good, quickly block it. The surrounding people cried out in alarm as they used their shields and battle armors to block the attack. However, most of them were pierced by the black feathers and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Only a small number of geniuses were able to resist, but they were still forced to retreat. Black Feather Demon King was too terrifying. He was fighting against so many powerhouses alone, but he wasn't at a disadvantage. After forcing back the surrounding cultivators, Black Feather Demon King's cold eyes stared at Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. But soon, he locked onto Lin Xian. The dark red divine dragon was a dragon. He didn't want to make a move. Even if he wanted to make a move, he would let the dragons in the nest of 10,000 dragons do it. The one he wanted to kill was this kid in front of him. The other party was too strange. He had to kill him. Black Feather Sword. On the wings behind him, countless black feathers fluttered and spun in front of him, condensing into a large black feather sword. He held it in his hand. With a light wave, it tore through the void. These feathers were even more terrifying than King Kong. At this moment, the black feather sword was truly a powerful killing weapon. Kill! With a furious roar, he quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. He was not afraid at all. He also drew his Dragon Abyss Valley sword and fought against him. The two swords clashed in the air like two mountains constantly colliding. Every strike shattered the starry sky and dimmed the sun and moon. Damn it, why was this kid's sword technique so powerful? Black Feather Demon King's arm went numb. The other party's strength was too strong, especially the other party's sword energy. It was incomparably sharp, making his hair stand on end. Not good. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. Because he discovered that another sword light had appeared on the other party's left hand. This sword light was like a dragon. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a peerless aura that made his scalp go numb. His heart was thumping wildly as he quickly dodged the attack. He knew that this was the other party's killing move and that he couldn't resist it head-on. Therefore, black runes flickered all over his body as he displayed his strongest physique. At the same time, his speed was extremely fast. Pooh! Lin Xian took out a dragon-shaped sword shadow and stabbed out. Blood splattered and countless black feathers danced in the air. This sword pierced through Black Feather Demon King's body. Blood instantly splattered out. This wasn't red blood, but black blood. It was extremely strange. Every drop pierced through the void, bringing with it an incomparably demonic blood aura that made one's scalp go numb. Dodge quickly. Don't let this blood touch you. The surrounding warriors dodged frantically. Lin Xian was not afraid. His 9-yang divine body bloomed with light, blocking everything. The black blood couldn't get close to him at all. Ah! Black Feather Demon King's body was pierced through by the dragon-shaped sword shadow. He was nailed to the air and let out a miserable cry. His face was incomparably distorted, becoming even more ferocious. The terrifying sound waves were like waves, roaring into the 9 heavens. The entire space trembled as if it was about to be overturned. Damn it, what was going on? Black Feather was actually injured. In the distance, the other 2 demon kings had solemn expressions. They didn't expect that someone could injure Black Feather. Who was it? Was he a young Heaven's Chosen? Damn it, when did such a powerful person appear in the human race? It wasn't just one of them. Their faces were pale because they discovered that Yu Dao and Dustless were also incomparably powerful. They were also abnormally uncomfortable from being beaten up. Save Black Feather. The sword in that kid's hand was very strange. He should be related to the dragons. The 2 demon kings charged over. Your opponent is me. Yu Dao stood out and blocked the dozens of meters tall demon kings. Golden light soared into the sky from his body, forming a golden giant. He fought with the demon kings. On the other side, Dustless fought against the fire demon king. Flower Pinching Finger. Chapter 2762. The flower-pinching finger posed a great threat to the fire demon king. Coupled with the surrounding experts, the 2 demon kings were unable to advance at all. Damn it, kid! I want you dead! In front of him, the Black Feather Demon King, who was nailed in midair, screamed crazily. His black blood did not fall. Instead, it rose into the air and danced rapidly in the air, spinning and forming terrifying runes one after another. These were demonic runes. They were very strange and surrounded Lin Xian. Kid, go to hell! He roared angrily and began to refine the blood. The blood began to burn. A terrifying force swept towards Lin Xian, wanting to ignite him. Not good, this is a living sacrifice. Kid, dodge! The dark red dragon was shocked. It did not expect the Black Feather Demon King to be so desperate. This was a terrifying divine ability. It used its own bloodline's secret technique to forcefully sacrifice the enemy alive. Of course, it also had an effect on the user. That was because a large amount of blood would be lost. Even if the user killed the enemy, the user would be seriously injured. It would take a long time to recover. One could imagine how furious the Black Feather Demon King was. Otherwise, he would not have used such a killing move. Lin Xian did feel a sense of danger. A mysterious force wanted to ignite the blood and spiritual energy in his body. This force was very strange. It directly ignored the 9-yang divine body. It could be said that it was impossible to guard against. If it were other geniuses, they might have despaired, because it was impossible to extinguish. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul surged. Countless sword chi flew out and destroyed this mysterious force. Destroy! Lin Xian was like a peerless sword god. Thousands of sword chi surged out of his body and slashed in all directions. The surrounding black blood all exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Then, it was cleanly sliced, leaving not a single trace behind. The Black Feather Demon King was completely stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief. What's going on? How can the other party break my living sacrifice? This kind of living sacrifice was abnormally terrifying. There was no way to break it. This was a secret technique passed down from ancient times. Moreover, it was ignited at the cost of his blood. How did the other party break it? This brat was really too strange. The Black Feather Demon King was shocked. At this moment, he no longer dared to attack. He only wanted to escape as soon as possible. Do you want to leave? Golden runes flashed in Lin Xian's eyes, forming two strange patterns. Soul flame flew out of Xiao Chen's right eye, burning the other party's soul. A Black Feather King screamed and rolled on the ground. However, his body was still firmly immobilized by the dragon sword shadow. Therefore, there was no way to escape. However, the pain of his soul burning made him hover between life and death. Damn it, what happened? In the distance, the two demon kings were going crazy. They knew how powerful the Black Feather King was. But now, he was in such a miserable state in the hands of a human brat. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Damn it! Had the humans of this era already become so powerful? Both of them were stunned. They had been sleeping for countless years, but back then, before the nest of 10,000 dragons had fallen into slumber, they had been the overlords of the world. Across the land, the monster race ran amok, and the ancient royal race reigned supreme. The human race was only a weak lineage that could only survive in the cracks. But now, the other party was actually so powerful. Could it be that the human race had already become the overlords of the world? He didn't dare to imagine. Soul attack! Damn it, how could this brat's soul attack be so powerful? The Black Feather King had gone crazy, but he wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Soul mirror, block it for me. As an ancient beast king, he had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Soon, his soul condensed into a soul mirror, blocking the terrifying soul fire around him. However, the good times didn't last long. At this moment, the snow-white monkey appeared beside the Black Feather King again. With a slap of its claws, the Black Feather King was stunned for 3 seconds. These 3 seconds were going to cost him his life. The soul mirror shattered, and Black Rock's soul was burned until it was extremely weak. Buzz! In Lin Xian's left eye, mysterious golden runes appeared. He wanted to forcefully control the Black Feather King and make him his slave. This way, he would be able to control the other party and understand the secrets of the nest of 10,000 dragons. The Black Feather King rolled in the sky. His body was split into 2 halves as he kept rolling. He wanted to get rid of the control of the soul imprint. However, Lin Xian's heavenly secret divine eye was too mysterious. In the end, he still planted a soul imprint. This made the Black Feather King become Lin Xian's slave. He recovered and knelt down to listen to orders. Lin Xian was like a supreme king as he issued an order. The Black Feather King's broken body quickly healed. Then, he knelt down on one knee and bowed to his master. Seeing this scene, everyone around went crazy. Whether it was the saint, the geniuses, or the 2 demon kings in the distance, they were all stunned. What was going on? The Black Feather King was actually controlled. This Lin Xian actually had such a method. The human cultivators were extremely shocked as they looked at Lin Xian with fear written all over their faces. The other two demon kings glanced at each other before turning around and fleeing. It was too terrifying. These humans were already so terrifying that they didn't dare to make a move. They could only leave first. The two of them forced Yi Wudao and Wuchen back. Using all their strength, they turned into streams of light and fled. Yi Wudao and Wuchen didn't make another move. Instead, they turned to look at Lin Xian and the Black Feather King beside him. With a flash, the two of them flew forward. The surrounding humans also gathered towards Lin Xian. In an instant, they all gathered around Lin Xian. Brother Lin really had a good method. Wuchen's eyes lit up. The 1-pound leaf Doudenier also asked, "Brother Lin, are you controlling me?" Lin Xian nodded, then looked at the Black Feather King. "Tell him what you know." The Black Feather King knelt on one knee on the ground in a very respectful manner. He said in a deep voice, "In ancient times, the powerful existence of the nest of 10,000 dragons deduced that there would be a world-destroying crisis. It was not suitable for survival at all. Therefore, the entire nest of 10,000 dragons was sealed, waiting for the crisis to be resolved. Then, it would recover and rule the world. It turned out to be such a thing. This was not the burial ground of the dragons, but the resting ground. Oh heavens, they seemed to have discovered an incredible secret. Originally, they thought that this was the ancient tomb of the dragons, where countless dragons' corpses and treasures were buried. But now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. For unknown reasons, these dragons had sealed themselves and fallen into a deep sleep. They hoped that they would wake up after the danger was resolved. In other words, the real dragons in the nest of 10,000 dragons were probably sealed in divine crystals like the 3 demon kings in front of them. As long as the divine crystals were broken, these terrifying dragons would awaken. Oh heavens, everyone's faces were filled with fear as their bodies trembled. The 3 demon kings were already so terrifying. How terrifying would the real dragons be? Chapter 2763. Not good, our sect leaders are in danger. Many elders and powerhouses of the sacred grounds changed their expressions. They had to inform them. Indeed, what they needed to do now was not to explore the nest of 10,000 dragons. Instead, they had to leave this place quickly. It would be best if they could use a peerless array formation to seal this place forever. Otherwise, when those dragons revived and appeared on the ground, the entire world would be destroyed. Then, the entire world would be plunged into misery and suffering, and war would break out. At that time, it was really unknown whether the human race would be able to resist. Therefore, these people's faces were filled with fear. They hurriedly activated their secret techniques in an attempt to contact their sect leaders. But just like before, they couldn't contact them at all. "What's going on?" Lin Xian asked with a frown. The Black Feather King said respectfully. The peerless array formation enveloped the entire nest of 10,000 dragons, preventing long-distance communication. "How much do you know about the nest of 10,000 dragons? Lead us to the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons." Lin Xian thought for a moment and said in a deep voice. Since they couldn't contact those sacred leaders, they could only search for them personally. Hopefully, these sect leaders hadn't reached the deepest part of the nest of 10,000 dragons yet. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons were mysterious. The Queen Mother, Li Xunxian, the Yi family patriarch, and the other sacred leaders set off again. They went deeper. In front of them, a small black mountain appeared. This scene surprised Li Xunxian, the Queen Mother, and the others. Speed up! These sacred leaders and sect leaders were very powerful. They arrived near the Black Mountain in an instant. However, when they arrived, they were surprised to find that it wasn't a mountain. It was an altar. The 4 symbols sacred leader exclaimed. The others also frowned. The altar of the dragons? The runes on it were so strange. They were different from those of the human race. The Yi family's grand elder also frowned. At this moment, all the powerhouse's eyes flickered. They wanted to crack the runes of the dragons, but they couldn't do it. There seemed to be another altar in front of them. It was even taller. The Taishian sacred leader used the Eye of Stars and looked around. Soon, he locked onto a direction and walked over to take a look. These sacred leaders and sect leaders moved again. That's right, this time, the altar was even larger. It was like a mountain standing in front of them. Before they even got close, the sacred leaders and sect masters stopped. They could feel a shocking energy coming from the front. That aura was so oppressive that they could not breathe. This was just too terrifying. What kind of status did they have? What kind of people did they have? What kind of things had they not seen before? But now, in front of the black altar, they actually felt a trace of fear. Buzz, the Great Development Sacred Lord, coldly snorted and took out a saint's sword. This was a true saint weapon. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a terrifying saint aura that enveloped the elders of the Dayan sacred ground. The other sacred leaders and sect leaders also used their own techniques to resist the terrifying saint aura. The patriarch of the Yi family and the patriarch of the Gu family had grave expressions on their faces. The patriarch of the Yi family emitted a golden light, as if he was a real golden god of war. The surroundings of the head of the Gu clan were mysterious. His body seemed to have merged with the void and completely disappeared. Both of them were clan leaders of Clan of the Ancients. Their strength was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived near the black altar. In the next moment, the members of the Yi family screamed. Damn it, Emperor runes! This was a Dao rune set up by a great emperor. The two of them frantically retreated as if they had seen a ghost. If there were other martial artists who saw this scene, they would definitely be stunned. Something that could make them so terrified was definitely not simple. As expected, when the other sacred leaders and sect leaders heard this, they also frowned. What? Runes set up by a great emperor? Are you sure? Their eyes emitted a piercing light as they carefully looked ahead. Indeed, there was an array near the black altar. Although it was only a corner, the aura that it emitted was terrifying. Don't act rashly. This Emperor rune is still in a closed state. Don't activate it. Otherwise, none of us will be able to escape. Sacred Leader Dao said in a deep voice. The others were even more shocked, especially those sacred grounds and family clans that had come out before. A corner of the Emperor rune was only in a closed state, but the aura it emitted was as deep as the ocean. If it was activated, it would pierce through the sky. Even if they had sacred weapons, they would not be able to resist it. What should we do? Should we retreat? An elder asked. However, the Yi family leader, Gu family leader, Queen Mother of the West, and the others shook their heads. The Emperor rune was such a rare thing. Why should they retreat? That's right. Why should they give up such a good opportunity to comprehend it? If they could comprehend even a little bit, it would be of great help to them. The head of the Yi family also spoke. The others' eyes were shining, and their eyes were burning. Indeed, as long as they were careful, they could comprehend the runes left behind by the great emperor. Great emperors were existences that had existed for thousands of years and dominated the world. The things that they left behind were definitely terrifying. No matter how powerful these sacred leaders and sect leaders were, they could not be compared to the great emperors. Therefore, they only wanted to comprehend it quickly. Buzz! These experts all sat down cross-legged. Their eyes were like divine lamps as they began to comprehend the corner of the Emperor rune. To be honest, if it was possible, they would be willing to stay here and comprehend it for decades or even centuries. However, they knew that it was impossible. A few days later, many sacred leaders and sect leaders opened their eyes and looked behind them. There was a wave of energy coming from behind. Who was it? Could it be that their saints had come? That was impossible. How could they come here? These sacred leaders and sect elders discussed animatedly. Could it be that the thing in the nest of 10,000 dragons had revived? This was what they were even more worried about. After all, they still didn't know that this was the place of eternal rest. They thought that this was an ancient tomb, so if there was a corpse transformation or something like that, it might be very terrifying. These sacred leaders and sect leaders stopped comprehending and stood up. Their gazes were gloomy, and their auras were about to erupt at any time. However, gradually, their expressions changed. No, the aura wasn't that strong, and it was very familiar. That's right, this is the aura of our sacred land. Golden Chi and Blood, a disciple of the Yi family. Exclamations could be heard one after another. It was their people. They were too surprised. They had to be careful when they came to this place. How did those young disciples come here? Their speed was too fast, wasn't it? Could it be an illusion? To be honest, these sacred leaders and sect leaders were still extremely careful. Sure enough, a group of people appeared behind them. They were a dark mass and were quickly rushing over. The few at the front were very heroic and extraordinary. One was surrounded by sword light like a peerless sword god, while the other was surrounded by golden chi and blood like a golden war god. Chapter 2764. The people around them were also outstanding. The auras on their bodies were powerful, creating a strange phenomenon in the world. Elders. Sect leader. Sacred leader. The people behind them were Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the others. They had come here under the guidance of Black Feathered Demon King. They didn't expect to see their sacred leader. The disciples shouted crazily. They had no choice. The previous experience was too terrifying. Although it had only been 2 or 3 times, it had greatly reduced their strength. Now there weren't many of them left. Most of them had been killed. It's really our people. It's not an illusion. The sacred leaders spoke. There was a mysterious aura on Shi Wenlu. The Taishian sacred leader's eye of the stars could see through everything. The yin-yang mirror above the yin-yang sect leader's head shone in all directions. It was real this time. It wasn't an illusion. The others heaved a sigh of relief. They waved their hands and shot out beams of light that filled the sky. It was as if the path to heaven was beginning to lead their disciples. Li Xuanxian and the chief enforcer also led Lin Xian and the others over. How did you get here? A grand elder of the moon-worshipping cult asked curiously. Yes, the journey was so dangerous. The slightest carelessness could have led to eternal damnation. They had been walking carefully. How could their disciples have arrived so quickly? Elders, sect leaders. This question caused many of the Holy Land's cultivators to cry. If others saw this scene, they would be stunned. One had to know that these were top geniuses, peerless experts. But at this moment, they were crying like children. They felt wrong. This scene was too shocking. The elders and sect leaders frowned. They looked around, and then their faces turned gloomy. What's going on? Why are there so few people left? Where are the others? Are they behind us? Wudao, what's going on? The Yi family patriarch frowned. What's going on? It's a long story. We're in danger. Yi Wudao's mood was also gloomy. His Yi family had lost many disciples. The cultivators of the other sacred lands were crying. Many of them had been killed. What? The elders' expressions changed, and the sacred lords frowned. What's going on? Tell me the details. Soon, the sacred leaders learned about what had happened. The frozen princess, the world-destroying formation, the sky full of divinity crystals, and the saint's shield with a weapon spirit. Each and every one of them surprised them. They didn't expect that the place that they thought was safe to be hiding such a terrifying danger. As for the majority of their disciples, they were directly killed in these dangerous situations. This made their hearts bleed. The ones who had come this time around were all elite geniuses. Losing even one of them would be extremely painful. Moreover, they had lost so much. Then, how did you get here? Another elder asked the same question. Everyone turned to look at Lin Xian. In an instant, all the sacred masters and sacred masters turned to look at Lin Xian. Li Xuanxian, the head protector, and the others were also extremely shocked. What was going on? Could it be that their palace master had led everyone here? They didn't know. Lin Xian was being stared at by so many saint and sect masters, and the pressure on him increased exponentially. He took a deep breath and circulated the great dragon sword soul in his body to resist the pressure. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and a figure walked out from behind him. A demon king! The elders were shocked, and the sacred masters frowned. Palace Master Lin, what's going on? Queen Mother of the West asked. Lin Xian said, we encountered 3 demon kings along the way. I controlled one of them, and through him, we came here. Speaking of this, Lin Xian's expression became solemn. This is also the reason why we came to find you. I'm afraid that the matter is serious. This nest of 10,000 dragons isn't as simple as we think. You don't have to say that, we know that too. Sacred Leader 10,000 Thunder snorted coldly. Obviously, he still had a murderous intent towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian glanced at him and frowned. Oh, if you don't want to listen, you can leave immediately. I won't stop you. At that time, everyone from the 10,000 Thunder sacred ground will be buried here. It has nothing to do with me. Kid, what did you say? You're courting death. The elders of the 10,000 Thunder sacred ground were also furious. Sacred Leader 10,000 Thunder's face darkened. Although he called Lin Xian Palace Master, in his heart, he didn't treat Lin Xian as the Palace Master at all. The other party was at most a young genius. How could he be on equal footing with them? However, the new powerhouses of the 10,000 Thunder sacred ground said, Sect Master, please calm down. Don't be rash. Yes, the situation was really serious. Hearing this, the elders of the 10,000 Thunder sacred ground were shocked. Sacred Leader 10,000 Thunder also asked, what's going on? Palace Master Lin, you should tell us. The Yi family also spoke. We encountered 3 demon kings sealed by divine crystals. These demon kings are not dead, but in a deep sleep. According to our guess, they should be demon kings sealed by divine crystals in ancient times. The black feather demon king in front of me is one of them. He was controlled by me, and the other 2 escaped. According to my inquiry, the nest of 10,000 dragons is not the burial place of dragons, but a place of deep sleep. In the entire nest of 10,000 dragons, all the dragons are not dead. They are all sealed by divine crystals, as if they are avoiding a huge crisis. They are hoping that after the crisis is resolved, they will revive and rule the world. What? You're saying that the dragons are not dead? This is not an ancient tomb. This is just a place where they sleep. The elders were all stunned. This was definitely a shocking piece of news. Indeed. Lin Xian nodded. We can't use the array formation to send messages, so we can only come to you personally. The expressions of these sacred leaders and sect masters became incomparably ugly. The Queen Mother of the West, the Yi family head, the Gu family head, Li Xuanxian, and the Emperor Lords also had incomparably solemn expressions. If that was really the case, then things were really troublesome. The nest of 10,000 dragons was a terrifying existence. Dragons were a legendary race. They had never seen them before. They thought that dragons had become completely extinct after ancient times. Who would have thought that the dragons were not extinct, but sealed automatically and slept until now? What were they trying to do? Why were they sleeping? What kind of crisis were they trying to avoid? The sacred leaders and sect masters didn't know. They felt that they seemed to have poked a hole in the sky. If the dragons really revived and those legendary dragons appeared on the ground, it wouldn't be a good thing for humans. After all, dragons were the leaders of the myriad races. Although they were called divine beasts, there was still a world of difference between them and humans. These clan of the ancients, and the sacred ground's great sects had been around for a long time. Naturally, they knew what happened in ancient times and even more ancient times. At that time, humans didn't rule the world, but were just one of the myriad ancient races. Chapter 2765. They ruled the world and dominated the world. Back then, the human race was living in the cracks. Later on, the 10,000 ancient races disappeared one after another. On the human side, geniuses emerged in large numbers. There were even a few great emperors who swept through the ages. That was how the human race grew from a weak state to a rapid growth. Finally, after countless generations of accumulation, they became the current overlords of the true spirit world. However, although they were the overlords, these sacred lords knew that the human race did not control the entire true spirit world. They only controlled a part of it. There were also some forbidden areas and endless darkness that they did not explore at all. The demon race lived in the vast mountains. They were not weaker than the human race, but they were hibernating. The vast sea had terrifying sea demons and sea beasts. The human race did not dare to rashly step into it. They could only use teleportation arrays to teleport. It could be said that the human race had reached a balance at its peak. However, what if the dragons woke up and reappeared on the earth? Who knew if they would lead the other demon races to compete with the human race and seize the entire world? What should they do? Should they continue? The sacred lords and sect masters frowned, their eyes flickering. To be honest, they knew that this matter was very dangerous. However, they were unwilling to go back like this. So what if the dragon clan was in hibernation? They wanted to see with their own eyes what the legendary dragon clan looked like. Of course, the surviving disciples shook their heads frantically. Sect Master, hurry up and seal the entrance with the peerless array. Don't let anyone in, and don't let the dragons out. They were truly afraid. A single array diagram could mercilessly crush them, let alone the real dragons. However, the sacred lords and elders frowned and shut their mouths. They waited obediently. They were all experts, much stronger than the young disciples. Therefore, their thoughts were deeper. The dragons were sleeping. In that case, this was their nest. There must be endless treasures inside. Indeed, if they could obtain one or two, it would be of great benefit to them. Many sacred lords and sect masters had fiery gazes. However, there were also some people who had grave expressions. They knew that this matter was not a joke. If they really provoked the sleeping dragons and woke them up, things would be dangerous. Therefore, for a time, these sacred leaders and sect masters were in a deadlock as they discussed animatedly. However, at this moment, Sacred Leader 10,000 Thunder frowned. What was that smell? How fragrant! Everyone else also began to probe. That's right, it smells good. Who's barbecuing? Stupid, this is not the smell of barbecued meat, this is the smell of spirit medicine. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were also astonished. They had indeed smelled the scent of spiritual herbs. Sure enough, there were many treasures in the nest of 10,000 dragons. It seemed like a stalk of spiritual medicine was about to mature. The sacred leaders and patriarchs laughed. They saw this as an opportunity. Let's go and take a look first. Who knows, the spiritual medicine might still be far from those dragons. Many sacred leaders and sect masters soared into the sky, and the elders followed suit. When Xiwangmu, the Yi clan's clan head, Li Xiunxian, and the others saw this scene, they sighed. Let's go and take a look as well. To be honest, they were also a little tempted. As the fragrance flew, Lin Xian felt that the fragrance was getting thicker and thicker. The dark red dragon was shocked. The other disciples exclaimed one after another. Oh heavens, what kind of elixir is this? I can recover from my injuries just by taking a breath. They were too shocked. In the previous battle, many of them had been seriously injured, and they probably wouldn't be able to recover for a few years. But now, a single breath of the fragrance had allowed them to recover to their original state. This medicinal effect was too heaven-defying. Perhaps even a sacred medicine wasn't this terrifying. These people guessed one after another. Could it be a legendary immortal medicine? These disciples were shocked, but the sacred leaders and patriarchs were even more tempted. This was definitely a stalk of divine medicine. They had to get their hands on it so that this trip wouldn't be in vain. Even those living fossils were even more excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They didn't have much lifespan left. If they could obtain a few stalks of spiritual herbs in the nest of 10,000 dragons, they might be able to extend their lives. The temptation of being alive was too great for these people. For a moment, everyone sped up. The surrounding aura of the Tao of Dragons became denser and denser, turning into dragon shadows that moved freely in the sky. And that fragrance was even more tempting. In fact, everyone felt that their spiritual power was beginning to increase. Gradually, a mountain range appeared in front of them, as if 10,000 dragons were lying down. On the mountain range, there were pitch-black black holes one after another. It was extremely terrifying. Seeing these black holes, Lin Xian and the other young geniuses trembled. They recalled the terrifying sinkhole. Therefore, they hurriedly reminded them. Lin Xian even reminded Li Xuanxian, the head guardian, and the others to be careful. Li Xuanxian, the head guardian, and the others had solemn expressions. The Yi family's patriarch, the Queen Mother of the West, and the others were also cautious. They stopped in front of the black holes one after another, bewildered. What a terrifying aura! I actually feel a chill down my spine. The elders of the sacred lands frowned. Something was about to float out. Someone shouted. Sure enough, countless auras of the Tao of Dragons surged in those black holes like swimming dragons. When those black holes bulged out, they brought with them a few things. They were divine crystals. 2 meters, 3 meters, and 5 meters of divine crystals. Inside those divine crystals, there were figures sealed in ice. Not good, it's the powerhouses of the nest of 10,000 dragons. The young disciples exclaimed. The sacred lords also frowned. Their eyes flickered as they stared at the people inside the divine crystals. Were these the powerhouses sealed in the nest of 10,000 dragons? They actually used divine crystals to seal them. How extravagant! These people stared at the largest divine crystal with envious faces. However, after the reminder of the disciples, they wouldn't make a move easily. After all, these powerhouses had been passed down from ancient times. The fact that they could survive after being sealed represented their strength and identity. If such a person were to revive, he would definitely be incomparably terrifying. Moreover, there wasn't just one cave. There were probably many such existences in each cave. If they really fought, they wouldn't be able to gain an advantage. However, they heaved a sigh of relief because they discovered that these sealed powerhouses didn't come out because of them. It was because of these auras of the Tao of Dragons that they fluctuated unsteadily. As expected, as more auras of the Tao of Dragons entered, the divine crystals of these sealed powerhouses once again entered the black holes. From time to time, divine crystals would emerge from those black holes. When a divine crystal appeared in the top black hole, the sacred lords and sect masters all had goosebumps. Those young disciples couldn't even breathe. Chapter 2766. That's right, everyone else felt it even without him saying it. This divine crystal was about 10 meters tall, and there was a man sealed inside. This man was wearing a purple robe and looked like an emperor. Although he had a human form, it was obvious that he was different from humans. He had claws, scales, and a tail. This was a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. Moreover, the aura on his body was too terrifying. Even though he was sealed, he could still emit such a monstrous aura that made the sacred leader and sect leader feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Everyone, be careful not to alarm him. In the Yi family, the Queen Mother and the others quickly spoke. The others nodded frantically. They stood there motionless, not even daring to breathe loudly. They only heaved a sigh of relief when the tall divine crystal re-entered the black hole. How terrifying! Was this a dragon? They were extremely shocked. They thought that dragons were like the legends, but they didn't expect them to be in human form. It was normal. When a beast reached a certain level of strength, it could transform into a human, let alone dragons. Next, everyone witnessed this scene again. One by one, divine crystals appeared from the black hole and drilled into it. The dark red divine dragon frowned. No, it wasn't just the dragons. There were other races too. Damn it, how many things were there in the myriad dragons' suppression? What did you discover? Lin Xian asked. Other than the dragons, I also discovered some other races. They are also very powerful. These races belong to the 10,000 ancient races, but they have other titles. What titles? Lin Xian was puzzled. The dark red divine dragon took a deep breath. The primordial royal race. That was an extremely terrifying race among the 10,000 ancient races. Let's put it this way, the war race and the celestial race were royal races among the 10,000 ancient races back then. Lin Xian was also shocked when he heard this. He knew how powerful the war race and the celestial race were. Not to mention the older generation, even the younger generation was terrifying. According to the dark red divine dragon's description, there were many royal races among the 10,000 ancient races. If a batch of them were resurrected, they would be unimaginably terrifying existences. The dark red divine dragon wasn't the only one who knew about this ancient secret. The Queen Mother, Yi family, Gu family, and other long-established families naturally knew about it too. Therefore, they were extra careful. Let's go around them and not alarm them, the head of the Yi family said in a deep voice. Everyone prepared to move. However, at that moment, that alluring fragrance was emitted again. Furthermore, it was so strong that it made everyone feel as if it was right beside them. The sacred lords stopped once again and scanned the surroundings with their eyes. Over there! Finally, someone discovered it. At the foot of the mountain ahead, there was a plant that was surrounded by countless auras of the Tao of Dragons. Previously, the aura of the Tao of Dragon was too dense, so they didn't notice it at all. Now that the aura of the Tao of Dragon flowed, the plant finally appeared. When the Dragon Island aura on the plant was getting lesser and lesser, the fragrance was getting stronger and stronger. Could it be that this was a type of saint medicine? Many elders began to tremble in excitement. There was nothing they could do about it. This had already exceeded their understanding. Perhaps only a peerless sacred medicine could be so terrifying. However, the Yi family's patriarch, the Gu family's patriarch, and the others all shook their heads. No, it wasn't a panacea. Their clans also had sacred medicines, but even sacred medicines did not have such power. It was too shocking. It was hard for them to imagine. Could it be the immortal divine herb? The dark red divine dragon screamed as he thought of a possibility. When the others heard this, they were all stunned. What? Immortal divine herb? The legendary immortal divine herb that only great emperors had? Now that you mention it, it's really possible. The nest of 10,000 dragons had existed for tens of thousands of years, and no one had entered it. It could be said to be quite safe. More importantly, the dragon chi inside was simply too terrifying. It was definitely possible to use the dragon chi to cultivate an immortal divine herb after countless years. When these sacred lords and sect masters analyzed, their eyes lit up. Heavens, only great emperors were qualified to possess the immortal divine herb, and they had actually encountered it. If they could obtain it, these people didn't dare to imagine. Even if they didn't consume it, their sacred land families definitely had extremely terrifying foundations and living fossil elders. Those people were very powerful and could be said to be heaven-defying. However, their lifespans had already dried up, and they wouldn't be able to live for many years. It was also sealed with divine crystals. It would only appear when the family and the sacred land were facing a life-and-death crisis. If they had a real immortal divine herb, it would be equivalent to giving those living fossil elders a second life. It could instantly revive those dying elders and allow them to reach their peak. It could even extend their lifespans by thousands of years. To them, this was definitely a fatal temptation. Therefore, they had to obtain this immortal divine herb. Although they said that, if they really wanted to make a move, these sacred lords and sect masters were in a difficult position. Because the immortal divine herb was at the foot of the mountain, it was too close to those black holes. If they alarmed the experts sleeping in the nest of 10,000 dragons in the black holes, they would be in danger. Therefore, how to obtain the immortal divine herb was still a problem. But the people from the Taoist sacred land were the first to move. The Taoist sacred lord raised his hands high, forming a great Tao treasure bottle. This was a peerless divine ability of the Taoist sacred land. They were born with the Tao, and the great Tao treasure bottle they cultivated was even more terrifying. As expected, the great Tao treasure bottle in the sky released tens of thousands of auras, each of which was shocking. Countless auras rotated, forming a force that enveloped the front, wanting to take away the immortal divine herb. Damn it, not good! When the powerhouses of the other sacred lands saw this scene, they cried out in alarm. They didn't expect the Taoist sacred land to act so quickly. Lin Xian also frowned, watching this scene nervously. Golden runes flickered in his eyes as he stared ahead, breaking through the layers of curtains. He could clearly see the appearance of the immortal divine herb. This immortal divine herb was too magical. It was only the size of a palm, but it looked like a true dragon, as if it was alive. If the sacred lords and sect masters hadn't said that this was a divine herb, Lin Xian would have really thought that it was a dragon. In front of them, the power of the great Tao treasure bottle was blocked by countless Tao of dragon auras, and it couldn't reach the immortal divine herb at all. This made the other sacred lands heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the people from the Taoist sacred land didn't succeed. However, this made them even more shocked. This immortal divine herb was even more terrifying than they had imagined. Even a powerful divine ability like the great Tao treasure bottle couldn't do anything to it. It seemed that they would have to put in a lot of effort to obtain the immortal divine herb. Next, the sacred lords, sect masters, and supreme elders began to try and use their respective divine abilities. Some people even used their sacred weapons. However, they still couldn't collect it. However, the use of sacred weapons still affected the immortal divine herb. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.